Why don't we plant grain here? We can definitely harvest for several years in a row. Then we can just scatter some seeds and feed several tribes like ours. You want to stay here and farm? What about the people? Just with your few people? Han Feng immediately frowned and asked. There aren't enough people here, but it's close to the water, and it's convenient to come from the Han tribe. We can just bring back the clansmen we sent away by boat. I guarantee that the grain grown here will be enough to feed many people. Then when the grain is harvested, the chief can send people over to take away the surplus grain. I'm also doing this for our Han tribe. With us growing rice here, how many more people can we feed? Zhang Mao said with a sincere expression, earnestly pleading with Han Feng. Do I look like a fool? Han Feng watched Zhang Mao's performance coldly. Han Feng let out a cold laugh, naturally not agreeing to Zhang Mao's suggestion. If he really left their entire tribe here, Zhang Mao might just run off with his people the moment Han Feng left. Grow grain for the Han tribe here? This place, after being nourished by the river for half a year, and with its flat terrain, was indeed very suitable for growing rice. However, the Han tribe currently had no spare capacity to develop this area. It was still too far, a 2-day boat ride, almost 400 to 500 kilometers away, more than 4 times the distance from Hanyang Commandery to Luoyang Commandery. It was better to bring all these people back and focus on developing their own backyard first. And so, Han Feng ignored Zhang Mao's suggestion, simply waiting for the fleet to return and then transport the people away batch by batch. The rescue team downstream of the dam had several hundred people. Here on this small island, the remaining members of the Han tribe and the Nian tribe also numbered 200. With a total of 25 boats now, it would still take at least 3 trips to transport everyone back. Taking advantage of this time, Han Feng also carefully scouted the restored river channel and the surrounding terrain, and gave names to the various places in the area. The Rushui River originated from the northern snow-capped mountain range, but it was only one of its tributaries, a fact confirmed by Yu Ye's reconnaissance team. Luoyang Commandery was located on the west bank of the Luoyang River. The Luoyang River originated from the Great Marsh, its source being the swampy wetlands and lakes to the east. It then flowed south, splitting into 2 water systems, one meandering southeast and the other southwest, finally meeting the Rushui River to form a single great river, which entered a gorge and flowed downstream. Where its final destination was still unclear. But knowing this was enough for now, they could directly name places according to the river names. The culprit that had caused the barrier lake by a rockfall, that 300-meter-long gorge, was named Wu Gorge by Han Feng because its banks were like sheer cliffs carved by axes, with the river in the middle, high cliffs and deep water, and no sunlight all day long. To put it bluntly, it was the pitch-black gorge. As for the great river formed by the confluence of these 2 rivers, since it produced gold dust, it was named the Jinsha River, Gold Sand River. The gorge and the river had names, and the place names could not be left behind. The plain formed by the flood on the side near the gorge, where the Nian tribe had once stayed, was named Jinshuan, Gold River, because 3 rivers converged nearby, and its waters produced gold. To the east of Jinshuan was a vast, dense forest with many ancient, towering trees. The 2 places faced each other across the river and were named Jumu, Giant Wood, by Han Feng. This place had gold, wood, a great river, and a large expanse of fertile plain. To be honest, it was really suitable for establishing 2 commanderies for settlement. If there were people, and the fire here burned endlessly, then all 5 elements would be present. Of course, Han Feng was not very superstitious. It was just his view on the surrounding resources. It was still unknown whether there were metal or veins in the vicinity, but it was true that there was gold in the river, though it was not of much use. But here in Jinshuan, there was a large expanse of fertile plain. If used for growing grain, it could feed hundreds of thousands of people. And Jumu, opposite Jinshuan, had rich forest resources and was adjacent to the Jinsha River. Some shipyards could be set up there, using local materials, felling giant trees to build ships. The local people could develop manufacturing industries, enriching the lives of the people of Jinshuan on the opposite bank. Jinshuan, in turn, could provide a large amount of grain to feed Jumu on the other side. These 2 would complement each other, making it an absolutely suitable place for development. Moreover, the 2 places were adjacent to the Jinsha River, located downstream of the Rushui and Luoyang rivers. It would only take 2 or 3 days by waterway to reach the 3 commanderies of Hanyang, Riyang, and Luoyang, making transportation extremely convenient. What a pity. Han Feng now saw good places everywhere, but he just didn't have enough manpower. On this trip back, he should think of a way to quickly absorb more population. After 3 transports, about 12 days later, Han Feng, along with Zhang Mao, Zhang Ying, and others, returned to Hanyang City on the last fleet. The moment he stepped ashore, Zhang Mao was dumbfounded. The Nian tribe also planted glutinous rice, and they also needed to practice slash-and-burn farming every spring. But the farming methods of the Han tribe that he saw now completely overturned his worldview. 2 straight man-made river channels and over 100 ditches divided the flat land on the bank into plots. Thousands of people worked together in the fields. The sheer number of people was enough to shock Zhang Mao beyond words. But that was not all. The most important thing was the Han tribe's farming method. People drove hundreds of beasts, oxen, horses, and donkeys, with yokes around their necks, pulling a wooden thing behind them with ropes. A person behind held the wooden frame with one hand and waved a switch with the other, driving the beasts forward. Each pass left a deep furrow behind, as if something in the soil had turned it over. Why turn the soil? Isn't it enough to poke a hole in the ground, drop in a few seeds, and stomp on it? They turn over all the soil like this. Isn't it tiring? Could it be that the grain grown this way yields more? Zhang Mao was perplexed, but none of this was important. What was important was, doesn't the Han tribe also grow rice? Although it looks different, it should still be grown in water, right? But their fields are so far from the water, can they still grow rice? But soon Zhang Mao got his answer. On some of the already plowed land, people brought over fermented fertilizer, which was made by composting various kinds of manure, straw, and dry grass. It was then diluted with water and finally spread on the fields with iron shovels. Then, animals pulled harrows to level the ground. Finally, someone dug open the irrigation ditches with an iron shovel, and the fields were immediately covered with river water. The land far from the river channel had been turned into paddy fields by them. It was truly incredible. The process of sowing seeds was familiar to Zhang Mao. The Han tribe also sowed directly, but they sowed very densely, and only on a few plots. The other places were still empty. This planting method once again confused Zhang Mao. In addition, the areas near the river channel were all converted into paddy fields, but in the areas slightly further from the river, there were also many dry fields. There were no man-made rivers there, only a few small irrigation ditches, but they were sufficient for watering the land. And the crops planted there were not rice, but some seeds Zhang Mao had never seen before. Only then did he know that the Han tribe had other crops as well. See that? The land on the other side of the river, that's where the glutinous rice from your tribe is planted, Han Feng, next to Zhang Mao, said, pointing to the land on the east bank of the Rushui River. Following Han Feng's direction, Zhang Mao also saw the east bank. There were indeed many people farming there, and they were people Zhang Mao was very familiar with. They were all members of the Nian tribe. Beside them were some Han tribe members, teaching them hand-in-hand how to use livestock for plowing and how to use various farm tools. Zhang Mao was instantly stunned and looked at Han Feng with a questioning gaze. That's right. As soon as they came back, I had people start teaching them how to farm. And all the seeds you brought have been sown on the east bank. Not a single one is left, Han Feng said with certainty. Now Zhang Mao's heart was dead. Run? That was impossible. Han Feng had used all their seeds. Even if he left with his people now, they wouldn't have a single grain to plant. Who among his people would follow him then? Besides, after Ying Rui's propaganda in Hanyang City, and having witnessed the prosperity and power of the Han tribe, they were already reluctant to leave. Plus, the news that Han Feng had someone bring back, saying that the Nian tribe's chief, Zhang Mao, had already decided to lead all his people to join the Han tribe, made them even less likely to leave. But not leaving was not an option. Han Feng would completely separate them, break them up, and then assign them to various cities. However, this could not be done by force. It had to be like boiling a frog in warm water. He had to achieve the goal of breaking them up without causing them to feel resentment and backlash. And the best solution to this kind of problem was marriage and family division. This was something Han Feng had always wanted to do but hadn't been able to. Now, thanks to the support of the household registration system, it could finally be realized in the Han tribe. After returning to the city, Han Feng took Zhang Ying to his home and asked Xiao Dai to take care of her. Then he plunged into the office building in the city center. In the office on the top floor of the county government building, Han Feng saw several thick yellow registers on the desk, which were the household registration forms. These were all sent from Luoyang Commandery during the time Han Feng was taming the flood. Because Luoyang Commandery had set up a labor market last year and attracted a large number of people to work on its construction with various living supplies, it had also attracted many tribes to join. In 1 year, from the initial population of over 7,000, plus 1,000 cannibal slaves, after the census, the total population of Luoyang Commandery had reached 34,276 people, with a total of 7,617 households. The entire Luoyang Commandery, with its 3 towns, was already the most populous commandery in the Han tribe, but its productivity was still not as good as Hanyang commanderies. The main reason was still the problem of too many new members. Of the over 34,000 people, at least a small half did not work. To prevent Luoyang Commandery from becoming too big and strong and breaking away from Han Feng's control, and also because Luoyang Commandery had little arable land and a large population, to relieve the pressure on Luoyang Commandery, Han Feng immediately issued an order for Deshu to transfer 2,500 households of new citizens who had worked in Luoyang Commandery last year to Hanyang Commandery after the spring planting was over. This was something to pay attention to. Han Feng was talking about 2,500 households. Among the new members, the average household had 4.5 people. 2,500 households meant over 10,000 people, equivalent to 1/3 of Luoyang Commandery's total population. These people were also workers who had been in Luoyang Commandery for more than half a year. Transferring them to other places would allow them to quickly be put into production. Han Feng's plan was to place these people in Luoyang Commandery and Fumagwan respectively, to fill the emptiness of these 2 new cities. This way, of the remaining 20,000 people in Luoyang Commandery, besides the earliest 8,000 old members, only the group of newcomers who had just joined in late autumn and early winter would be left. Most of them hadn't even learned the Han language yet. They would just stay there for Luoyang Commandery to continue teaching. With this major bloodletting, it would not be easy for Luoyang Commandery to rise again. It would take at least 2 years. Besides the city and houses that were still there and the fields that had been reclaimed, in terms of personnel, they would basically have to start over. On the other hand, while notifying Luoyang Commandery to transfer 2,500 households, the news that the 2 northern tribal alliances were coming south to join the Han tribe was also sent back by the 2 garrisons stationed there via Eagle. The ice and snow had melted. The entire population of the alliances, with a large number of livestock, began to move south. They hoped Han Feng would be ready to receive them. To Han Feng's pleasant surprise, these people were not poor. They had tamed many plateau wild donkeys and alpacas, as well as a small number of megaloceros, and even a few yaks. The 2 alliances originally did not raise cattle. Wild cattle were hard to catch, and they had a bad temper and sharp horns. Even if they were caught, they were not easy to tame. But Han Feng had sent 2 garrisons over. Although the number of people was small, they brought them the Han tribe's experience in catching, raising, and training cattle, successfully spreading the divine artifact of the nose ring to the northern plateau region. So, in the half year of waiting for the migration, under the leadership of the Han tribe soldiers, they captured about 100 live wild yaks locally. Han Feng was very happy. He immediately sent a reply to them, saying that he would send people north to meet them. If they had any difficulties, they could tell him, and the Han tribe would find a way to solve them. This task naturally fell to Yu Yi, who had been to the north before. No one was more familiar with the northern terrain than him. However, with the increase in population and the coins that had been minted all winter, the Han tribe's private ownership system was also officially put on the agenda. On the first day of spring in the new year, because Han Feng had gone south to deal with the flood, he had missed the New Year's sacrifice. But Han Feng didn't plan to make it up. He directly announced that this year's sacrifice would be changed to a general assembly, to be held uniformly after the spring planting in the first month. The great chief of the Han tribe, Han Feng, would have an important announcement to make. For a time, during the spring planting season, the clansmen who had some leisure time also began to discuss, all guessing what the chief was going to announce. What exactly he was going to announce, Han Feng hadn't decided yet. He was still at home, racking his brains writing plans and speeches. The main purpose of this national meeting was to promote the private ownership system. Thanks to the implementation of the census, the Han tribe finally had the ability to extend imperial power to the household level. First, after the census, all registered citizens under the jurisdiction of the Han tribe would be subject to military control. 5 households would form a Wu, and 10 households would form a Shur. In the future, whether it was for corvée labor or tax collection, It would all be carried out through this system, and then reported up level by level. Next was the promotion of the private ownership system. Of course, a sudden shift from public to private ownership would be unfamiliar to the clansmen, and they might not even know what to do. So, private ownership had to be promoted gradually. The first and most important step was to distribute land. However, distributing land was not a problem, but how to distribute it was a matter concerning the survival of the nation. For example, in the Ming dynasty in history, the Ming dynasty could be said to be the most powerful dynasty ruled by the Han people, but a large part of the reason for its final demise was land annexation. The nobles and wealthy gentry engaged in land annexation, buying up land at low prices during disaster years and hoarding grain to raise prices. This led to the common people losing all their land and becoming tenant farmers for landlords, living extremely miserable lives. Coupled with the Little Ice Age, various natural disasters and plagues were rampant. The people couldn't survive and finally rebelled. To avoid this from happening, Han Feng decided to follow the Qin system, which was actually similar to the modern system, the land grant system. The ownership of the land belonged to the state. No private individual, no matter who you were, was allowed to buy or sell land privately. The people only had the right to use the land, not the ultimate ownership. The state gives you a piece of land. Yes, you can say this land is yours, but isn't your land also on the country's territory? So your land is still the country's. Then there was a series of plans centered around the land grant system. First was the national standard for land area. For ease of calculation, the latest national standard set the total area of 1 mu of land to 600 square meters, and 100 mu was 1 qing. The area of 1 mu was no longer the original 666.66 square meters. Next was how to grant land, and how much land each person would receive. Han Feng's plan was to grant land according to the 20 ranks of merit. However, the matter of ranks still had to be written together with the book, The Rights of Han, so it wasn't of much use for now. For the time being, he would first establish the land grant system for the common people. For the most ordinary people of the Han tribe, one adult would be given 20 mu of land. Of course, calculated at 600 square meters, this was equivalent to about a dozen modern mu. But the Han tribe planted high-yield crops like rice and corn. The grain could be harvested at least twice a year, and with good management, even 3 times. As long as they were willing to work, 20 mu of land was enough to feed a family of 10, and there would still be a lot left over. In fact, according to the current grain production of the Han tribe, the yield of 1 mu of rice or corn in one season was enough to feed one person for a year. The grain planted in the second season could all be stored up, or even sold. And each adult was given 20 mu of land. If they planted 2 seasons of grain on these 20 mu, assuming a household had 10 people, after their own consumption, they would still have at least 3/4 of the grain left over. This could be used to exchange for money, buy oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar, send their children to school, buy brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones, contribute to weddings and funerals, and also pay agricultural taxes. The Han tribe's agricultural tax was also collected in grain. The current tax rate was 4 out of 10, which meant if your land produced 1,000 jin of grain, you had to pay 400 jin as agricultural tax. In addition to grain, there was also a poll tax, which was commonly called kofu in ancient times, about 50 jin of grain. Don't think this tax is heavy. There are other benefits to supplement it. An adult man was given 20 mu of land, which could only be used to plant rice, millet, corn, wheat, and beans, these 4 crops, as the main source of food. Men were given land, so women naturally had to have land too. An adult woman was also given 20 mu of land, but it was auxiliary land, which literally meant it played a supporting role. Men grew grain, and women's auxiliary land was used to plant mulberry, hemp, peanuts, vegetables, lacquer grass, and other cash crops. One purpose was to provide other raw materials, and another was that planting some vegetables could also meet their own consumption needs. Planting peanuts could also be sent to the oil press to extract oil. In short, it was all useful. However, since you received land from the state, you naturally had to pay taxes. The tax on women's auxiliary land naturally couldn't be a pile of vegetables. It was mainly hemp bark, silk. This was mainly collected from those who raised silkworms by planting mulberry trees, natural lacquer, and lacquer grass seeds that could be used to extract oil to make printing ink. What was collected specifically depended mainly on what you planted. But with such heavy taxes, the common people basically couldn't save much throughout the year. So what should they do? The important part is coming. Children were also given land. A boy was given 5 mu of grain land, and a girl was given 5 mu of auxiliary land. And this land was not taxed. In addition, considering the poor hygiene and medical conditions of this era and the high infant mortality rate, Han Feng added another rule. When a child reached the age of 6, they would be given an additional 5 mu of land. In other words, if the adults raised their children well and raised them to the age of 6, this child could receive 10 mu of land, which was also tax-free. Of course, this was also ostensibly tax-free. The Han tribe practiced universal education, but didn't provide money. Even if there was no tuition fee, didn't they have to pay for brushes, ink, and paper? Although the state didn't provide this money, it could come from the 10 mu of land given to the children. In short, the wool still came from the sheep's back. The land for these children was 5 mu under the age of 6. One birth immediately gave 5 mu, and it was tax-free. This was to encourage childbirth. The more you gave birth, the more land you got. What if there was too much land to cultivate? Humph. Easy. Do you want your own grain and money? Yes? Then you get land, but you have to pay taxes. Think the taxes are too heavy and you can't save money? Then you get some tax-free land to supplement your household income. So how do you get tax-free land? Have children. For every child born, you get 5 mu of land. And you not only have to give birth, but you also have to raise them well. When the child reaches the age of 6, you get another 5 mu of tax-free land. And this continues until the child becomes an adult, gets married, and starts their own family. This way, let's assume a couple has 6 children in the 10 years after they become adults. In addition to their 20 mu of grain land and 20 mu of auxiliary land, their family would also have a total of 30 to 60 mu of tax-free land. Of course, this tax-free land doesn't appear all at once. The amount of tax-free land will gradually increase with the birth and growth of children, and it will also be confiscated if a child dies. In short, if you don't raise your children well and they die, then your family's tax-free land is gone, forcing parents to be responsible for their children's safety. Moreover, once this system is implemented, it's impossible for a situation to arise where there are too many children and they can't be supported. Based on a family of 2 adults and 6 children, with a total of 100 mu of land, only 40 mu are taxed. The remaining 60 mu are tax-free. The wealth produced from this tax-free land is enough to raise the children to adulthood, and they can even save the surplus. Finally, as the children gradually become adults and start their own families, the tax-free land will be reclaimed and then distributed to others who need it. The grown-up, married children will then complete a new cycle under this system. Han Feng was a modern man and was well aware of the tax rules of modern society. It seemed that many taxes that had existed in ancient times had disappeared, but in fact, they had not. They were just hidden, like the value-added tax. Restraining the people with laws will only make them resentful. People are like that. If you set too many rules for them, they feel their freedom has been taken away. So, instead of restraining them with laws, it's better to guide them with benefits. Confucianism claims that human nature is inherently good at birth, while legalism claims that human nature is inherently evil. Talking to them about etiquette and morality is not as effective as directly explaining the pros and cons and then guiding them with benefits. Han Feng deeply agreed. The initial relationship between people is based on interests, isn't it? Of course, some people will say there's also emotion, but emotion also needs interests to be maintained. If you make friends with someone and lose money every day, who would still be friends with you? The only ones who are willing to give without asking for anything in return are your parents, and even some parents can't do that. This is a fact. Therefore, the set of rules Han Feng established was to use relatively heavy taxes to make the people feel the pressure of life. And the solution to this pressure was to have children, to make the people of the Han tribe, under the slogan of getting rich by having children, actively engage in the movement of making babies, in order to achieve Han Feng's desired goal of rapid population growth. Of course, this was a relatively long-term plan. It would take 1 or 2 generations to see any effect. After this system is launched, it will only cause the total population of the Han tribe to explode, but the proportion of children will be very large. However, the benefits of population growth will not be seen in the short term, because it takes time for these children to grow up. This is not to say that it's bad for children to occupy a large proportion of the total population. In fact, it's very good. It shows that the country is vibrant and full of life. However, In the 15 years it takes for the children to grow up, the Han tribe cannot stop developing. It still needs a large number of external population supplements. So what should be done? This problem still has to be addressed from the land issue. After 2 adults get married, they can get 40 mu of land. This is not a small area. Farming so much land requires a lot of labor, and they have to pay a lot of taxes. To solve this problem, they can only have children to obtain tax-free land. But this creates a new problem. When a child is born, there is more land. Although there is more money and grain, the labor force will also increase accordingly. After all, the land is given to you, but if you don't cultivate it and there is no output, you still can. Suritu carefully carved the high-cantled saddle, layered it with thick felt, and covered it with the finest lambskin from his tribe. Finally, he used glue rendered from the hide of a grassland rhinoceros to bind it all together, adding a few decorations with a distinct steppe flavor. And just like that, an exquisite saddle with 2 high, upturned ends was complete. Making this saddle was no easy task. Due to the scarcity of metal tools, Suritu had no choice but to use an iron dagger, carving it slice by slice. The process was almost akin to sculpting a statue by hand. Over the past 2 years, as the Han tribe's trade caravans moved across the grasslands, more and more steppe tribes had come to know of this powerful nation living in the mountains. They possessed immense wealth and miraculous craftsmanship, all sorts of ox carts and horse-drawn carriages, pottery jars and porcelain bowls, iron pots, and other cooking utensils. They also had salt, an essential for human life, tightly woven woolen cloth, yarn as fine as hair, and sharp, slender iron needles and awls. Most importantly, there were the Han tribe's well-armed warriors, the guarantee of their safe passage across the grasslands. When some people saw the Han tribe's wealth, their first thought was to plunder it. But Suritu was different. He preferred to trade with them. It wasn't because he was particularly kind, but because Suritu held himself in high regard. He disdained robbing the Han caravans for their meager goods. It would bring his tribe no benefit and would only invite annihilation. My tribe is not yet a match for the Han tribe. Suritu had a clear understanding of the situation, unlike those fools who, blinded by greed, threw themselves at the Han tribe's blades. If I were to plunder, I wouldn't take their goods. I would take the craftsmen who make them. A pair of large, scarred hands tightly gripped the gleaming dagger. The wounds were all from this past winter, left behind while he crafted this saddle. Suritu loved this steel dagger. It was incredibly useful for slaughtering livestock, skinning hides, and butchering meat, far superior to any stone or bone tool. Unfortunately, it was ridiculously expensive. That man named Yu Fu had demanded 2 head of cattle in exchange for it. He had bought 2, and his heart bled at the cost. These 2 small trinkets were more expensive than a cart. They clearly have so much iron. The long sabers their warriors carry are as tall as children, yet they refuse to sell them to us. Suritu gritted his teeth, but quickly let it go. He was a clever man. He completely understood the Han tribe's reasoning. If his own tribe possessed the skill to make such divine weapons, he would never sell them to others either. Why create trouble for yourself? What if the buyer turned around and used your own weapons against you? So, Suritu held no resentment toward the Han tribe. On the contrary, he greatly respected their legendary chief. He felt the man was just as clever as he was. No, even cleverer. According to that Yu Fu, all these things were made by their chief leading his people. He had taught them everything. The Han tribe's chief is truly remarkable. Suritu exclaimed in admiration. Fighting them was impossible, so plundering was out of the question. As for kidnapping their craftsmen, that was even more absurd. Not only did he have no idea where the Han tribe lived, but even if he did, going there would only get him beaten. Why fight? I can benefit even like this, Suritu thought to himself. Behind the 6 flatbed carts trailed a line of slaves, or perhaps they should be called captives, tied together. Numerous warriors on horseback patrolled the front and rear of the column. Although these cavalrymen lacked stirrups and high-cantled saddles, they all wore leather armor and leather helmets. This, too, was something learned from the Han tribe's caravans. Last winter, after Suritu's tribe parted ways with the Han caravan, he had witnessed how their armored cavalry could withstand the arrows of the grassland people. The idea had taken root in his mind. Making such armor wasn't difficult. It just required cutting rawhide into appropriate shapes and stringing them together with thread to form a garment. The only difference was that the Han tribe's leather armor was coated with several layers of lacquer, a material non-existent on the grasslands. So, Suritu could only have his people make the simplest form of leather armor. The tools were readily available. They had purchased a large number of iron scissors from Yufu, originally intended for shearing sheep, but they worked just as well for cutting cowhide. Punching holes in the armor was also easy. They had bought awls specifically for making shoes. The thin cords for lacing the armor could be spun from wool. And so, Suritu formed a unit of warriors in his tribe, all clad in cowhide armor. Their horse tack was the same as before, their bows were still simple self-bows, and their arrows still had bone and stone heads. However, by learning from the Han tribe, they had also mastered the correct way to fletch an arrow. With this force of 300 to 400 men, Suritu spent the long winter relentlessly raiding the weaker tribes around him. Because his troops were equipped with leather armor, they were able to minimize their own casualties in battle. Though it was substandard leather armor, it was a huge help to Suritu. In numerous clashes with other tribes, the armor played a decisive role. The enemy would often keep their distance, and when they came within range, both sides would loose their arrows. The result was predictable. The enemy's bone-tipped arrows could hardly penetrate their leather armor, while their own arrows inflicted heavy casualties on the enemy. Under these conditions, Suritu didn't rest all winter. He attacked every small tribe that wintered near his own, taking over 4,000 captives. Combined with his tribe's original population of over 1,000, Suritu now commanded over 6,000 pastoralists. However, adult men were still few. Most of the captives were women and children. In addition to the population, he had also seized a large number of livestock from the various tribes, over 20,000 head of cattle, horses, and sheep combined. Looking at the teeming herds in front and the long lines of slaves behind, Suritu smiled with satisfaction. See? Isn't this great? Why rob the Han tribe? Just by learning a few things from them, I can win countless spoils of war. Ha ha ha. His tribesmen looked at their chief, who was sitting on a cart, with confusion. They didn't know who he was talking to or why he was suddenly laughing so hard. But none of that mattered. The warriors on horseback were all happy. The battles last winter had not only brought great fortune to the tribe, but to them as well. Every man had received at least one woman. Who wouldn't be happy about that? Sigh? If only we could also get saddles and stirrups like the Han tribe. And it would be even better if we could get some metal weapons. That would be perfect, Suritu muttered to himself after his laughter subsided. He picked up a bowl of milk freshly squeezed by a slave, gulped it down, and looked at the silver bowl gleaming in the sun. A thought came to him. Getting weapons from the Han tribe is a lost cause. It's impossible to trade for them, and even if I could, they'd be absurdly expensive. I could never equip my warriors with them. But what about that not-so-powerful Exian tribe? Don't they also make metal things? I wonder if their tribe can make ironware. Suritu, determined to strengthen his tribe by learning from the Han, had realized that buying steel weapons from them was impossible. He now turned his sights to another trading tribe active on the grasslands, the Exian tribe, who also knew how to make metal goods. What Suritu didn't know was that the Exian tribe was not having a good time either. Late last autumn, the great chieftain of the Exian tribe, who had been eagerly awaiting the return of his caravan with a sample cart, was met not with the legendary ox cart capable of carrying hundreds of pounds of grain, but with a group of defeated soldiers who had lost even their own mounts. The large shipment of sea salt for trading cattle and horses was gone. The various grain seeds they had brought were also gone. Even the pack horses used to carry the goods were gone. The special force of over 100 men sent specifically to contact the Han caravan had been more than halved, fewer than 30 returned. And these men hadn't brought back a single cow or sheep. They hadn't even brought back their own mounts. They had walked all the way back. This was certainly not the outcome the great chieftain had wanted. He was furious. The lost supplies were no small amount. Although the salt and grain could be produced again, that would take time. And the extra men he had sent out were all dead. The great chieftain needed an explanation. The families of the dead also needed an explanation. Chieftain, that Han tribe is too tyrannical. Not only did they refuse to trade their carts for our seeds, but they also sent their warriors to kill our men and steal our goods. And that's not all. After killing our people, they threatened me, saying we are forbidden from selling white salt on the grasslands ever again. If they see us, they'll kill us on sight. Do you hear that? They have no respect for our Exian tribe at all. Great chieftain, you must avenge our people. Woo-woo. Listening to the tearful, snot-nosed accusations of the elderly trade elder, the great chieftain felt nothing but immense frustration. Finally, he sneered at the elder. Yes, We should avenge the dead. It was you who beat your chest and guaranteed that you would bring back the cart we wanted in exchange for the seeds. But what happened? Where did you lead them? Huh. The great chieftain slammed his palm on the bamboo tea table, sending the exquisite porcelain tea set flying. Then he roared, "Men, drag the trade elder out and chop him up. Hang his head, hands, feet, and torso on the tree outside. Tell the families of the dead that it was this bastard's fault. He's the one who failed to bring them back." The trade elder, who had been prostrate on the ground, weeping and righteously cursing the Han tribe, froze at the great chieftain's sentence. He immediately wet himself. No matter how much he begged, the great chieftain showed no mercy. Soon, the various parts of the trade elder were hanging from the largest tree in Clear Spring Valley. The families of the dead caravan members rushed over to claim pieces of the body, each taking a chunk of flesh back to offer as a sacrifice to their deceased relatives. The great chieftain was no fool. When something like this happened, he naturally had to find a scapegoat to appease the families of the dead. Besides, the idea of trading grain seeds for carts was the trade elder's own proposal. Who else was there to kill? Seek revenge on the Han tribe? Don't be ridiculous. Did they even know where the Han tribe was? So, for now, they could only slaughter the trade elder to vent everyone's anger. But while others might not know the full story, the great chieftain did. The ultimate culprit was still the Han tribe. Those people were too damn arrogant. It was one thing not to trade, but to kill his men and steal his goods? That was going too far. The more the great chieftain thought about it, the angrier he became. But there was no solution. Find the Han tribe and fight back? That wasn't realistic. But carts were too important to give up on. Of course, while the trade elder had been confidently promising to bring back a sample cart, the Ecchi tribe's own research department hadn't been idle. They had been trying to build a cart themselves and had made some progress. "Men, summon all the cart makers," the great chieftain ordered, his thoughts turning to them. Building a cart was not a simple task. It required the coordinated efforts of multiple departments. Now, after nearly half a year, the Ecchi tribe had indeed achieved some results. Soon, a group of people arrived before the great chieftain's bamboo house, bringing their research results with them. "Great chieftain, this is a cart with ceramic wheels that we fired from clay. It runs smoothly and can carry 4 bags of grain. However, it's very heavy, and the ceramic wheels break easily if they hit a hard rock," said the elder of tools, who was in charge of making various implements. He spoke cautiously. They had all heard about the trade elder being butchered and were now terrified. "If it's useless, why are you telling me about it? Wasting my time. Get out of my sight," the great chieftain barked. "Great chieftain, this 2-wheeled cart made entirely of wood also works. I built it based on the descriptions I heard. You can hitch a horse to the front to pull it. I just don't know if it's the same as the Han tribes," said a small leader involved in the cart making, pointing to a very crude wooden flatbed cart. "Oh, this cart is made entirely of wood. How did you do it?" the great chieftain asked, his interest piqued. "Oh, great chieftain, it was made with a new alloy tool we created." The 3 elders in charge of metallurgy immediately chimed in, eager to claim credit. "An alloy? That's right. These are the golden axes. We tried all 3 types of gold from our tribe, but none were as strong or as hard as the Han tribe's iron scissors. So we thought, maybe this iron gold is just inherently stronger than our 3 golds. So we tried remelting the iron and recasting it into an axe to use as a tool. It actually worked. The iron axe is incredibly sharp for chopping wood, several times better than our red gold. Unfortunately, we can't smelt iron ourselves, and we don't have nearly enough. So we wondered if we could melt the iron and add it to the red gold to see if the red gold would become harder after eating the iron. And it actually worked. This axe was made by melting iron and red gold together. Although it's not as sharp as a pure iron axe, it's not far off." Speaking of the tools used to make the wooden cart, the 3 elders in charge of smelting the 3 types of gold immediately began to show off their latest achievement to the great chieftain, an axe made of a copper iron alloy. The great chieftain was very interested in this axe, whose color was a bit lighter than the red gold, copper. He picked it up and swung it at a small tree nearby. With a solid thud, the blade bit deep into the wood, leaving a large gash. When he examined the blade, there was almost no visible damage. An axe like this was far superior to the pure copper axes the Ecchi tribe had made before. A pure copper axe would have been deformed by such a blow, and it wouldn't have made such a deep cut. But the thought that this was a copper iron alloy made the great chieftain frown again. "This alloy axe is good, but we can't smelt iron ourselves. and the Han tribe is unwilling to trade with us. If we can't produce it in large quantities, what's the use of this alloy? With that, the great chieftain waved his hand and tossed the axe onto the wooden cart. Chieftain, we thought of that problem too, the three elders said, proudly producing several gleaming yellow metal tools. So we tried fusing our tribe's own 3 golds together. We found that fusing white gold and red gold together is not much worse than this iron. This way, we can mass-produce alloy tools ourselves. There was not only an axe, but also a pair of scissors modeled after the Han tribe's design, and a short, golden sword. The great chieftain's interest was even more piqued. He tested each item, and in the end, he held onto the short sword, unwilling to let it go. This was made by melting white gold and red gold together? Yes, chieftain, but we don't know what to call this material yet. Also, we found that the alloy changes depending on the ratio of white gold to red gold. More white gold makes it harder, while less makes it softer. We're still experimenting to find the right proportion, the 3 elders replied. Not bad, not bad. With this, what do we need the Han tribe's iron for? From now on, we'll use this alloy to make our tools. By the way, since you don't know what to call it. Since it's made from white gold and red gold, let's just call it white-red gold. Pleased, the great chieftain immediately named the alloy. The elders quickly flattered him, praising his wisdom. Little did they know that their white-red gold was actually bronze, a material the Han tribe had already phased out. By a stroke of luck, the 3 elders of the Ecchi tribe had managed to stumble upon a bronze alloy. Of course, the stimulus from the Han tribe's ironware was only a contributing factor. The ultimate reason for this discovery was the Ecchi tribe's poor metal purification techniques. The copper they smelted had a high impurity content, which was also related to their inability to achieve high enough temperatures, indicating that their furnaces and bellows were inadequate. Similarly, their white gold was not pure either. Although it looked like silver, due to poor purification, the silver produced by the Ecchi tribe also contained some lead and tin. When they melted this with their red copper, they ended up creating a white-red gold containing copper, carbon, silver, lead, and tin. After examining the tools made by the 3 elders, the great chieftain turned his attention back to the wooden cart. The cart looked very peculiar. The most critical parts, the wheels, axle, and frame, were made of wood, while the less important flatbed was woven from thick bamboo strips. The wheel rim, spokes, and hub, as well as the axle and frame, were all hewn out with a hand axe, one piece at a time. Most of the parts were stick-like or strip-like. There wasn't a single flat wooden board on the entire vehicle. It had to be said that although they now had bronze alloy tools for chopping wood, they lacked the 2 essential carpenter's tools, the saw and the plane. The resulting cart was a testament to this. Not a single wooden part had a smooth, flat surface. They were all covered in the marks of axes and chisels. At the great chieftain's request, the team leader who had built the cart began to lead an ox to pull it. The cart moved forward, wobbling precariously, but at least it didn't fall apart. It was hard to say how long such a cart would last once loaded with goods. Seeing an ox-drawn cart for the first time, the great chieftain was filled with curiosity. He personally sat on the flatbed and had the team leader drive him around. After a lap around the valley, the cart miraculously remained intact. This delighted the onlookers, who all declared it a wonderful invention. They said they should make more of them, as it would make transporting anything much faster than before. The great chieftain naturally agreed and quickly asked the team leader, "How many days does it take to build one of these carts?" Reporting to the chieftain, "This cart has taken 8 lunar months to build. It was mainly because it was our first attempt, and we encountered many problems. No one had any experience, and we had never seen what a cart looks like, so it took a lot of extra time. If the chieftain wants to make an identical one, I think it would take about 5 lunar months. It takes that long." The great chieftain's good mood soured at the news. "Yes, chieftain. Even with these alloy axes, it's still laborious and time-consuming." But the Han tribe, when they heard a grassland tribe wanted to buy carts, brought dozens of large carts with them on their next trip. Although the ones they sold were 2-wheeled, they were still made incredibly fast. I think it must be related to their tools. They must have even more powerful iron tools. Like these scissors the Han tribe sold. They look like just 2 knives nailed together, nothing special. But this small change allows them to do things a knife can't. We used to have to cut animal hides with a knife, but now we have scissors. Since the Han tribe people are so clever, they must have all sorts of other useful tools, the team leader said eloquently. The great chieftain nodded, but then suddenly blurted out, But what does that have to do with us? What are you trying to say? The cart-making team leader immediately dropped to one knee and pleaded with his chieftain. Great chieftain, I am willing to lead a team to trade on the grasslands again. I will even agree to the Han tribe's conditions and only sell salt near the coast, where we can sell it at a higher price, no lower than the Han tribes. This doesn't harm us anyway, since the buyers are the grassland people. We don't have to be enemies with the Han tribe. As long as we can coexist with them on equal terms, as long as we can still contact the tribes on the grasslands, we can discover more of the Han tribe's wonderful things. Even if the Han tribe doesn't sell directly to us, we can learn more of their technology from the grasslands. We could even give the Han tribe some gifts and request to meet their chief to discuss trade between our two sides. We could go to their tribe, see with our own eyes how they live, what good things they have that we don't know about. If even one person can return from the Han tribe and remember what they saw, it would be a benefit to our entire tribe. Just like this cart. We used to carry things on our shoulders or with our hands, at most with a basket and a carrying pole. But now with carts, think of how much effort we can save in the future. This isn't just a small benefit. It's a huge advantage for everyone in the Ecchi tribe. I hope the chieftain will allow me to lead a team to the Han tribe. The team leader pleaded with great sincerity. The great chieftain listened without speaking for a long time, considering the feasibility of the proposal, the potential benefits, and the price he would have to pay. After a long period of thought, the great chieftain finally looked at the team leader kneeling at his feet and said noncommittally, I remember you were the one who brought back the news from the grasslands that the Han tribe had carts that could be pulled by oxen and horses and carry heavy loads, right? And you were the first to suggest building a cart, weren't you? Reporting to the chieftain, yes, I brought back the news about the carts and the other good things the Han tribe sells on the grasslands. That's what led to the trade elder's expedition to trade for a cart. The team leader replied immediately. But when the trade elder went, the Han tribe's caravan was unwilling to trade with us. Instead, they killed our men and stole our goods. The elder couldn't accomplish the task. What makes you think you can? And aren't you afraid of dying out there like the last group? The great chieftain asked again. Reporting to the chieftain, as long as I can bring more powerful skills and tools to the tribe, even death is worth it. My only fear is that I won't be able to learn enough amazing things to bring back and present to you and our kin in the Ecchi tribe. Hearing such a passionate declaration, the great chieftain was moved. Yes, he thought, the failure last time, the heavy losses, it must have been that useless trade elder's fault. Look at this young team leader under him. Not only did he bring back news of so many of the Han tribe's goods, but he also brought back the news of their carts. He even managed to build a functional ox cart based on hearsay alone, without ever having seen one. He's so much more capable than that trade elder. Maybe sending this kid will actually yield some results. Just as he said, even learning one technique that's better than ours would be worth it. With that thought, the great chieftain hesitated no longer. He personally helped the team leader to his feet. What is your name? Reporting to the chieftain, my name is Nyo Wei. Ha 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 ha, that's a good name. An ox's tail is always moving. It suits you. You don't like to be idle. In that case, you will lead a team to the grasslands again. See if you can find your way to the Han tribe settlement. You were originally a team leader under the trade elder. Now that I've butchered that old fool, I will make you the new trade elder. I hope you won't disappoint me and will truly do as you've said. You can make your own arrangements and decide how many men you need. Just inform me before you leave, the great chieftain said, clapping Nyo Wei on the shoulder encouragingly. Thank you, chieftain. I will begin preparations immediately and will not let you down. He had only wanted to go to the Han tribe to broaden his horizons, but he had unexpectedly been appointed the new trade elder by the great chieftain. This was a leap into the tribe's core circle of power. Nyo Wei was overcome with excitement and bowed in gratitude. But once he calmed down, Nyo Wei understood the reality of his situation. What was this trade elder position worth? The last one had been dead for less than a day, dismembered by the chieftain's axe, and hung on a tree to dry. If he also came back with nothing, he would surely suffer the same fate. Besides, according to the survivors from the last trip, the Han tribe was extremely unreasonable, and their warriors were absurdly strong. He didn't even know if he would make it back alive this time. Thinking about all this now was pointless. Having made up his mind, Nyo Wei began to select his team members and prepare the goods and gifts for the journey. The preparations, however, did not go smoothly. The material preparations were fine. With the great chieftain's support, no one dared to object, and he got whatever he asked for. But selecting the team members was a problem. Over 100 men had gone out last time, and fewer than 30 had returned, all of them half dead. There was also the risk of being executed by the great chieftain. There was no guarantee of any reward for going. As a result, very few people were willing to follow Niu Wei to the grasslands to seek their fortune or their death. But Niu Wei had his own methods. For anyone willing to go with him, he directly gave their families a settlement payment, essentially in advance on their death benefits. He was buying their lives. This tactic managed to attract some hot-headed youths from poor families who had nothing to lose, as well as some of his old comrades who had been to the grasslands with him before. In the end, he managed to assemble a team of 40 men. In early spring, on the last day of the first month of the new year, after bidding farewell to the great chieftain, Niu Wei resolutely led his team across the reef connecting their bamboo island to the mainland. He walked steadfastly towards that legendary civilized nation. This time, he wanted to see it for himself. In the 4th year of Han Feng's arrival in this world, on the first day of the 2nd month of spring, the spring planting for the entire tribe was complete. The spring wheat had been sown and had sprouted tender green shoots. The corn had grown into trumpet-shaped seedlings. The rice paddies had been transplanted. A scene of vibrant life filled the farmlands of the Han tribe's 3 commanderies. In the half-month since returning from his water management project, Han Feng had not been idle. He had formulated a land reform plan, a government administration system, tax rates, and a future development strategy for the tribe. Now that the spring planting was done, it was time to officially implement these rules and laws. To coincide with this reform, the first chapter of The Rights of Han, a book Han Feng had been planning, was finally written. The 20 ranks of merit of the great Han Empire. In his past life, Han Feng was not a history expert. He had only heard that the Qin and Han dynasties had a 20-rank system of military merit. But he knew nothing about the specific social status or responsibilities of those ranks. He only remembered a few of the titles, and not even all of them. But that didn't matter. Blindly copying someone else's rules was unreliable. Every civilization had its unique background and social environment. Even if he copied it directly, it might not be suitable. So, Han Feng had to rely on his limited memory and the actual situation of the Han tribe to create a unique 20-rank merit system for this world's Han tribe. Rank 0, the lowest level, commoners without a title. The Han tribe called them Baixing, common people. In the Qin dynasty, they were called Qinshou, blackheads, because they wrapped their top knots with a piece of black cloth. It was easy to understand, and Han Feng planned to do the same. Rank 1, Gongshi, public servant. This meant one had begun to serve the state and was no longer a commoner. With the title came the responsibility to contribute to the public good, hence, public servant. Upon receiving the rank of Gongshi, the black cloth for the top knot was replaced with a brown one. They were granted 20 mu of land, essentially a free plot for one person. However, this land was still subject to tax. The surplus grain could be exchanged for money, or they could grow other things, provided they produced enough grain to pay their taxes. In terms of social status, a first-rank Gongshi could serve as a squad leader, managing the 4 neighboring households. During labor conscription, they could be a temporary deputy squad leader or a village bailiff. Rank 2, Danjin, crimson kerchief. As the name implied, the brown cloth on their head was replaced with a dark red one. They were granted an additional 20 mu of land. They could serve as a platoon leader, managing 9 neighbors. In military service, they could be a squad leader or a minor official in a town. Rank 3, Shanzhua, good craftsman. This meant being skilled at something. For example, being a good farmer with high yields and few pests, or a skilled carpenter or blacksmith. As long as one stood out from the crowd and was regarded as a master craftsman by others, they could receive the rank of Shanzhua. The benefit was another 20 mu of land. In government, they could be a proper official in a township. In the military, they could be a deputy company commander. Their headwear was no longer a piece of cloth, but a wooden hair clasp. Rank 4, Zizhua, wise craftsman. The meaning was also clear. This rank couldn't be obtained just by being good at something. One had to not only be skilled, but also use their brain. It was a rank specifically designed to encourage invention and creation. To become a Zizhua, one could submit a useful invention to the state. Once verified, the title would be granted immediately. If you weren't an inventor, that was fine too. If you knew about herbs, you could discover a medicinal herb and receive the title after submitting it. Or if you were a farmer and discovered a new wild grain that you cultivated into a domestic crop, you could also receive the title after submitting it. The establishment of this rank was very important. It was Han Feng's way of encouraging the people to contribute to the tribe and to cultivate a spirit of enterprise in the nation. Han Feng had taught them a lot of science and technology, but that was no reason for them to rest on their laurels. What if Han Feng died in the future? Would the great Han stagnate, or even regress? That was absolutely unacceptable. To cultivate a national spirit of enterprise, Han Feng had to encourage the people to actively use their minds to invent, regardless of the industry. As long as it was useful, a title would be granted. The headwear for a jizwa changed from a wooden hair clasp to a leather one. The benefit was another 20 mu of land. At this level, they were exempt from labor conscription. In government, they could be a minor official in a county at the level of a department clerk. In the military, they could be a company commander. Rank 5, Gusho Firm Head. The headwear was a leather hair clasp with a wooden hairpin to secure the top knot, hence firm head. The meaning was to remind the title holder to be steadfast, upright, and diligent in their work. The benefit was another 20 mu of land. In government, they could be a county-level department head. In the military, a deputy battalion commander. Rank 6, Gus Hen Firm Body. This was a reminder to the title holder to be steady and dignified, and not to forget their original intentions. The headwear was a leather hair clasp with a hairpin made of translucent antelope horn. The benefit was an additional ching of land, which was 100 mu. In government, they could be a deputy county magistrate. In the military, they could be a battalion commander in charge of several companies. Rank 7, Guban Firm Foundation. This was to remember that the nation was founded on agriculture. At this level, one could become a county magistrate, so they had to remember their responsibility to develop agriculture and govern the people. The headwear was still a leather hair clasp, but with a bronze hairpin shaped like a hoe, to constantly remind the title holder of their agricultural roots. The benefit was another ching of land. By this point, a person would have over 300 mu of land. Besides supporting their own family, they were also allowed to support retainers like a secretary or an advisor, essentially the county magistrate's private secretary, for whom the state did not pay a salary. In the military, this rank could be a battalion political officer responsible for logistics, intelligence, the soldiers' morale, and military law when not in battle, with more power than the military commander. Rank 8, Xiaoyu Junior Instructor. The headwear was a board-like crown, shaped like an open book, with a silver hairpin. The headwear itself indicated the job. In government, they could be a minor official at the commandery level or a county school principal, in charge of a county's education. In the military, they would be a deputy pass commander, equivalent to a deputy regimental commander. The benefit was another ching of land, bringing the total to over 400 mu. If they had many children, it could even exceed 500 mu. Rank 9, Shanyu, Good Instructor. A long board-like crown with a silver hairpin. In government, they could be a department head at the commandery level or a commandery school principal, in charge of a commandery's education. In the military, they would be a pass commander, equivalent to a regimental commander. The benefit was still another ching of land, bringing the total to around 500 mu. Rank 10, Shaoyong, Junior Pillar. This meant that receiving this title made one a pillar of the state. They could hold the position of a commandery governor or a pass political officer, equivalent to a regimental political commissar. At the rank of Shaoyong, they officially began to wear the Liangguan beam cap. Their rank could be seen directly from their hat. The benefit was another ching of land, bringing the total to around 600 mu. The 20-rank system Han Feng established had a clear dividing line at the 10th rank. A junior pillar at rank 10 could serve as a commandery governor, the pinnacle of local officialdom. From the 11th rank onward, one would truly enter the halls of power, the central imperial court. Rank 11, Dafu, Grandmaster, wore a beam cap, could serve as a minor official in the central government. In the military, could be a deputy brigade commander. The benefit was still an additional ching of land. Rank 12, Shaoyin, Junior Aide, meant to assist. At this rank, one could serve as a deputy in various directorates, such as the Directorate of Education, Ministry of Education, the Bureau of Astronomy, National Astronomical Observatory, the Directorate of Waterways, Ministry of Water Resources, the Directorate of the Imperial Treasury, Central Bank, or the Directorate of Armaments. In the military, one could be a brigade staff officer, a deputy brigade-level military commander responsible for military law, training, and strategy. Rank 13, Zhengchun, True Minister. Could serve as the head of a directorate, a clerk in a ministry, or a censor in the censorate, which was equivalent to a central disciplinary committee and supreme prosecutor's office. In the military, could be a brigade commander, a full brigade-level military commander with at least 1,000 men under him. Rank 14, Shaoqing, junior minister. Could serve as a deputy to one of the 9 ministers, such as the Deputy Minister of Justice, Supreme Court, Deputy Minister of Ceremonies, Foreign Ministry, or Deputy Minister of Agriculture, responsible for agricultural science and supplying the imperial household. Besides these positions, a junior minister could also be a department head within a ministry, managing specific affairs, like the head of household registration under the Ministry of Revenue, reporting only to the minister and vice minister. In the military, this rank could be a brigade political commissar, responsible for propaganda, ideological guidance, intelligence, logistics, and so on. Rank 15, Shangqing, high minister. Could serve as the head of one of the 9 ministries or a department head in a ministry. The benefit was still an additional qing of land. From this rank onward, the benefits represented another watershed. In the military, this rank could be a detached general. This position didn't normally exist, but would be temporarily appointed during a specific war. They could lead one or more brigades to act independently as needed, such as the general of the vanguard or the general of a flanking force. From rank 16 to 20, the system split into civil and military tracks. The titles were Shangzhou, Baron, Sha Shangzhou, Viscount, De Shangzhou, Earl, Shaozai, Marquis, and Taizai, Duke. For these 5 highest ranks, the benefits were determined on a case-by-case basis. A baron at rank 16 had no fiefdom but could be granted a few more qing of land at the emperor's discretion. A military baron could be granted an honorific title, but not one based on a place name. The 4 ranks from viscount to duke could have fiefdoms, or they could be nominal, granting only a title and other rewards without actual land. An actual fiefdom would not be large, generally at the township or county level, and never exceeding a county. The holder of a fiefdom could enjoy half of the agricultural tax revenue from their land, but had no administrative power over it. The officials within the fiefdom were still appointed by the state, and all decrees were consistent with the imperial court. Any enfeoffed noble who privately altered local decrees was considered to be committing treason. As for the civil service, ranks 16 to 18, baron, viscount, and earl, comprised the main officials of the 6 ministries. The highest, an earl, could serve as a minister of one of the 6 ministries. The final 2 ranks, marquis and duke, could be considered grand counselors or chancellors of the left and right. However, for an emperor who ruled directly and held centralized power, as long as Han Feng was alive, he would not establish these 2 positions. First, it was unnecessary. With the 6 ministries to assist him, Han Feng could manage. Second, there was no one with the talent for it. In the current Han tribe, besides Han Feng himself, no one had the ability to manage the entire tribe alone. What was a chancellor? A chancellor was the emperor's deputy, an assisting minister. When the emperor was too busy, or when the old emperor died and the new one was too young to rule, the chancellor had to lead the entire country. Truly one person below the emperor and above all others, they could manage everything in the country except the imperial family. This power was too great, and Han Feng was not yet willing to delegate it. However, he could start grooming 1 or 2 such talents in advance, so that if he were to die, he could appoint them as chancellors of the left and right to assist his child. Alternatively, he could take a middle path. When the 2nd-generation emperor ascended the throne, the entire Grand Council could assist him. The main task of the Grand Council would be to review memorials sent from all over the country. The Grand Councilors would read them first, write their opinions, and then send them to the emperor. If the emperor saw no problem, he would simply draw a circle with a red pen, indicating his approval of the Grand Council's recommendation. This way, half the power to rule the realm would still be in the emperor's hands, and he would have the final say. If the emperor disagreed with the Grand Council's recommendation, he could summon the councilors for a discussion. This model was very suitable for a successor emperor, but for a founding emperor like Han Feng, it was completely unnecessary. Who in this world knew more about governing a country than he did? For these 20 ranks, the first 3 were granted by the county-level administrative head after verifying merit, and had to be recorded and reported to the central government at the end of the year. Ranks 4 to 6 were granted by the commandery-level administrative head. For ranks 7 and above, the person's merits had to be reported to the central government for review and approval. Ranks below 10 could be inherited for 3 generations, dropping 1 rank with each generation. Ranks 10 and above could be inherited for 5 generations, also dropping 1 rank each time, until they eventually became commoners again. The benefit of this was to prevent the number of title holders from growing uncontrollably as the empire aged and the population increased, which could lead to a shortage of land to grant or a devaluation of the titles. He didn't want a situation where grandmasters were as common as dogs and earls were everywhere, diminishing the common people's desire for titles. Another important reason was to prevent people from occupying positions without deserving them. A father might have earned his title through merit, but his sons and grandsons could be useless fools. If the title were hereditary forever, it would be a waste of the benefits. Land was limited. It was better to give it to those who were capable. It was about making the best use of resources. This was just one part of the rights of Han. The chapter on merit ranks alone was this complex, but it was essential. It was the foundation for the normal functioning of a state. On the first day of the second month of spring, Han Feng came to the flagpole platform in the plaza. Although this event was not a sacrificial ceremony, it was no less important. Several large wooden boards had been erected in the plaza early on, displaying the various ranks Han Feng had established. On a large table next to them was a pile of headwear corresponding to each rank. Han Feng was not the main character of this event. He sat to the side as a guest. The entire event was presided over by the magistrate of Hanyang County. First, a coming-of-age ceremony was held for the several hundred young men and women who had just reached adulthood this spring. They were given the black headscarves representing commoners, and then the young people were left to find partners. Next was to educate the several hundred household heads of Hanyang City about the ranks, the specifics of private land ownership, the future militarized management, and the civic duties of paying taxes and performing service. Once they had a basic understanding of these things, the main theme of the meeting was announced: the migration order. Fellow tribesmen, by order of the chief, this year we will be selecting 300 households from the residents of Hanyang City to relocate to the newly built Ryong Commandery and Fuma Pass. The chief said that you may be unwilling to move to a new city, but don't worry, because the tribe will provide compensation for those who relocate. As soon as the magistrate said this, a buzz of discussion erupted from the crowd below. What? I thought this was supposed to be good news. Why are we suddenly being told to move to another city? A new city, he says. It's just a barren wasteland with nothing there. If we move, we'll have to start from scratch all over again. When will that ever be finished? Exactly. I still think my home here is comfortable. It's a bit small, but I've lived here for years. If I move to a new city, I might have to live in a grass hut. The people below chattered among themselves, but most were unwilling to move. The residents of this first city of the Han tribe had their pride. Even if this city was shabbier than the new ones, it was one they had built with their own hands. A dog doesn't despise its own poor home. How could they despise the home they had built themselves? Listen up. Anyone willing to relocate to these 2 new cities will be granted the first rank, have their agricultural tax halved for the first 3 years, only paying a 20% tax per mu of land, and can borrow cattle and horses from the government for free. Those willing to move can come here and register with me immediately. Just as the crowd was still murmuring, the Hanyang magistrate dropped the next bombshell. This time, instead of quieting down, the discussion grew even more heated. Hey, did you hear that? Those who are willing to move will be granted the first rank. We can become gongshi. What's so good about being a gongshi? Can you eat it or drink it? I still think it's more comfortable to stay here in the old city. How do you still not get it? Didn't the chief and the magistrate just say that from now on, the tribe won't be distributing food anymore? Everyone can get their own land from the magistrate based on their household registration. The grain you grow yourself, you can keep at home. You just have to give a small portion to the tribe, and you can eat the rest whenever you want, as much as you want. It's not like before when the tribe divided everything equally. Yeah, but what does that have to do with moving to a new city and living in a grass hut? Of course it has something to do with it. Didn't the magistrate say? If you're willing to move, you get the first rank, and your grain tax is halved for 3 years. You can even borrow cattle and horses for farming for free. Getting the rank of gongshi means you get an extra 20 mu of land. Think of how much more grain you can harvest. And you give half as much to the tribe. For 3 years. Think of how much grain you can save. Then, if you can't eat all that grain, you can save it up or trade it for other things. Like trading the grain for the money the chief talked about, and then using the money to buy meat, or chicks, lambs, and piglets. Then your family can raise more livestock and eat eggs and meat every day. And the more livestock you raise, the more manure you get. Once it's composted, you can put it on the fields and make the grain grow even better. With so many good things on the table, if you don't go, I will. I'm going to go sign up first. After saying this, the man immediately squeezed out of the crowd and ran to the magistrate to register. This speech, of course, was something Han Feng had instructed people to say. He knew very well that with private ownership just being introduced, although the relocation compensation seemed generous, not many people would understand its true value. That's why Han Feng had planted some shills in the crowd, mainly to explain the benefits clearly, not to incite them to move. As for granting 300 gongshi titles at once, Han Feng didn't care in the slightest. These 300 people would be split into two groups, one for the new city of Ruyang and one for Fuma Pass. The total population of the two places was nearly 20,000. What were 300 gongshi among 20,000 people? Besides, the titles were well-deserved. All the residents of Hanyang City had enough merit to be promoted one rank. After all, they had built the entire city, which took a full 3 years. Even if they had no great achievements, their accumulated hard work was enough for a collective promotion. Han Feng's shills did their job effectively, spreading the word about the benefits of having a title. The reactions from the crowd varied. Some people disliked private ownership because they were lazy. Under the communal system, although it wasn't a big pot of rice, food was still distributed by the tribe. Even if they slacked off a bit, they wouldn't get less food. But after the land was divided, if they were lazy, they would really starve. Another group was more ambitious. These were people with personal desires. They longed for their own property and strongly supported the chief's slogan of divide the land, grow your own grain, and eat your own food. But that wasn't the main reason. The most important thing was that surplus grain could be exchanged for money, and money could be used to buy all sorts of other things. Everyone had different ideas. Some women told their husbands to save up grain, and once they had enough, they could hire a carpenter to build a loom for their family. Then they could weave their own clothes, and even sell the surplus cloth for other things. Some families had many children and thus more land. It was too tiring for 1 or 2 people to farm, so they wanted to save up grain, sell it for money, and buy a cow or a couple of donkeys to help with the farm work. There were also meat lovers who wanted to sell their surplus grain for piglets and lambs, so they could have meat with every meal. Some found the houses in Hanyang City too cramped. They heard that the residential plots in the new cities were larger, and with the rank of gongshi, the plots would be even bigger. So, some people joined the migration for this reason. As long as people had desires, had self-interest, and wanted to accumulate things for their families, they would naturally step forward. This had its pros and cons, but Han Feng felt the pros far outweighed the cons. Self-interest could create desire, and desire would lead to competition. Healthy competition was not only harmless, but could also promote collective progress. Besides, Han Feng had provided them with so many channels for advancement. There was no reason for anyone to cause trouble. On the day of the event, driven by various personal desires, ambitions, and the promise of benefits, the 300 households Han Feng needed for the new cities were quickly assembled. In addition to these 300 newly minted gongshi, several higher-ranking titles were also awarded. For example, Shuda, Shoya, and Shuetu were all promoted to the 6th rank, Gushen. They were dispatched to various locations to handle military affairs. Shuda was sent to the newly established Ruyang Commandery with orders to form a new garrison. Shoya, as one of Han Feng's own kin and a completely reliable confidant, was sent to Luoyang Commandery. The population there was more diverse and complex, requiring Shoya's presence to maintain order. His mission was also to form a new local garrison. Shuetu had been with the Han tribe for 2 years. His previous tribe had been wiped out, and his wife and children had died in the Fire Tribe's invasion. He had since found 2 new women in the Han tribe and had a child who was almost a year old. He had been serving as Shu Da's deputy and was now ready to command on his own. Han Feng sent him to garrison Fuma Pass as the local military commander. The former company commanders were also promoted to other positions. The cavalry commander, Chai Duo, and the saber and shield infantry commander, Humant Song, were left to guard Hanyang County. The spear infantry commander, Shi Lu, and the archer commander, Tan Jian, were ordered to form a new army and continue expanding westward. Their mission was to protect a new market outpost on the large plain between Tugu Ridge and the Western Forest. The strategic objectives were twofold. First, to continue expanding outward and establish a new county, and second, to bring the entire West Mountain Range under the defensive perimeter of Hanyang Commandery. This would place the salt mine on West Mountain firmly under the Han tribe's control. They were very familiar with that location. It was where Han Feng had bought several hundred of their people at the Rushing Water Valley Spring Festival 3 years ago. They had returned through that very spot and had even helped repel the Fire Tribe's attack on Tugu Ridge. The row of scarecrows left from that battle 3 years ago was still visible as a line of wooden stakes. The straw figures had long since been burned away by the Fire Tribe. In addition to these military arrangements, a large number of Shanzhua and Jizhua titles were awarded to the skilled craftsmen of Hanyang City. The cripple who managed the kills, De Zue from metallurgy, Shang from the textile workshop, and Mu Tong from the woodworking workshop were all granted the 4th rank of Jizhua. Several of their outstanding apprentices were awarded the rank of Shanzhua. The former chief of the Snake Tribe, Shi, was directly granted the 5th rank of Gusho. The reason given was that the Snake Tribe had contributed knowledge of various medicinal herbs, and their accumulated merit was worthy of the rank. No one objected. In fact, they were somewhat envious. Of course, the title was not given for free. Immediately after awarding it, Han Feng gave Chief Shi a new order to continue searching for useful medicinal herbs and to accumulate experience for the Han tribe's medical development. As for whether they might poison themselves while testing herbs, Han Feng wasn't concerned in the slightest. The titles might seem glorious now, but they were not easily earned. To gain a title, one had to pay a price. Over the next few days, the 2,500 households migrating from Luoyang Commandery arrived in Hanyang City one after another. However, this was just a transit point. After a brief rest in Hanyang, 500 households, about 2,000 people, were separated from the group. They, along with 100 households from Hanyang and the 100 households of the newly subdued Nian tribe, a total of about 3,000 people, set out for Fuma Pass. There, they would reclaim farmland and build the new Fuma Pass county seat. Another 1,000 households, about 4,000 people, along with the other 100 households of the Nian tribe and 100 households from Hanyang, a total of about 5,500 people, set out for Riyang Commandery. They would join the 1,000-plus people from the Gaoshan and Yu tribes already stationed there, bringing the total population to about 7,000. Together, they would build Riyang Commandery. The new city of Riyang was 1 kilometer on each side, nearly 6 times larger than Hanyang City. With too few people, construction would be too slow, which was why so many people were being mobilized. Of the 2,500 households from Luoyang, 1,000 remained. Han Feng took another 500 households from them, plus 100 households migrating from Hanyang, a total of about 2,500 people. Under the leadership of Tan Jian and Shi Lu, they went to garrison the small plain below Tugu Ridge. There, they would establish a new market and a labor market to attract the wild people from outside to help them build a new county seat. This new county below Tugu Ridge was named Danshan County by Han Feng. It was located in the westernmost part of the Han tribe's territory, and the surrounding terrain was open. In the evening, one could often see the sky filled with red clouds that bathed the nearby Tugu Ridge in a crimson glow, hence the name Danshan, Cinnabar Mountain. The market there was called Danshan Market. This left 500 households, about 2,000 people, from the 2,500 brought by Deshu. These people also needed to be settled. After some thought, Han Feng decided to split them in half. 1,000 people were sent to the former Bian tribe settlement, 30 kilometers southwest of Hanyang City. There were still several thousand mu of rami fields there that needed to be harvested every year. Now that they had more people, Han Feng simply established a new county there, named Matian County, Hempfield County. Establishing a county with only 1,000 people was a bit small, but that was fine. In another month at most, the 2 northern tribal alliances, with a combined population of over 4,000, would arrive. He could then take 2,000 people from them and send them over. That would bring the initial population of Matian County to 3,000, enough to build the new city. The final 250 households, about 1,000 people, were sent back to the east bank of the river by Han Feng. However, they were not returning to Luoyang Commandery, but were sent to a location 20 kilometers northeast of the former Black Rat tribe's territory. This place had no special resources, but its geographical location was extremely important. A 3-day walk to the east would take you to Luoyang Commandery, a 3-day walk to the west to Hanyang Commandery, a 3-day walk to the southwest to Riyang Commandery, and a 3-day walk to the northeast through the dark forest to the Babeo mountain mine. It was located right in the middle of these 4 places. It would be a waste not to build a city there. In fact, Han Feng had been to this place before, when he was scouting for a location for the new city of Luoyang. Luoyang Commandery was too far from Hanyang Commandery, over 100 kilometers, a 6 or 7 day walk. Even for a field army marching at a rapid pace of 40 to 50 kilometers a day, it would take 2 or 3 days, making communication between the two commanderies very inconvenient. At the time, Han Feng had planned to set up a post station between the two places, and that post station was exactly at this location. He had personally surveyed the area. To the north was a wide, gentle slope, with the dark forest at the top. To the south of the slope was the Luoyang Plain, with forests, grasslands, and shrubs. The area below the slope was more open. There was originally an animal trail there, a path gradually formed by the frequent passage of wild animals. After being trampled by horses and carts, it had become a dirt road capable of accommodating vehicles, serving as the main artery connecting Luoyang and Hanyang commanderies. On the slope, there were several streams flowing through the dark forest. Although the water volume was not large, they flowed year-round. The Shu had told him about the location of these streams during the initial survey. The Shu tribe used to live in the dark forest and was naturally very familiar with the environment. By building a city here, they could dig canals to divert the streams, open up farmland on the gentle slope. Rice paddies were not convenient on the mountain, but corn would be fine, and with a water source, proximity to the main road, and a nearby forest for firewood, it could easily support a few thousand people. It was a perfect place to establish a county. Considering the main purpose of this county, Han Feng named it Sitong County, Four-Way Pass County, signifying its accessibility from all directions. It could provide a resting place for travelers. The initial construction force would be the remaining 1,000 people. A month later, 2,000 people would be drawn from the southward migrating tribal alliance, bringing the total to 3,000 for the first batch of builders. But a new county needed someone in charge. After some thought, Han Feng sent Hu Mansong and Chai Duo, who were stationed in Hanyang, to Matian County and Sitong County, respectively, to oversee the military and political affairs of the two places. As for the defense of Hanyang City, it was no longer necessary. A few gatekeepers would suffice. To the west was Danshan County, to the southwest was Matian County, to the north was Fuma Pass, to the east was Sitong County, and to the south, half an hour away by water, was Riyang Commandery. It was impossible for an enemy to attack Hanyang City directly. Even if an enemy managed to slip through the gaps and reach the vicinity of Hanyang, as long as the city kept its gates closed and sent a hawk to contact the surrounding counties for reinforcements, they could encircle the enemy and attack from the center. With the surrounding counties of Danshan, Matian, Fuma Pass, and Sitong acting as the four main gates of Hanyang City, and with Hanyang's own high walls and deep moats. Other cities had rammed earth walls, but Hanyang's were brick-faced. Even if an enemy were allowed to attack, they would not be able to break in easily. In this era, such a city was practically invincible. For the next month, the entire second month of spring, various departments were in constant motion. Nearly 20,000 people gathered in Hanyang City, received various construction materials and personnel, and then set out again for their new homes. The relocated populations successfully arrived at their respective new county sites by the middle of the second month. It was not too late to plant crops at this time. If they could reclaim the land quickly, they could harvest at least 2 seasons of grain this year, enough for each location to be self-sufficient. Their initial food supply would be provided by Hanyang and Luoyang commanderies. In 3 or 4 months, by summer, they would be able to eat the grain they had grown themselves. In the late second month of spring, during this tense yet peaceful period, the two tribal alliances from the north finally arrived. A mighty force of over 4,000 people, along with various yaks, wild donkeys, and other livestock, came before Han Feng in Hanyang City. But they brought with them not so good news and a group of battered and exhausted people. Great Son of Heaven, on our journey south this spring, we encountered a force of cannibals again. There were over 1,000 of them, all men. We couldn't fight them, so we had to flee south. Fortunately, we have many livestock, and our people are skilled riders, so we managed to shake them off for now. But we don't know if they will follow us. I think it's very likely. After all, with several thousand people migrating and so many livestock, we must have left a clear trail. The Son of Heaven must prepare early, or the enemy might be upon us before we know it. The two alliance leaders nervously explained the situation to Han Feng. This news surprised Han Feng. Last year, he had specifically sent Yu Yi north to scout, and the result was that they had not found the giant ape's location, nor had they seen any cannibal forces attacking other tribes. They had been lucky, circling the periphery of the cannibal territory and returning. Thinking back now, it did seem a bit strange. For the entire past year, the cannibals had not been active around the Han tribe's territory. Could it be that after several failed attacks and heavy losses, they had decided to lie low and focus on rebuilding, not daring to challenge Han Feng directly? The more Han Feng thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Why else would the enemy, who clearly knew about a tribe called the Han tribe with bows, arrows, and saber and shield soldiers, not venture south, but instead remain active in the north, even targeting this migrating group? They had degenerated from land-conquering desperados to common highway robbers. But no matter how much Han Feng looked down on them, he still had to take precautions. He first sent a message by hawk to all the commanderies and counties, warning them that a large cannibal army might be heading south and telling them to prepare their defenses. At the same time, they were to organize patrols around each county to prevent a surprise attack. With the defenses in place, he couldn't neglect offensive action. Han Feng sent Yu Yi out again, this time with a small cavalry squad. They were to act as scouts, heading north from Fuma Pass to search for traces of the cannibals. If possible, they were to kill some of the cannibals' totem warriors, provoke them, and then lure them towards Fuma Pass. Although the county seat at Fuma Pass was not yet built, the two separate walls had been completed during the winter. The two high walls, together with the towering stone cliffs on either side, formed an urn city that was now fully operational for combat. An urn city was not meant to stop an enemy, but, as its name suggested, to lure them into a trap. The idea was to trick the enemy into entering, then shut the gate and beat them senseless. This was Han Feng's initial battle plan. The strategic objective was not to kill as many as possible, but to capture as many prisoners as possible. These were all prime laborers. They only needed to be fed twice a day and given 2 sets of clothes, with no wages. They could do all the dirty and tiring work. Killing them was easy, but capturing them was difficult. He didn't know if this operational objective could be achieved, but he hoped to capture more slaves this time. The Han tribe had far too much work to do. Yu Yi led a cavalry squad out through the northern pass. The scouts would split up and reconnoiter in several directions, but their primary route would follow the path the 2 tribal alliances had taken on their journey south. If the enemy was indeed tailing them, it was highly likely they were following their tracks. Back at the Hanyang headquarters, Han Feng was not idle. He immediately dispatched a convoy of carts to Fuma Pass, carrying a large shipment of wooden planks and various weapons, mostly wooden shields, long spears, and engineering shovels. Crafting goosequill sabers was too slow. Even with the wind-powered automatic forging hammer, they simply didn't have enough experienced blacksmiths. Thus, the engineering shovel, a simple, easy-to-make, multifunctional tool, became the most suitable short-range weapon for rapid deployment. It could even be used like an axe for chopping, which made it much easier for new recruits accustomed to stone axes to master than the Han tribe's goosequill sabers. It required almost no training. In addition, he sent reinforcements to Fuma Pass. Most of his previous forces had been assigned elsewhere, so he directly drew men from the newly arrived tribal alliances. He organized all the able-bodied young men from the alliances into 2 units. One was sent directly to Fuma Pass as support, while the other remained in Hanyang as a mobile force. This way, if the enemy wasn't lured to Fuma Pass but attacked from another direction, he could use this unit for emergency reinforcement. The instructors for these 2 temporary units were the warriors from the 2 small squads previously sent to the alliances. They had lived with the alliances for half a year, so language was no longer an issue. They could understand Han Feng's commands and communicate with their men without any barriers, avoiding the awkward situation of a general not knowing his soldiers. The leadership of the 2 alliances was very cooperative with Han Feng's arrangements, without a hint of doubt. This was because Han Feng held a special place in their hearts. Many of the northern tribes were firm believers in the stone tablet prophecy, and they believed that Han Feng was the son of heaven prophesied to lead them to victory over their enemies. While the Han tribe was busy mobilizing troops and building new cities, the great rear of Riyang Commandery began to actively cultivate their fields to produce grain. Starting this year, the 7,000-plus people in this commandery had to become self-sufficient and could no longer rely on aid from Hanyang. But in contrast to the Han tribe, which was on the brink of war, the coastal area at the southern edge of the grasslands was a picture of peace. The new trade elder of the Exine tribe, Niu Wei, and his party had just crossed the strait and arrived near the grasslands when they were ambushed. Their assailants were none other than the Snowfield Wolf tribe, the very same tribe that had been incited by the previous trade elder last year to attack the Han tribe's caravan, only to lose both men and goods and get plundered by the Han tribe in return. Their logic was simple. Since they couldn't beat the Han tribe right now, the Ecchi tribe would have to take the blame. To their surprise, however, this new trade elder, Niue, was very cooperative. He meekly raised his hands in surrender and offered the large amount of sea salt and livestock his party was carrying as compensation. Not only that, Niue showed none of the arrogance expected of a great elder from a tribe of tens of thousands. He humbly apologized to the Snowfield Wolf tribe. Of course, he wasn't about to take the fall himself. With a complete lack of integrity, Niue pushed all the blame for inciting them to rob the Han caravan, which led to their own misfortune, onto his deceased predecessor. He claimed that his tribe's great chieftain had already punished the man, had him dismembered, and had sent him personally to apologize to the Snowfield Wolf tribe. Seeing Niue's sincere apology, the Snowfield Wolf tribe didn't kill them outright. After all, you don't hit a smiling face. But a little extortion was still in order. The Snowfield Wolf tribe threatened that from now on, every time the Ecchi tribe came to the grasslands, they would have to pay a large tribute of white salt, or their caravans would not be allowed to pass. Niue immediately agreed to this as well. Niue might have been willing, but his men were not. The young men, especially those who had joined him out of poverty, felt that their new leader was utterly spineless. But Niue had his reasons. This incident was indeed caused by the former elders setting them up. It's only right that we offer some compensation. Besides, don't forget our mission this time. We're not here to make enemies with the grassland tribes. This isn't our bamboo island. This land is vast. It's their territory. We have no ability to fight them, just as they could never attack our bamboo island, because that is our territory. After Niue's explanation, many of his men understood, but some of the younger ones were still not convinced and muttered curses under their breath. But Niue spoke again. All they want is some sea salt. But for our tribe, sea salt is something we have in endless supply. Why should we make a powerful enemy over something we can get inexhaustibly? At these words, the hot-blooded youths finally fell silent. It was true. They couldn't win a fight, and the other party only wanted some of their surplus salt. There was no need to make an enemy of them. After all, this was the only route from Bamboo Island to the grasslands, and they had a long future of trade ahead of them. Compared to a little white salt, the Ecchi tribe's foreign trade was far more important. And so, after paying their tribute, Niue did not venture deep into the grasslands. Instead, he led his men back to their coastal outpost, loaded up a second batch of supplies, and set out for the grasslands again. He had anticipated the Snowfield Wolf tribe's reaction and had split his team into two upon landing. One team guarded the supplies at their stronghold by the reef bridge, while the other, led by him, went specifically to offer apologies and gifts to the Snowfield Wolf tribe. Now, with their goods replenished, Niue led his small caravan of only 40 men on a month-long journey along the coast, finally reaching the inland grasslands. The young men who were seeing the grasslands for the first time were all stunned, their shock beyond words. Wow, this place is huge. You can't see the end of it. Yeah, Elder. Such a vast grassland. You can't even see a mountain, let alone a tribe. Where are we going to trade with people? And where are we going to find that Han tribe? These youths were born and raised on Bamboo Island and had never left their home, at most visiting a few nearby villages. When they first left the island a few days ago, the sight of the vast ocean and the hidden reef bridge had already been an eye-opener. But now, this endless expanse of land, all flat grassland under a blue sky with white clouds, thrilled them even more. They all thought to themselves that even if they died out here, it would be worth it. After all, they were now among the most well-traveled people in their entire tribe, a great source of pride. Niue, however, was very calm. He clearly remembered that this was his 27th trip to the grasslands. In terms of time, he had been in the caravan business on the grasslands for 11 years. From a junior member to a team leader, and now the trade elder, he could confidently say that besides the local grassland natives, he was the person most familiar with this land. We can use the sun and stars to determine our direction and head to the places where the water and grass are lush in the spring. No matter how the powers on the grasslands shift, the better pastures will always have tribes. Although they fight among themselves, they are generally friendly to us merchants because they need the salt we bring. And I have traveled to all those pastures. Over the past decade, the Ecchi tribe's caravans have set foot on almost every part of the grasslands, so you don't need to worry about trade. What I'm worried about now is the Han tribe. I don't know if their caravan has arrived yet, or if we'll have a chance to meet them. We'll have to ask the nomadic tribes. Sigh. The most troublesome thing is that the Han tribe's caravan only started appearing on the grasslands in the last 2 years. The natives here don't even know where the Han tribe is. It seems we'll have to prepare for a long stay on the grasslands. Sooner or later, we will find the Han tribe, Niuwei said with determination. This trip to the Han tribe was less about seeking development for the Ecchi tribe and stealing technology, which was just an excuse Niuwei had given the great chieftain. His true intention was more like a pilgrimage to the Han tribe. He really wanted to see that legendary, powerful tribe for himself. Like the wide-eyed young men around him, even just to see it, to broaden his horizons, would be worth it. Even if he died out here, it would be worth it. Hearing Niuwei's words, the young men in the team admired their new trade elder even more. He had already become their idol. In the following days, this idol led his young followers eastward, towards a massive lake that the grassland people called the Sunrise Sea. It was, after all, the sea from which the sun was born. Since the sun rose from the direction of the Great Lake every day, this was the most convincing explanation for the nomadic primitives who knew nothing of geography. On the western shore of the Great Lake, on the grassland side, there were numerous rivers and smaller lakes of various sizes. The surrounding water and grass were lush, and Niuwei and his party found the nomadic people living there as expected. By a winding river, young men on horseback were hunting jackals everywhere. Women, also on horseback, were herding flocks of sheep and herds of cattle and horses. The men stood guard on the perimeter, while the women leisurely grazed their livestock on both banks of the river. The river was not deep. Even at its deepest point, the water didn't reach a horse's belly, so they could ride across directly. After meeting the patrolling warriors on the outskirts, Niuwei immediately identified himself as a merchant and offered a bamboo tube of white salt as a gift. The warrior happily led them to the tribe on the other side of the river. After fording the small river, they were greeted by a large expanse of white felt tents. Niuwei immediately began to educate the young men around him. The grassland people have their own customs. When a man comes of age, he must set up his own new tent, then marry and have children. So, on the grasslands, if you want to know how many adult men a tribe has, you just need to count their tents. You don't need to ask. The young men around him exclaimed that the elder was truly amazing, having learned another trick. But as they drew closer, Niuwei quickly noticed something unusual. The large tent in the center of the tribe, reserved for the chief, stood out like a crane among chickens. It wasn't that the chief's tent was particularly large. It was certainly large, being the chief's residence. But that wasn't what Niuwei was focused on. It was the material covering the outside of the tent. It wasn't felt, but the woolen cloth produced by the Han tribe. He vaguely remembered the grassland people saying that the Han tribe's woolen cloth was not cheap. Other tribes bought it to make clothes. This chief, however, was using such a precious textile to cover his tent. The feeling was similar to that of Bo Lu seeing a 1,000-li horse struggling to pull a cart. Such fine cloth, what a waste. A nouveau riche, truly tasteless. At this thought, Niuwei couldn't help but let out a dry laugh. Your tribe is truly wealthy, to use the Han tribe's woolen cloth to make a tent. Unexpectedly, the young man leading the way was simple-minded and didn't catch the sarcasm in Niuwei's words. He was not ashamed but proud, as if to say, "We are rich, and we have every right to be proud." Guessed from afar, that woolen tent is nothing. It's just one of the things we bought from the Han tribe's caravan. We have even better things that we traded for with over a dozen head of cattle and horses. Look, over there. Following the young man's gesture, Niuwei and his men's gazes immediately focused on two-wheeled, single-horse carriages. Everyone's pupils contracted, including Niuwei's. This was the first time he had seen a Han tribe carriage with his own eyes. Everything he knew before had been from hearsay. Next, Niuwei was led into the large tent and met the tribe's chief. Few tribes on the grasslands had names. They were mostly named after their chief. When people spoke of a tribe, it was always so-and-so's tribe. This tribe was no exception. Their chief was named Maodun, a rather unusual name. The chief was also very young. It was said that their tribe had traded with the Ecchi tribe's caravans more than once, but Maodun had been young then, and the chief had been his father's generation. He had only just become chief this spring, and the first thing he did was build the large woolen tent. He seemed to have a particular fondness for luxury. To say Maodun enjoyed luxury was not without basis. It was evident not only in his large woolen tent, but also in the iron pot inside, and even a flat-top table. Of course, the Han tribe's caravan wouldn't have transported a table all this way. It was just a wooden plank salvaged from a broken cart. With a few things propped underneath and a piece of linen as a tablecloth, it became a cozy and unique table. The items on the table were just as extravagant. First, there were 2 small daggers with handles made of deer antler and blades forged from fine steel. These were standard issue within the Han tribe, but Maodun had managed to acquire 2 at a high price. Next were various ceramic tableware. Unlike the most common large bowls, the ones on the table were painted porcelain with hand-drawn floral patterns. In this culturally barren era, a set of such bowls, pots, plates, and saucers was enough to leave one in awe. But all that was nothing. On the entire table, Maodun's favorite item had to be a small, fist-sized jar. "Here, try this wonderful thing I traded for from the Han tribe," Maodun said, warmly welcoming Niue. As he spoke, several women entered, each carrying a large porcelain basin. One held large chunks of boiled mutton, another held a roasted leg of lamb, dark red and glistening, and a third carried a pot of freshly warmed milk. After the women had portioned out the meat, Maodun very stingily poured some red powder from the covered jar onto a plate. He then picked up a piece of mutton with his hand, dipped it in the powder, and popped it into his mouth. His eyebrows immediately knitted together, his face turned beet red, and finally, unable to hold it in, he took a swig of milk to wash it down. He let out a long sigh, a look of satisfaction spreading across his face. Then, he looked at Niue with a slightly provocative and proud expression. Watching Maodun's reaction, Niue was honestly a bit hesitant to try the bright red powder. The tastes of these grassland people were always a bit strange and didn't quite align with the palate of the Exian tribe's people. But this was an offering from the chief, and he had already demonstrated that it wasn't poisonous. Coupled with Maodun's claim that it was a fine item from the Han tribe, Niue's curiosity and sense of courtesy won out, and he decided to try it. He dipped a steaming piece of hand-pulled mutton into the bright red chili powder. The moment it entered his mouth, Niue felt as if he had eaten a piece of red-hot charcoal. But he couldn't just spit it out in front of his host, so he forced himself to swallow it, his face flushing red. To his surprise, the unknown spice, when eaten with the mutton, became more and more fragrant as he chewed. The spicy flavor, though uncomfortably stimulating, made him uncontrollably reach for another piece of meat to dip in the chili powder after the first bite. "Ha ha ha! What do you think, my friend? You've fallen in love with this spice too, haven't you?" Maodun laughed heartily, seeing Niue's reaction. After swallowing the second piece of meat and taking a sip of hot milk to calm the heat, Niue finally spoke. "This spice has a very strong flavor, but it's delicious with the mutton. Is this something the Han tribe sells? What is it called?" "They call it chili powder. It's from the fruit of a plant that only bears fruit once a year, so it's very rare. It has to be dried and then ground into a powder, which makes it very expensive. This one jar costs a whole sheep. I thought it was too expensive at first, too. But after trying it once, I fell in love with it, just like you did today," Maodun explained as he ate. "Chili powder." Niue repeated the Chinese-sounding name, cursing inwardly. What was he cursing? As a merchant, he was naturally cursing the Han tribe for being treacherous businessmen. If it was something that grew on a plant, even if it only fruited once a year, the yield would depend on how much they planted. To say it was rare and therefore expensive was just an excuse for the Han tribe to sell it at a high price. What was even more infuriating was that the Han tribe ground the chili into a powder before selling it, not leaving a single seed behind. They clearly didn't want this spice plant to spread. Thinking of this, and then of the cumin seeds the former trade elder had gifted to the Han tribe, Niue felt a pang of regret. If they hadn't given them the seeds, the Exian tribe might have been able to make a fortune selling cumin just like the Han tribe was doing with chili. But now the Han tribe had it too. If the Exian tribe started selling cumin, the Han tribe would probably jump in and sell it too, maybe even cheaper, driving them out of business. Then they would continue to sell their chili powder at a high price, and the Exian tribe would have no chance in that market. But Niue had no intention of turning back just like that. He had made up his mind this time. He would not return until he reached the Han tribe. "Chief Maodun, do you know where you last saw the Han tribe? Do they come here often? When will they be back next?" "Well, I don't really know. Based on their past patterns, they should have set out at the beginning of spring. By now, They should be at the northernmost part of the grasslands. They travel slowly, so it will take at least a lunar month for them to get here, Mao Dun said after some thought. Niu Wei sighed inwardly. What a pity. On this vast grassland, who knew when they would encounter the Han tribe? And they couldn't just wander around aimlessly, or they might miss each other. But as Mao Dun spoke, his tone shifted. He expertly flipped the gleaming steel dagger in his hand, a clear sign of frequent practice. This is a Han tribe knife. They say it's made of steel and is very sharp, but it's difficult to make, so only their own people have them. They're not willing to sell them to other tribes, but I still managed to buy these too. This iron knife is a wonderful thing. It's not only convenient for cutting meat, but it's just as good for cutting people. It's a shame they won't sell them. At this point, Mao Dun paused, then asked the question that had been on his mind for a long time. Your Xian tribe can make similar things, can't you? He said, tapping the silver bowl on the table with his small knife. That was one of the silver items the Xian tribe had specially made to trade on the grasslands, a gift to foster relations with the various tribes. That was from generations ago, but the silverware was still circulating on the grasslands. Niu Wei remained silent. He had a feeling he knew what Mao Dun was about to say. And sure enough, Mao Dun spoke again. Can your Xian tribe make this kind of iron knife? If your tribe can make them, I am willing to trade cattle and sheep for them. And I can promise to form an alliance with your Xian tribe. As long as you can continuously sell us the iron knives we want. I, Mao Dun, can promise you that from now on, I will never let the grassland people harm your caravans again. Exchanging the safety of their trade caravans for a supply of weapons was an incredibly good deal for a nomadic tribe that couldn't smelt its own metal. Modern was a man who enjoyed life's pleasures, but to indulge in them, one needed enough strength to protect one's property. On the grasslands, a primitive and savage place, even if you didn't attack others, they would covet your wealth and come for you. This wasn't just true for the grasslands. Even back when the Han tribe was just starting, the moment Han Feng fired his first pottery, he had attracted the covetous eyes of the neighboring bald-top tribe, who promptly attacked. Modern understood this well. With all the tribes on the grasslands starting from roughly the same point, whoever could secure an external supply of metal weapons would gain a massive advantage. However, Niu Wei was no fool. He had his own plans. Chief Modern, we haven't seen many of the Han tribe's iron tools, so we don't know much about them and can't make them for now. But my Xian tribe has its own alloy weapons. I wonder if you'd be interested. As Niu Wei spoke, he drew a double-edged short sword with a high impurity content from his waist. The bronze short sword had a pale golden sheen and was similar in size to the fine steel knife in Modern's hand. However, because the Xian tribe's bronze was an alloy of heavy metals like copper, lead, silver, and tin, the bronze short sword was much heavier than the steel knife of the same volume. Modern took the bronze sword and toyed with it in his hand. It felt good, solid, but he had yet to see how it performed as a weapon. He then began to slice the mutton in the basin with it. With the first cut, Modern immediately felt the difference between it and the steel knife. Although the bronze sword was sharp, he had to saw back and forth to cut off a piece of meat, much like cutting wood. The steel knife was different. A little pressure was all it took to slice off a large chunk. In terms of both weight and sharpness, the steel knife completely outclassed the bronze sword. Modern couldn't help but feel a pang of disappointment. Then, right in front of Niu Wei, he took his steel knife and placed its edge against the bronze sword. The two blades met. With a harsh, grating sound, the steel knife actually shaved off the edge of the bronze sword, curling it into a yellowish-orange copper ring. Niu Wei, watching from the side, wanted to find a hole to hide in. It was too humiliating. He knew the Xian tribe's newly developed alloy was no match for the Han tribe's ironware, but he never imagined the gap would be this enormous. If two such weapons clashed on the battlefield, was there any need to guess the outcome? The sword would shatter, and its wielder would die. Just when he thought Modern would be utterly disappointed and cancel the deal, Modern asked an unexpected question. This yellow knife is far too inferior to the iron one, and it's heavy. I don't think it's suitable for a weapon. I wonder, could you use this material to make something else? What kind of thing? Niu Wei asked, curious. What do you call that thing? Ugh, I can't remember. Anyway, it's two half-circle rings, like crescent moons, that a person can put their feet into. Modern was describing stirrups, but he had forgotten the Han term for them. He could only gesture as he explained it to Niu Wei. Niu Wei was baffled. He couldn't understand why Modern would request that this precious material be used to make something for people to step on. Wasn't that a waste of bronze? Mining and smelting copper wasn't easy for the Exian tribe, but he couldn't be blamed. Niue had never seen stirrups in action, nor had he even heard of them. It was ironic, really. Although Niue was the first to bring back news of the Han tribe, along with a pile of their goods, he had acquired everything at a high price from Han tribe customers. Even the information about their four-wheeled ox carts was obtained secondhand. He had never once met a member of a Han tribe caravan, not even a junior one. Thus, it was impossible for him to know what stirrups were. The nomadic tribes of the grasslands were different. Any tribe that had come into contact with a Han tribe caravan had seen their stirrups. The grasslanders loved their horses. They had their own understanding of equine habits and horsemanship, and they enjoyed adorning their mounts. So when they first saw the saddles on the Han caravan's horses and the stirrups their riders' feet were in, they were all intensely curious. That curiosity led them to study the contraptions, and they quickly discovered the benefits of the full set of horse tack. The problem was, with their level of technology, they were completely incapable of making it themselves. To make matters worse, the Han tribe refused to sell the damn things, which left them deeply frustrated. The people of the grasslands were born nomads. Before a boy was even born, his father would make him a bow and arrow. As he grew, he would ride sheep and play with a small bow. It was his toy. A little older, and he would start riding horses. To call them a nation on horseback was no exaggeration. Everyone was a master rider. Yet, despite this, the Han tribe's newly formed heavy cavalry had been able to win the conflict against the Snow Plain Wolf tribe. The key reasons were their horse tack and their weapons and armor. The appearance of the high-bridge saddle and stirrups allowed the Han people, who had never ridden before, to quickly master horsemanship. While they were still somewhat inferior to the grasslanders, their overall capabilities were not much weaker. In terms of weaponry, the Han tribe's horse archery was utter trash, but they had sturdy armor, even face masks, which granted them a degree of immunity to enemy archery. And in a head-on charge, the Han tribe's lances and long sabers were far more powerful than bows and arrows. Most importantly, using these weapons required no fancy maneuvers on horseback. All you had to do was hold your weapon steady and charge forward. It was no exaggeration to say that as long as there were enough horses, weapons, and armor, the Han tribe's cavalry could be rapidly replicated in large numbers. In this tactical model, all a cavalryman needed to learn was how to stay on the horse without falling off. But riding was also exhausting. Without stirrups, a rider had to constantly grip the horse's belly with their legs to stay stable. It was fine for a short while, but maintaining that posture was incredibly draining. Stirrups, however, liberated the rider's legs. Not only that, but with a firm footing, riders could exert force more easily from the saddle, wield heavy weapons, and even draw bows with a higher draw weight. If saddles and stirrups allowed Han farmers to quickly master riding, then for the nomads of the grasslands, they were like giving wings to a tiger. Who wouldn't want such a divine tool? Before, they couldn't make them. But now, things were different. The Exian tribe's swords were pathetic compared to the Han tribe's steel knives, but making stirrups out of bronze would be perfectly fine. It was just an auxiliary piece of equipment, not a weapon. It didn't matter which was better or worse. Although Niue was inwardly surprised, the thing Modern was gesturing at was just 2 rings. It wouldn't be difficult to make at all, and it wouldn't require much material, probably about the same as a pair of Han tribe scissors. At this thought, he agreed without hesitation. That's no problem. How many do you need? I can bring them next time, but we'll need to change our terms. What terms? Modern immediately became wary. Niue truly had his own agenda. He still planned to go to the Han tribe's territory, so he couldn't ignore their previous warning. The Han tribe had forbidden them from trading deep in the grasslands and, more importantly, from selling salt there. Even if they did sell it, the price couldn't be lower than the Han tribes. But where there's a policy, there's a countermeasure. You won't let me sell? Fine, I won't sell. I'll just find someone else to sell it for me. That way, I don't violate your agreement, and I can still sell my goods. Why wouldn't I do it? Of course, Niue wasn't stupid enough to say this out loud. If Modern knew he was being used as a shield, who knew what would happen? Here's the thing. Your grasslands are vast. In the past, when we came to sell salt, we had to travel great distances, going from tribe to trade. It's fine when we meet a chief like you, Modern, but when we encounter more malicious tribes, we inevitably get robbed and might even lose many of our people. Just now, Chief Modern, you said you were willing to protect our caravan's safety, but I don't think that's realistic. Unless you send a team to escort us the entire time, which is basically impossible since you have your own lives to live and herds to graze. So, I was thinking, how about this? From now on, we will only trade with you, Chief Martin. We'll sell all the salt we bring to you, and you can trade for it with your cattle and horses. Then, you can take the salt and sell it to the other tribes yourself. Who you sell it to and what you get in return is none of our business. We just want our share. What do you think, Chief Martin? If this is acceptable, we can even supply those rings you mentioned exclusively to you in the future. As Niuwei spoke, Martin's eyes grew brighter and brighter. The terms Niuwei was proposing were essentially handing him a regional distribution agency for free. This was a right reserved for distributors. In modern times, the regional distribution rights for a product would sell for a fortune, yet this man was offering it for free, especially for a necessity like salt. Of course, Martin wasn't a businessman. He hadn't yet thought about the potential for price markups. Even if he sold it to others at the same price the Ecchi tribe sold it to him, earning nothing, and even covering the transportation costs, he would still hold the supply of white salt for the entire grassland in his hands. In the future, wouldn't the other tribes come begging to be his underlings? Don't want to listen? Do you still want salt to eat? The thought excited Martin immensely. But looking at Niuwei across from him, he grew suspicious again. Why would you do this? He couldn't understand it. Wasn't this just handing over power? And what was power if not profit? Would the Ecchi tribe be so kind? Didn't I just say? First, it takes us a very long time to trade ourselves. Second, it's not safe. Getting robbed just once comes at a heavy price. But it's different if we let you sell it. You are a man of the grasslands. It's easier for you to communicate with other tribes than it is for us, and you're less likely to be robbed. By selling all our salt directly to your tribe, we can immediately trade for all the cattle and horses we need and transport them back. It's not only safe and stable, but it also saves time. In the time it used to take us to sell one batch of salt, we could probably ship 3 batches to you. Why wouldn't we do it? Martin nodded at his words, letting go of his suspicion. Niuwei's explanation was easy to understand. In modern terms, the manufacturer was giving up its distribution channels and finding a general agent for wholesale. To a modern person, this might seem incomprehensible. Giving up distribution channels meant giving up maximum profit, right? Controlling the retail channels would surely earn more than wholesale. But for Niuwei, it was just as he said. Although they were giving up the entire grassland and keeping only Martin, it was indeed more convenient and safer. It also saved on transportation costs. By reallocating the transport resources originally used for retail to shipping goods, they could transport more goods to the grasslands in the same amount of time. As for who you sell it to and at what price, what does that have to do with me? I just need to get my wholesale payment. Of course, all of this was just an excuse. Most importantly, by giving up the distribution channels for the entire grassland, the Ecchi tribe would no longer be involved in the competition for those channels. The grassland was only so big. How to compete with the Han tribe? How to fight with the Han tribe? That would be their problem. It would have nothing to do with the Ecchi tribe anymore. From now on, the Ecchi tribe would retreat behind the scenes and pull the strings. Let the retailers beat each other's brains out. As long as my distributor still wants my goods, I'm at no risk. After a moment's hesitation, Martin quickly agreed. It was a bargain that fell into his lap. It would be foolish not to take it. As for how to sell the salt once he got it, Martin wasn't worried at all. Just as Niuwei had said, communication between the grassland tribes was much easier for them than for an outsider like Niuwei. When the time came, he would just need to send a few men to spread the word, and people would naturally come driving their cattle and horses to trade for white salt. And so, in Martin's felt tent, an agreement that would decide the future fate of the Ecchi tribe and Martin's tribe was quietly born. The Ecchi tribe had successfully retreated behind the scenes, pushing Martin to the forefront to bear the Han tribe's wrath. Whatever the final outcome, it would have little impact on the Ecchi tribe. Even if Martin was crippled by the Han tribe, Niuwei could just find another nomadic tribe to partner with. The one thing the grasslands didn't lack was meat shields and scapegoats like Martin. The Han tribe won't let me sell salt? Fine. Now it's Martin selling it. If you have a problem, go find him. It has nothing to do with me. At this thought, Niuwei couldn't help but chuckle to himself. A good mood whetted his appetite. For the rest of the time, Niuwei and Martin entered a happy mealtime of, you take a bite, I take a bite. Before long, the precious chili powder in the dish was all gone. Meanwhile, in the Han tribe, Han Feng had no idea that the Ecchi tribe's newly appointed elder of commerce was already playing mind games with him, finding a scapegoat to cause him trouble. He was very busy at the moment, preparing for war with the cannibal tribe. The scouts sent out had not yet returned, but Fuma Pass had been transformed after several days of hard work. Cart after cart of thick wooden planks had arrived and been crafted into massive wooden city gates by the Han tribe's skilled carpenters. They were then installed in the two gatehouses of the Barbican. However, unlike ordinary city gates, the outer gate of the Barbican had two doors. One opened from the inside, while the other opened from above. This top opening gate was actually suspended from the gate tower. Beneath the thick door panel was a row of sturdy, sharp spikes. When the gate fell, it would fit perfectly into the grooves below, sealing the entrance completely. The wooden gate was operated by pulleys and a winch. It could be dropped very quickly. Releasing the mechanism would cause it to fall instantly. Raising it, however, was strenuous, requiring several strong men to turn the winch together. The sole purpose of this strange lifting gate was to be dropped quickly after the enemy was lured into the city, putting the lid on this jar. Not only that, but in addition to this newly installed wooden gate, 2 carts of strange items were transported to the top of the wall. Han Feng had specifically instructed that these were new weapons for dealing with the giant apes. However, these new weapons were too large and had to be assembled on the wall. The things Han Feng was talking about were, of course, the bed crossbows that had been trial-produced during the winter. Before, it had been a concept machine without a bow because making composite bows was too time-consuming. To equip this batch of bed crossbows as quickly as possible, Han Feng had his men make several slightly larger single-piece longbows and assemble them with the crossbow frames. Although their power and elasticity might be inferior to composite bows, there was no time for that now. Even if they couldn't hit their intended targets, they could at least be used to scare the enemy. The scouts led by Yu Yi had been out for several days. The site of the great battle had been set at Fuma Pass, and the Han tribe's vast stores of equipment were being continuously transported there. Han Feng, the backbone of the Han tribe, and especially the god, in the eyes of the 2 recently migrated southern tribal alliances, was, as expected, present on the walls of Fuma Pass. The 2 walls of the Barbican each stretched for 600 or 700 meters. Though constructed of rammed earth without bricks or stone, their thickness and height were formidable, rendering ordinary attacks completely useless. These 2 walls were now filled with the able-bodied men who had just moved here. That's right, they were living there. The new city behind Fuma Pass had only just had its foundations laid. It didn't even have walls yet, making it impossible to use for defense. The area inside the Barbican in front couldn't be inhabited, as it was meant for trapping enemies. Furthermore, the space between the 2 walls consisted of steep cliffs, and the connecting plank roads had not yet been built, making it inconvenient to ascend and descend the walls. So, rather than waiting for the enemy to arrive before climbing the walls, it was better to live on them for now. The women and children had been moved to Hanyang City. Of the 3,000 people who had migrated, nearly 1,000 men had stayed behind. With the addition of the temporarily organized troops from the 2 alliances, the garrison and craftsmen remaining at Fuma Pass numbered around 1,500. The first wall had 800 men deployed, the second had 700. In this state of readiness, these men hadn't left the walls for days, eating, drinking, sleeping, and relieving themselves all up there. It wasn't crowded, though. The 2 walls were 12 or 13 meters high, about 5 meters wide at the top, and 600 or 700 meters long. Even stationing 2,000 men on one wall wouldn't feel cramped. The reason the walls had been built so wide was that Han Feng had planned to deploy large weapons on them in the future. He just hadn't expected them to be put to use so soon. In the crenellations of the first wall, a temporarily assembled bed crossbow was positioned every 20 meters. There were 34 in total on the entire wall, not a small number, but not many either. In Han Feng's view, relative to the length of the wall, the density of these 34 bed crossbows was still too low. Quick, quick, quick. Draw the string. Fire one and see how far it goes. Let's mark out the firing range first, Han Feng said to the soldiers adjusting a bed crossbow nearby. Yes, Chief. 2 soldiers from Luoyang Commandery, under the guidance of craftsmen from Hanyang City, were learning to operate the bed crossbow. The device wasn't actually difficult. Anyone who had used a bow and arrow or a hand crossbow would find it familiar. After all, it was the same type of weapon, just a little bit bigger. The 2 men quickly finished drawing the string with a winch and placed an oversized crossbow bolt, essentially a javelin, into the arrow groove. It's worth mentioning the man-eating tree growing in the basin behind Fuma Pass. It could be said that ever since Han Feng discovered that bizarre tree, he had been continuously harvesting materials from it. A large number of arrow shafts, spear shafts, and these giant bolts specifically for the bed crossbows, which were like javelins, and even byproducts like syrup nodules, were continuously supplied to the various commanderies of the Han tribe. However, Han Feng didn't mistreat the tree. Every time he sent people to collect materials, he would have them actively feed it with the blood and flesh of animals. As a result, over the past few years, the man-eating tree hadn't continued to expand, but it also hadn't withered from lack of nutrients. As the chief of the Han tribe, Han Feng naturally knew the importance of this tree. It was precisely because he saw this that he had specifically sealed off the valley north of the man-eating tree to build a city. The strategic purpose of this, besides defending against enemies from the north, was another important reason. Han Feng wanted to completely incorporate the man-eating tree into the Han tribe's territory. Fire! Han Feng ordered as soon as he saw the two warriors had loaded the javelin. Another old tribesman who had migrated from Hanyang City nodded, adjusted the wooden block at the back used to set the crossbow's elevation, and set it to 45 degrees according to the markings. Anyone could tell you that was the angle for maximum range in a parabolic trajectory. After setting the firing angle, he picked up two mallets and struck the firing mechanism at the rear of the crossbow. Bang! Twang! As the catch holding the string slammed down, the three hardwood longbows instantly sprang back. The long bowstring, driven by the bow limbs and pulleys, shot the short spear out in an instant. In a flash, the sharp, slender spear traced a graceful arc across the sky, flying through the air for over 300 meters before plunging into the ground. This spectacular scene immediately drew cheers from the hundreds of people on the wall. With such a weapon in hand, they wouldn't be afraid of any enemy that came their way, especially the members of the tribal alliance who had just migrated south, having been pursued all the way by the cannibal tribe. Seeing the divine weapon invented by their new chief, they couldn't help but get excited. It seems we made the right decision. This man must be a god descended from the heavens, sent specifically to lead us to victory over our enemies. We'll never have to flee and hide again. While everyone was cheering, Han Feng secretly shook his head in the back. He was very dissatisfied with the test results. First was the range of the crossbow bolt. Han Feng had been a soldier in his previous life and was familiar with all sorts of modern weapons, having handled quite a few himself. But he had also done a fair bit of research on the history of ancient cold weapons. According to historical records, the bed crossbows of the Song dynasty could already shoot about 1,000 meters. While that might sound exaggerated, it was actually due to the difference between ancient and modern units of measurement. Converted to modern distances, the Song dynasty's 8-ox crossbow should have had a range of about 600 meters, and it even had a glorious record of taking off an enemy general's head with a single shot from the city wall. But Han Feng's bed crossbow only managed about 300 meters, a full half of the range. It was barely better than the maximum range of a longbow's arcing shot. It was just too poor. Range aside, the accuracy was also garbage. Han Feng had been standing directly behind the crossbow, watching the trajectory. From launch to landing over 300 meters away, the point of impact deviated horizontally by more than 20 meters. What the hell? Could you even call this a weapon? However, he knew where the accuracy problem came from. It actually had little to do with the crossbow itself, but rather with the short spear being used. All the short spears on the wall were from the Han tribe's earliest batch of bronze-tipped javelins. They were makeshift projectiles, without even fletching to ensure flight stability. Giant bolts for this kind of bed crossbow should generally have iron heads and iron fletching. One reason was to reduce the bolt's weight, and the other was to stabilize its flight. In short, this bed crossbow still had a lot of room for improvement. After a few more test shots, Han Feng finally determined the performance parameters of this temporarily modified bed crossbow. With an unfletched short spear and a hastily assembled crossbow, the best balance of power and trajectory stability was at a distance of about 150 meters. At this range, the horizontal deviation was no more than 2 meters, which was basically good enough to deal with the giant apes. The next step was to have people go outside the city to place markers. At distances of 50 meters, 100 meters, and all the way up to 300 meters from the wall, markers were set up. This way, when the enemy attacked, the people on the wall could choose the right weapons and launch the most effective counterattack based on those distance markers. But what Han Feng didn't expect was that while his defensive and luring preparations were going well, the enemy refused to play by his rules. Looking at the message from the Eagle Post from the east bank of the Rushui River, Han Feng couldn't help but frown. The enemy actually crossed the river? The Luoyang Commandery Hunting Patrol discovered a large number of enemies north of Sitong County. The migrants from Sitong County have been temporarily moved to Hanyang City. No trace of giant apes was found in their ranks. North of Sitong County, isn't that the Dark Forest? What are they doing over there? The thought had barely crossed his mind when Han Feng had a sudden realization. He had made a grave mistake. He had overestimated the enemy's overall strength. Setting aside the total population on both sides, in every other aspect, the Han tribe was undoubtedly an era ahead of them. The greatest difference between an agricultural tribe and a primitive tribe that lived by hunting was their way of life, and that way of life determined their method of warfare. If the Han tribe were to go to war, no matter how many men they sent, they would certainly prepare provisions in advance. As the saying goes, an army marches on its stomach. But the enemy was different. They had traveled a great distance and might have brought some dried meat. But without vehicles, they couldn't possibly carry much food. So, it seemed that these cannibals, who appeared to be constantly raiding for people every year, were actually engaged in what could be better described as large-scale hunting expeditions. When they encountered a small tribe, they would certainly use their superior numbers to burn, kill, and plunder. But with the rise of the Han tribe, the population in the surrounding areas had been siphoned off over the past 2 years, creating a human vacuum in a large swath of territory. This situation might not seem like a big deal normally, but for the cannibal tribe's army, which had no logistical support, it was a painful predicament. With no small tribes to attack, they couldn't sustain their offensive by fueling war with war. So what were they to do? Naturally, they had to find a place with food to fill their bellies first. But it was clear that in the hilly region north of Fuma Pass, the wildlife population had already dwindled due to the Han tribe's presence, certainly not enough to feed over 1,000 of them. However, in the dark forest east of the river, there were endless giant rabbits. The first time Han Feng had encountered this group of adversaries was in that very forest. If he were to insist that they didn't know the place, he wouldn't be treating them as fools. He'd be the fool himself. They're looking for food there, Han Feng confirmed instantly, his eye twitching. Damn it, the rabbit population in the dark forest was probably going to be set back 3 years by this. Having determined the enemy's objective, a new problem arose. Han Feng's initial plan was to lure the enemy into the barbican at Fuma Pass and trap them like dogs, maximizing his chances of capturing more slaves. But now that the enemy had gone into the forest, it would be much harder for him to encircle and annihilate them. What should he do? But Han Feng quickly came to his senses. The letter in his hand was from the hunting patrol that Luoyang Commandery had formed under his orders. Their main responsibility was to be on guard for potential enemies from the north during their daily patrols. This time, they were the first to spot the enemy on the southern edge of the dark forest. They then notified Luoyang Commandery, and at Deshu's request, the migrants from Sitong County were relocated to Hanyang City. Then, Hanyang City sent a message to Fuma Pass in the north. It had probably been a day or two since the message was sent. Who knew where the enemy was now? No, he had to send out scouts. If they had to fight in the open, he probably wouldn't be able to capture many slaves this time. Sigh. Han Feng sighed to himself and immediately sent out alerts in several directions. Hanyang City was already on lockdown under his orders, and with its large population, nothing was likely to happen there. But Luoyang Commandery, only a few days' journey from Sitong County, was very unsafe. Their city walls weren't even built yet. Although there were 7,000 people there, half of them were children. If a real battle broke out, the losses could be enormous, a result Han Feng did not want to see. Therefore, Han Feng's order to Luoyang Commandery was for them to set up defenses within the circle of the already dug moat, place more obstacles like cheval de frise on the perimeter, and keep plenty of stones and wooden planks on hand. If they were attacked, they were to hold their ground for a while and then immediately call for reinforcements. Thinking of this, Han Feng suddenly felt it was necessary to build a few beacon towers after this battle. Otherwise, they would be too passive if a situation like this happened again. Then there were the 3,000 people in Danshan County. They also received Han Feng's order to hold their position, be vigilant against enemy attacks, and call for help immediately if attacked. After sending out a round of warnings, Han Feng was still reluctant to kill all the enemies. It would be too much of a waste. After a moment of thought, Han Feng issued a new order. The Fuma Pass garrison would not be moved for now. First, he would gather all the cavalry, including Yu Ye's cavalry scouts from the north. Then, he would have these 200-plus riders go and draw the enemy's attention. With their high mobility, they were best suited for this kind of work. Soon, the 2 cavalry zongchi from last year's caravan, 1 cavalry zongchi from the Han tribe, Yu Ye's reconnaissance team, and the Hanyang Commandery Cavalry Patrol, a total of over 200 riders, were dispatched under Han Feng's orders to search for the enemy's tracks and their main force in the northeast. They were to launch some attacks to lure the enemy towards Hanyang City, and then from there, lead them to the Fuma Pass Barbican. Overall, it was just flipping the original strategy. The plan had been to lure the enemy into the city from the north. Now it was to lure them in from the south. The result would be more or less the same. Soon, groups of cavalry were sent out, and Han Feng awaited feedback from the various teams. A day later, the sound of galloping hooves appeared near Sitong County. Weiyun, dressed in a uniform of red robes and black armor, sat astride a large yellow horse, brandishing a whip as he gave orders to the 3 Xiaoqi under his command. From now on, led by the Xiaoqi officers and their deputies, form teams of 6 and scout the edge of the forest. Be careful not to go too deep. If you find the enemy, harass them a bit and then immediately regroup here. Of course, don't run too fast when you retreat. You have to let the enemy keep up with you. Also, it's best to use flying stones as your weapon. Yes, sir. Upon hearing the order, the various Xiaoqi officers immediately led their men away at a gallop. Weiyun was no exception. He immediately took his personal guards to carry out the reconnaissance and luring mission. Speaking of Weiyun's position as Zongqi officer, it was actually a new appointment. He had been in the post for less than a month. As a grassland wildman who had joined the Han tribe through Ling Feng's introduction, he had thought he would just be an ordinary commoner. He never expected the Han tribe's chief to value his group of grasslanders so highly. After meeting them once, the chief immediately appointed them as Xiaoqi officers to teach the Han tribe's warriors how to ride. This was what the grasslanders did best. It was practically their instinct. So he had no reason to refuse the task of teaching horsemanship, especially since the Han tribe had all sorts of horse tack he had never seen before. After that, he led the cavalry he had trained to the grasslands of his birth, escorting a trade caravan. He even earned merit in the night raid by the Snow Plain Wolves. Upon his return, he was awarded the 4th-ranked title of Jizhua for his various contributions and was honorably promoted to Zongqi officer, taking a huge step forward in his official career. However, after the campaign on the grasslands, Weiyun also discovered a weakness in the Han tribe's cavalry, a lack of ranged weapons. The Han tribe's cavalry was a newly established force. That they were able to teach everyone to ride in such a short time was largely thanks to the horse tack. But unlike the grassland cavalry, these riders only knew how to charge. They were completely unfamiliar with tactics like guerrilla horse archery. First, the Han tribe's own shortbows weren't ready yet. Second, horse archery wasn't something you could master in 2 or 3 months. It required years of hard practice. However, this group of heavy cavalry did have bows, the ones captured from the Snow Plain Wolves. Unfortunately, only Weiyun and the other few grasslanders could use them well. Therefore, to compensate for this weakness in the Han tribe's cavalry, Weiyun suggested to Han Feng that the cavalry be equipped with a weapon called a flying stone. It was similar to a sling, but this sling was disposable. The cavalry's flying stones were made by placing a stone the size of a duck egg in a small net pouch, tying it tight, swinging it a few times on horseback, and then flinging it at the enemy. The stone wasn't large, but its power was multiplied when used by cavalry, thanks to the added velocity. Whether it hit or not was a matter of luck. The accuracy was completely random. But even so, the flying stone filled the gap during this period without horse archery. Plus, it didn't require much practice, so it quickly became popular among the Han tribe's cavalry. And so it was now. Weiyun's men each had a bag hanging from their saddle, containing a dozen stones and plenty of spare net pouches, as they roamed in groups along the edge of the forest. As fate would have it, the cannibal tribe had been chasing the 4,000 people of the tribal alliance who were migrating south with all their might. However, after running into food shortages a few days ago, they had diverted to the dark forest to catch rabbits. This had taken several days. Besides solving their hunger problem, they also needed to catch more to make dried meat for rations. Otherwise, who knew how long the pursuit would continue? This was a bloody disaster for the rabbits in the forest. Nearly 2,000 totem warriors of the cannibal tribe were chasing and cornering them everywhere. What was even more insane was that the rabbits couldn't even escape. Not to mention the large encirclements formed by hundreds of people. The most hateful thing was that some people were targeting their warrens. There were too many humans this time. So many that the rabbits were beginning to despair. It's said that a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. But have you ever experienced the despair of having all 3 of your front doors blocked by people? It was worse than being a whack-a-mole. After the rabbits running around in the open were quickly cleared out, the ones hiding in their burrows, too scared to come out, were in for a world of misfortune. Countless totem warriors, armed with various tools, dug one large hole after another in the forest. Warren after warren of rabbits was dug up, then roasted over a fire into dried meat, providing a large supply of rations for the totem warriors about to set out on their campaign. But just as they were happily digging up rabbits, the Han tribe's cavalry scouts arrived. The first to appear was the Luoyang Commandery Patrol. There weren't many of them. After encountering the totem warriors, they didn't even stop, quickly turning their horses around and galloping away. This situation immediately made the totem warriors smug. They loudly mocked the cowardice of those who rode beasts. A group of people who could ride beasts, yet they were all a bunch of cowards. But today, that situation was gone for good. Clip-clop, clip-clop. At the southern end of the forest, a group of more than 30 cannibal tribe totem warriors were currently digging vigorously at a rabbit burrow. Suddenly, they heard the sound of horse hooves approaching from a distance. The group looked at each other, then burst out laughing, because they all remembered the cavalry from 2 days ago who didn't even dare to get close. But this time, they were all wrong. In a relatively open area of the forest, the sound of hooves grew closer and closer. The next second, 6 cavalrymen suddenly burst out. They were rapidly swinging something in their hands. The moment they saw these people, they instantly flung their flying stones. Thwack, 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 crack. It had to be said, although the accuracy of the flying stones was a bit low, when 6 people threw them into a crowd of over 30, 2 of them actually got hit. One man wasn't paying attention and was struck in the face by a duck egg-sized stone. It was his bad luck. One of his eyes was instantly blinded. The other wasn't as miserable, but not much better off. The moment the stone flew towards him, he subconsciously blocked it with his hand. 2 of his fingers were instantly shattered. Under the intense pain, the man immediately clutched his hand and began to howl. At that very moment, from the half-dug rabbit hole behind the group, a dozen large and small white-furred rabbits immediately scurried to the surface and took off running. In the blink of an eye, the group of rabbits disappeared from everyone's sight. This was a disaster. The burrow they had worked so hard to dig for half a day, and the rabbits had escaped. And the culprits behind all this were the suddenly arrived Han tribe cavalry. Unfortunately, they couldn't catch them. Although the sound of hooves was nearby, and the Han tribe group hadn't run far, they still couldn't catch up. But the fruits of their half-day's labor? Gone just like that? No, of course not. Someone had to pay the price. At this moment, as if guided by some special force, the 30-plus people all turned to look at the 2 wounded men howling on the ground. This one's blind. He'll definitely not recover. He'll rot to death in the end. That's right. This one's hand is crippled. He can't hunt anymore. Our tribe doesn't need people like him. Right? As soon as this was said, the 2 still wailing men shut their mouths in terror. The next moment, the 30-plus people around them raised their stone axes and bone spears and descended upon them. A moment later, the small team's leader licked the blood from the corner of his mouth and said, "This meat should be more than the rabbits that got away." At this very moment, similar scenes were playing out all along the forest's edge. Although they didn't cause any significant damage to the totem warriors each time, the harassment was becoming unbearable. One group of cavalry would throw their stones and flee. The warriors wanted to give chase, but couldn't catch them. If they didn't chase, the sound of hoofbeats would linger, always faintly audible nearby, like a nightmare, gradually enraging the totem warriors. The Han tribe's cavalry had no worries about food and drink. They had enough grain to eat, and there were even cooks in the rear. After a patrol around the forest's edge, they could return to a hot meal. But it was different for the totem warriors. After a full day of harassment, they had accomplished nothing. Not only had they caught few rabbits, but they had also wasted a day's worth of food. They could no longer tolerate this. They prepared to move out the next morning to deal with this inhuman cavalry first. But they never expected that the cavalry, who they thought wouldn't come back after dark. After all, the forest was so black, and didn't those people need to rest? Would be forced to act again, despite their fatigue, after receiving a new order from their chief. That night, Just as the totem warriors were preparing to rest, the sound of galloping hooves once again echoed from the surroundings. The totem warriors, who had just managed to fall asleep, were thrown into a rage. They all grabbed their weapons, ready for a fight with the cavalry at a moment's notice. But the Han tribe's cavalry still didn't launch a surprise attack. They continued to harass. The sound of galloping hooves grew closer and closer. The next moment, the totem warriors hiding behind the trees saw several glowing rings floating in the low air, drifting towards them from a distance. What the hell is that? Seeing such a bizarre scene, the group couldn't help but poke their heads out from behind the trees to watch. But just then, as they felt the hoofbeats pass by not far from them, the few floating rings in the low air instantly transformed into comets, trailing long fiery tails as they crashed down around them. It turned out they were flying stones wrapped in oilcloth. The cavalrymen had lit them on fire and then swung them while riding. The flaming stones, when swung, really did look like rings of light. But the moment they were thrown, they instantly became meteors trailing fire, mercilessly smashing into the totem warriors' camp. In an instant, the entire edge of the forest was ablaze with roaring flames, adding a touch of eerie color to the dark night. It's worth mentioning the totem warriors' camp and why it caught fire so quickly. This was the season when the green had not yet fully returned and the yellow had not yet faded. The spring vegetation had only just begun to recover, and there was plenty of rain, so the forest shouldn't have ignited so quickly. The key was that their camp was covered in a lot of dry grass. As everyone knows, rabbits survive by eating grass. They also live in burrows and have another habit, collecting dry grass. Ahem, not for eating, of course, but for lining their nests as bedding. And the dry grass in rabbit burrows has a special characteristic. Even when it rains, their burrows don't get wet. So, for those who like to camp in the wild, if you can't find dry tinder on a rainy day, you might as well try your luck at a rabbit hole. The totem warriors were the same. The forest floor was covered in a large amount of rotting leaves, with insects and poisonous snakes occasionally emerging. The damp ground was not suitable for sleeping. Fortunately, after digging up rabbit warrens for several days, they had accumulated a lot of dry grass for bedding. They never expected that at this moment, the dry grass spread on the ground would become their nightmare. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Fum. The next moment, with a whoosh, the piles of grass soaked in tung oil suddenly burst into flames. Among them were many unlucky souls who, while sleeping soundly on the piles of grass, were instantly engulfed by the raging fire. For a time, flames, smoke, and piercing screams covered the entire area around the forest. About an hour later, the situation had not improved but had instead intensified. The fires at the edge of the forest, fanned by the wind and fueled by the piles of decaying leaves everywhere, showed signs of merging into a single line. Not only that, although the forest fire wasn't very large, because the ground was covered in damp, decaying leaves, there weren't many open flames, but the smoke was incredibly thick. When the wind blew, the entire forest was instantly shrouded in dense smoke. At this moment, the nearly 2,000 totem warriors in the forest were thrown into chaos. Many lost their way in the darkness and dense smoke, suffocating and going into shock in their confusion. Some small teams even inexplicably started fighting with their own kin in the smoke. Chaos, chaos. The entire dark forest was in chaos. Yet, just when they thought they might never escape this forest, they suddenly heard a thunderous sound from not far away. It was as if the god of thunder in the sky had sensed their call and was using thunder to guide them to a path of escape. Keep beating, harder. Make the drums louder. Don't stop. If you're tired, switch with someone else, Weiyun shouted from his dapple yellow horse, holding a torch high as he addressed the several four-wheeled carts carrying large drums. Yes, sir. General Banner Officer, but will this really work? Will the enemy really follow the sound to find us? One of Weiyun's Shaoqi officers asked, unconvinced. You're asking me? Who am I supposed to ask? This was the chief's idea. We just have to do our job. Right. Have all your Shaoqi light their torches. The sound alone won't be enough later. We'll definitely need your torches to light the way. Go and prepare, Weiyun commanded his men loudly. Yes, General Banner Officer. Hearing that it was the chief's idea, the few Shaoqi officers no longer hesitated and immediately split up to prepare as ordered. The next moment, just as the Han tribe's cavalry had prepared their torches, a large group of people burst out of the smoke-filled forest. These people had been running wildly, following the sound of the drums. Just as their lungs were about to explode, they finally broke through the smoke's encirclement and greedily breathed in the fresh air and the night wind. Many collapsed to the ground, coughing violently. Others painfully rubbed their eyes. Their two eyeballs, smoked by the dense fumes, were bloodshot and extremely uncomfortable. Some even felt like they wanted to gouge their own eyes out. But as more and more people rushed out from behind, those in front began to recover. The temporarily blinded regained their sight. They turned their heads towards the source of the drumming, where they could vaguely see many flickering lights. That was where the Han tribe cavalry stood, holding torches. Before long, as more and more people escaped the smoke, Wu Yun's side also noticed the situation. General Banner Officer, General Banner Officer. Those man-eating barbarians are really coming out. But they're still gathered at the edge of the forest. What do we do now? What do we do? Of course, we charge in and fight. Go get your men, throw one more round of firestones from a distance. Don't get too close. It doesn't matter if you miss. The important thing is to draw them all over. And don't run too fast. Let them see you, but not be able to catch you. But you also have to make them feel like they might be able to catch up. You guys gauge the distance yourselves. Then lead them to the main road. Seeing the plan working, Wu Yun couldn't help but raise an eyebrow as he instructed his men. Yes, sir. Listen up. The chief said that as long as we can lure all the enemies over this time, everyone will be promoted one noble rank. After arranging the battle plan, Wu Yun shouted out the reward promised by the chief again to boost morale. At this, the cavalry warriors, who had been exhausted all day, were instantly energized. They spurred their mounts, brandished their torches, and charged towards the edge of the forest like wolves and tigers. Next, as the cavalry frantically drew the enemy's ire, guided by the drums and torches, the cannibal warriors, who had been bottling up their anger all day and were nearly smoked to death in the forest at night, now saw the Han tribe cavalry coming to provoke them again. They all looked like they couldn't take it anymore, brandishing their stone axes and javelins and chasing after them with loud cries. This chase and lure continued over time. The enemy's ranks, initially sparse, gradually formed a long line. Many totem warriors who had escaped the smoke in 2s and 3s couldn't find their own squads at first, but seeing the main force of their side running forward, they, not knowing the truth, didn't want to be left alone and ended up following the main force. The cavalry in front, listening to the whistling stone axes and javelins flying past them, dodged erratically while continuously counterattacking with flying stones. They maintained a close but unreachable distance from the enemy behind them, gradually leading them onto the main road at the foot of the mountain. Not only that, but after receiving a new order from Wu Yun, the cavalry leading the way in front would occasionally drop their torches and speed up, shouting as they ran forward. The scene looked as if they were afraid of the large infantry force behind them, so scared that they even dropped their torches. The enemy behind them was instantly filled with fighting spirit. They thought to themselves, so what if you can ride beasts? There are so few of you. When you see so many of us, you're still scared enough to turn tail and run. They then unceremoniously picked up the torches dropped by the cavalry and continued the chase. Before long, the enemy behind them had more and more torches in their hands, eventually forming a rather spectacular fire dragon on the main road. This not only made it convenient for the enemy, but also allowed the Han tribe's cavalry to observe the enemy's formation more clearly in the dark. With over 1,000 people running at this speed on the main road, they were actually quite fast, especially when one side was fleeing and the other was pursuing. The two sides, who had been at the edge of the forest, unknowingly ran to the bank of the Ryong River. The next scene shocked the totem warriors behind them even more. They had faintly heard the sound of flowing water and knew they were approaching the river. Now they could finally corner the Han tribe's cavalry. Even if your men can swim, the four-legged beast you're riding probably can't. Let's see where you run now. But when the 1,000-strong force chased them to the riverbank, they were instantly dumbfounded. They actually saw the Han tribe's cavalry riding their four-legged beasts directly across the river's surface. What the hell, how did they do that? Can their mounts fly? But the next moment, the totem warriors who had finally reached the riverbank suddenly saw that a bridge floating on the water had been erected on the river at some point, and the Han tribe's cavalry had clearly just crossed from here. This was, of course, also part of Han Feng's plan. On the dark river surface, 3-meter-wide wooden boats floated side by side, covered with a layer of thick wooden planks, thus temporarily creating a 6-meter-wide pontoon bridge on the river. Seeing that there was a road directly to the other side, the totem warriors behind them also became excited. Although they had swum across this small river before, Now that there was a way to cross without getting wet, only a fool would swim. Especially when they saw the Han tribe cavalry who had just crossed the river, who were also so tired they had stopped to rest not far away. In an instant, the totem warriors on the east bank seemed to see the dawn of victory. Holding torches and their weapons, they charged across the pontoon bridge with loud cries, then continued to attack the panting Han tribe cavalry. But after they also crossed the bridge, the Han tribe's cavalry seemed to become terrified and began to make their final death throes, then continued to lead this 1,000-strong force towards the northwest. After a while, the totem warriors at the rear straggled across the pontoon bridge. After waiting a bit longer and seeing no one else following, dozens of figures suddenly jumped down from the treetops on the bank. They quietly loaded the wooden planks onto the boats. Then a few people pulled out the bamboo poles stuck in the water, untied the ropes tied to the trees, and rowed the 4 small boats south, heading towards Rion Commandery in the south. At the same time, 2 men leading horses emerged from the nearby woods. The 2 looked at each other, nodded, mounted their horses, and galloped off in different directions. Meanwhile, to the northwest of this location, the life-and-death chase of over 1,000 people continued. But this couldn't go on forever. 2 legs could never outrun 4. Just as the cannibal warriors behind them were so tired they were out of breath, and the 1,000-strong force was about to vomit from running, their eyes suddenly lit up. Amidst the rolling hills and grasslands ahead, there was an area with a stretch of fires and curling cooking smoke. The scent of food drifted through the air, along with a cacophony of shouts. It seemed a small tribe had appeared ahead. The next moment, the exhausted army of cannibals was instantly energized, charging forward like a pack of mad dogs off their leashes. Seeing a tribe suddenly appear ahead, smelling the aroma of food wafting from it, the army of cannibals, who had been running all night and were thirsty and exhausted, threw all caution to the wind. They raised their weapons high, as if injected with chicken blood, and charged towards the settlement. 5 minutes later, looking at the now empty settlement, the howling totem warriors couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, but they had no suspicions. The tribe's settlement was indeed fully equipped. First, there was a half-man-high fence made of wood, very sparse, looking like a sheep pen. The joints where the wooden stakes were buried and the ropes were tied were also very clean, looking as if they had just been built the night before. Inside this large enclosure, the most eye-catching feature was a uniform row of pointed-roof, thatched huts. All the houses for people to live in were supported by a few sticks, with some thatch plastered on the outside. Everyone couldn't help but feel a bit exasperated. These houses were built too hastily. If they were to build such pointed-roof huts, it would probably take them only a few minutes to make one. Moreover, this thing couldn't block the wind and rain in summer, nor could it keep warm in winter. Were such shabby houses really for people to live in? But then they thought about the current season, spring. It seemed there was no problem living in such thatched huts. In this season, as long as it was safe enough, even using the sky as a blanket and the ground as a bed was fine. So they automatically ignored this not-so-obvious flaw. This wasn't because they were careless, but because this place really looked like a settlement. Inside the entire enclosure, besides the pointed-roof thatched huts, there were also many discarded living supplies scattered around, even pots still bubbling on the fire, a few black chickens pecking at spilled grain on the ground, and a sheep tied up in the sheep pen, bleeding in terror. A broken clay pot discarded to the side, an old water bucket, scattered chopsticks, a broken wooden spoon, and the wheel of a small cart leaning against the sheep pen. All of this proved that this was a tribe where many people had lived, and they had just fled a few minutes ago. This could be seen from the messy footprints and hoofprints at the entrance of the enclosure, as well as the fresh, warm horse manure. The next moment, they no longer hesitated. They went to the clay pots they didn't have time to take away, and watched the slightly spoiled salted fish and porridge inside bubbling. They smelled the aroma, and then added some of the dried rabbit meat they had saved up over the past few days. Someone also dug out a few burnt black taro from the fire under the pot. After cutting them open with a bone knife, the fragrant flesh inside was revealed, but the few that were there were quickly snatched up. But the others weren't idle either. They slaughtered the few remaining living creatures in this settlement. A moment later, a few black chickens and a sheep were roasting on the fire. But this food was still not enough for over 1,000 people to eat together. Fortunately, the rest of the people also found some faintly smelly salted fish and some raw taro in the pointed-roof thatched huts. Although the salted fish stank, the salt on it was a rare and good thing, so they didn't mind, and it was quickly snatched up by everyone. This timely supply was, of course, prepared by Han Feng. It looked like he was aiding the enemy, but in fact, he was aiding the enemy. Because Han Feng was very clear about his goal. He wanted living slaves, not a pile of useless corpses. If he just wanted to kill these enemies, he had plenty of ways, such as poisoning the pots and killing them all, or letting the cavalry go on a killing spree from the beginning. Even if he couldn't annihilate them all, he could definitely drive them away. The reason Han Feng didn't do this, and even went to great lengths to provide supplies for the enemy, was naturally because he was preparing to capture all these people alive and use them as laborers. While this group of cannibal totem warriors was feasting in the fake settlement, not far to their southwest, the Han tribe's cavalry was escorting a team of 400 to 500 people towards Fuma Pass. This group of people was, of course, a team temporarily formed from the two southern alliances. Believing that they were not yet familiar with the Han tribe's fighting style, Han Feng had assigned them this task: build a fake camp and throw away some of the junk that the Han tribe had already phased out to lure the enemy and point them in the right direction. That's right, they had already completed the first phase of the mission. And at this moment, while the cannibal totem warriors were eating and drinking, they began the second phase of the mission under the escort of the cavalry team, to point the way and lure the enemy to continue the chase. A column of several hundred people moved chaotically towards Fuma Pass. Although they had no formation and were scattered, they were not slow at all. Of course, these were not the main points. The important thing was that in the middle of this column, there were people sitting on several horse-drawn carts, occasionally throwing things down. Clay pots, ceramic bowls, broken jars, tattered sacks, crooked wooden crutches. A group of people walked while throwing things down, one item every short distance. It looked like things accidentally dropped on the road during a hasty escape. And these things clearly became road signs, implying to those behind, "We've been running all along," and even marking the direction of their escape for you. If the enemy still didn't chase after this, then why did they run all this way from thousands of miles away? Didn't they come out to hunt? It's just that the object of their hunt was those small tribes. About 3 hours later, the sky, which had been showing the first light of dawn, was now bright. The cannibal warriors, who had eaten their fill and rested enough, began to get restless. It was at this time that the Han tribe cavalry, who had already run to Fuma Pass, turned their horses around and came back again. Although Han Feng knew that these enemies would definitely follow the traces left behind, to be safe, Han Feng still sent the cavalry to scout. If the enemy did not charge towards Fuma Pass as planned, then he would have the cavalry lure them again. In short, their goal was only one: to capture these enemies alive. The next moment, looking at the broken pots and jars scattered all the way to the southwest, and remembering the various harassments they had experienced all day yesterday, as well as the fire and smoke last night that had almost smoked them to death, countless totem warriors began to chase in the direction the Han tribe had fled. But it was at this time that a few people broke away from the main force and went northwest and northeast. Soon, just before noon, the Han tribe cavalry, who had finally reached Fuma Pass and changed to fresh horses, finally met the totem warriors head-on halfway. This was really fate. In fact, whether there was fate between the two sides was unknown, but there was definitely hatred. Since Han Feng's arrival, there had been more than one conflict between the Han tribe and the cannibal tribe. Especially last time, not only did they capture over 1,000 enemies, but they also killed dozens of giant apes. Thinking of this, and looking at the cavalry in front of them who were mindlessly provoking them, the next moment, the entire 1,000-strong totem army immediately swarmed forward, raising their simple shields and javelins, and squeezing together. It seemed as if they thought this formation would allow them to do whatever they wanted, but the next moment, to their surprise, the Han tribe's cavalry still charged forward bravely. However, just as they thought the Han tribe was going to fight to the death, they saw that the oncoming cavalry in the distance did not get close at all, but threw a round of flying stones before retreating again. Some even stood on their stirrups, brandishing their whips and provoking the totem warriors. If this provocative behavior had happened in the morning, when they were tired and hungry, they might have really endured it. But the situation was different now. They had just plundered a tribe. They knew very well that if they didn't continue to attack and sustain the war with war, they would soon face another food crisis. Whether they could find a place like the dark forest, where rabbits were everywhere, would be a problem. Therefore, facing an unknown problem, and since their attack at this time was not a mindless charge, but a planned, premeditated charge with backup preparations. A leader wearing a human bone ornament shouted to the crowd behind him. Then they shouted slogans they couldn't understand and ran towards Fuma Pass. But interestingly, although this group of people shouted their slogans loudly, they didn't run very fast. But they were really still running towards Fuma Pass. Why do you think that is? Are they playing along, delaying for time? No, no, no. Even if they could delay for a while, what's the point? The result would still be the same. Wu Yun rode his dapple yellow horse and expressed this doubt to his subordinates, and someone actually answered him. General Banner Officer, you said these people have been running since it got dark yesterday until now. They're running so slowly now. Is it because they're tired? And seeing that there are markers all along the way, they're not afraid of getting lost. So that's why they're running so slowly. A Xiaoqi officer under Wu Yun said with a fist and palm salute. Well, what you said is not impossible, but you can't be complacent about anything. You can't just look at the good side. What if this is the enemy's conspiracy? We can only prepare for the worst in advance, and then report to the chief how long it will take for the enemy to reach the target location and whether they have reinforcements. The most crucial thing is that we still haven't found those red-furred strange monkeys, so we have to be a little vigilant. Wu Yun said very cautiously. Growing up on the treacherous grasslands, he not only had to fight with cunning jackals and wolves, but also deal with people who said one thing and did another. This experience had also made Wu Yun suspicious, so he was very cautious in his actions and would not easily trust others, let alone his enemies. Then, General Banner Officer, what should we do now? Gather your men and start scouting along the way. Also, the area around Fuma Pass, you must send people to take a look. If there is an emergency, report it to the chief immediately. Don't delay. Yes, General Banner Officer. After the new reconnaissance mission was issued, the Han tribe's cavalry once again transformed into frontline scouts, spreading out in all directions to gather more useful intelligence for the upcoming battle. It was at this time that the few people from the cannibal tribe army who had been sent out in advance as liaisons finally arrived at their destination. It was a sparse forest located further northwest of Fuma Pass, at the same latitude as the former Chi tribe, but the forest was to the west of the Chi tribe. The trees in this forest were not very dense, but it covered a large area and grew many strange trees. If Han Feng were here, he might be able to recognize that the most common type of tree here was actually the Duzhong tree. At the same time, this forest, like the Chi tribe, had a native tribe. But at this moment, the humans in this small tribe were almost all dead. A few days ago, the two northern tribal alliances had gone south to seek refuge with the Han tribe, but they didn't expect a large group of cannibal warriors to follow them all the way. But when they followed them to this hilly grassland, everyone stopped in their tracks. Even if they went a little further, they could immediately catch those humans, but they didn't move. Because they heard from the people who escaped last time that the Han tribe had ambushed and killed more than a dozen giant apes here. So, in their subconscious, this was already the Han tribe's sphere of activity and was not considered safe. In fact, it was more or less true. The Han tribe had indeed built a barbican here last winter, which was considered a preliminary military occupation of the area. But this was only one reason. The other was supplies. Their food was starting to run out, and they had to find a way to get supplies. Thus, the nearly 3,000 cannibal totem warriors were temporarily divided into two teams at this place. One team of nearly 2,000 people crossed the Rushui River to the east and ran to the dark forest to look for small tribes suitable for attack, as well as the rabbits that were everywhere in the forest. The remaining team had a little over 1,000 people. But unlike the other team, the 35 adult red-furred giant apes that came with the team this time were also here. They had now successfully occupied this Duzhong forest and eliminated a small tribe inside, turning their tribe into a hidden base for their advance, or rather, a springboard for their attack. In the next few days, Han Feng had Yu Yi lead people out for reconnaissance several times. It turned out that those cannibal freaks had chosen a very hidden spot. Yu Yi tried several times to find the location of the red-furred giant apes, but they always managed to evade him. But now, when the other team was harassed by the Han tribe's cavalry and almost burned to death by a fire, when they had had enough of this humiliation and were ready for a decisive battle with the Han tribe, they knew they might not be a match, and with last night's fire and today's long trek, even if they went to the Han tribe to cause trouble like this, they probably wouldn't gain any advantage. Therefore, a small leader of the team suddenly sent out a few fast-footed liaisons to the Duzhong forest to call for support from the other team, and also asked them to bring the giant apes. The moment the message calling for reinforcements arrived, it was met with a response. To be honest, the troop hiding in the Duzhong forest hadn't found any valuable targets in the past few days. After eating the small tribe inside clean, they were already eager to rendezvous with the 2,000-strong force and continue their southward advance. The giant apes in this troop, in particular, had long wanted to leave this wretched forest. The trees here were all very strange. Not only did they not bear any fruit, but their leaves, roots, and bark were also peculiar. When you tore a leaf, it would pull out a white, silky web accompanied by a strange smell. The bark and roots were the same, which they found unbearable. Thus, upon receiving the intelligence, this troop immediately reacted. They lit a huge bonfire at the southern edge of the forest and placed some fresh branches and leaves on it. In a short while, a column of black smoke rose. Coupled with the massive roars of the 30-plus giant apes, the small squads scattered throughout the forest quickly gathered here. Just as when Han Feng first encountered them, these cannibal warriors often attacked collectively, wiping out a few tribes and then using their settlements as forward bases before splitting into small squads of dozens to cast a wide net in the surrounding area. This time was no exception. After receiving the signal to assemble, they immediately rushed over. Not just the totem warriors, but also some more terrifying things, like giant apes and terror elephants. Speaking of terror elephants, Han Feng had actually captured some from them before. But in subsequent encounters, he hadn't seen them using terror elephants as mounts. Han Feng had his own theory about this. A behemoth like a terror elephant would certainly be difficult to capture alive. With the help of giant apes, it would be easy for them to hunt terror elephants. But taming an adult elephant was nothing short of a fool's dream. Young elephants were hard to come by, and if they were too young, they wouldn't have been weaned yet. If the mother elephant died, the calf certainly wouldn't live long. Therefore, Han Feng judged that they must have very few tamed terror elephants. Especially for an animal like an elephant, which is highly intelligent and emotionally developed. If hunters killed their companions, the surviving calves would most likely hold a grudge. It would be a wonder if they didn't turn on their captors immediately. Getting a young elephant to obediently serve them would be a real challenge. This time was no exception. They had dispatched over 3,000 men and 35 giant apes, but there were only 2 terror elephants, both adults. Each stood about 5 or 6 meters tall and weighed over 10 tons. Standing there, they looked like 2 two-story buildings. Without these 2 behemoths, they might not have dared to attack a Han tribe city again. Faced with those towering city walls, even if there were no defenders, climbing them would be difficult enough, let alone with well-equipped soldiers guarding them. But with these 2 terror elephants, it was a different story. When these 2 little monsters stood at the base of the city wall, a swing of their long trunks could reach the top. Even if they couldn't sweep away a swath of enemies directly, it would be easy to send their own warriors up. They were practically 2 living siege ladders. It was just unknown how long these 2 big guys could last, and whether they could hold out until they successfully breached the city. Regardless of the outcome, the cannibal totem warriors were very confident in these 2 monstrous beings. They even believed that as long as these 2 creatures could successfully appear at the foot of the enemy's city wall, those people who tied their hair on top of their heads would be scared into abandoning the city and fleeing. So what if you ride 4-legged beasts? Under the feet of our long-nosed beasts, you'll be instantly trampled into a pile of mud. Omega. The 2 rendezvoused troops quickly advanced towards Fuma Pass. At the same time, Wu Yun's cavalry scouts immediately learned of this terrifying news. A Xiaoqi officer led his 5 cavalrymen, assigned to scout the northwest direction. This reconnaissance trip revealed some clues. For example, the few totem warriors who had been sent to contact the giant apes. Seeing a few people covered in white totem patterns leave the main force and run quickly towards the forest in the northwest, the Xiaoqi officers' eyes lit up. It seemed there really was something going on. Otherwise, why would these guys be running over there so fast? However, his small group was very cautious. They didn't chase directly on horseback, but followed at a leisurely pace. After the few totem warriors slipped into the forest, they quickly dispersed, hid their horses in the surrounding hilly terrain, and then carefully concealed themselves, observing from behind the reverse slope of a hill. It wasn't long before they saw many people come out to the edge of the forest, light a fire, and create a column of black smoke that shot straight into the sky. They're here. Something's definitely up. Omega. For a moment, the few scouts hiding nearby were all excited. But the next moment, They felt the situation was getting out of control. Thump, 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 thump. A series of tremors came from the ground beneath them, startling the few scouts. What's going on? Is it an earthquake? Just as the few were terrified, the feeling of an earthquake grew closer and closer. Oh, roar. The next instant, the few of them witnessed a scene they would never forget for the rest of their lives. A terror elephant taller than a house suddenly walked out of the forest with heavy steps, knocking down countless small trees along the way. When they emerged from the forest and came to the side of the soaring smoke column, they seemed unable to bear the unpleasant smell. They suddenly pointed their long trunks to the sky and let out a great roar, stunning the few men. My God, what kind of monster is that? Huh? Wait, this thing looks like the big elephant the chief rides, but it's way too big. Oh, we have to tell the chief immediately, or something really bad is going to happen this time. And so, in the face of this great crisis, the few cavalrymen did not hesitate for a moment. They quickly mounted their horses, whipped them, and fled. The totem warriors who had just gathered at the edge of the forest couldn't help but burst into laughter when they saw the cavalry fleeing. Ha ha ha! These people who ride four-legged beasts are really afraid of our long-nosed beasts. This time they didn't even dare to throw stones. They just ran away scared. It's a good thing they ran away. I'm just afraid they're running back to report. Amidst the crowd's laughter, there were also some clear-headed individuals. Or rather, someone who had been lucky enough to escape the Han tribe's encirclement last time. After personally witnessing the Han tribe's fighting style, he no longer dared to underestimate this tribe. Especially when he heard that the target of this attack might be that same Han tribe. He didn't want to come. But he couldn't refuse the orders from above, so he was forced to come here. Although they had two huge terror elephants to help them this time, giving them a chance to break through the Han tribe's city walls, he still felt a sense of unease in his heart. There was no basis for it. It was just a feeling that they might lose again. You're not really scared, are you? Those hair-tying people aren't as formidable as you say. If they were really that strong, why wouldn't they dare to fight us head-on? They just keep harassing us and throwing stones from a distance. Now that they've seen our long-nosed beasts, they're even more scared and run away. A tribe like that, even two of them wouldn't be enough for all of us to fight. Another squad leader who had never encountered the Han tribe said contemptuously, looking down on his cowardly companion. But the man ignored him, just sighed imperceptibly, then shook his head and said no more. He thought to himself, I'll try to stay in the back later. If we win, I don't mind sharing the fruits of victory with my companions. But if we lose, I'll just turn and run. If I get caught by the Han tribe, I'll just surrender. After all, a bad life is better than a good death. Maybe being a captive isn't so bad. Especially during the last encirclement by the Han tribe, he had been lucky enough to escape the battlefield and nimbly climbed a tree. From there, he had witnessed the power of the Han tribe and how his own kind were miserably defeated. But the victorious Han tribe didn't kill them all. They captured them all alive. This surprised him, and he secretly made a mental note. Since the Han tribe was willing to take captives, there was no need to kill them afterwards. So, when they couldn't win, surrendering really was a chance to live. There was a reason this person had such thoughts. According to the internal divisions of the cannibal tribe, he was not a child born in the tribe, but a child from a tribe that had voluntarily surrendered. It takes all sorts to make a world. Over the past few hundred years, many tribes had been conquered by the cannibal tribe. Some chose to fight to the death, some chose to flee, and of course, some surrendered directly and expressed their willingness to be reformed. And this guy who was preparing to flee, his original tribe was one that had chosen to surrender to the cannibal tribe. For a fence-sitter like him, who followed whoever was stronger, he naturally had no sense of belonging to the cannibal tribe. With a great battle imminent, it was not at all surprising that he would have such thoughts. Before long, more and more people gathered at the smoke column at the edge of the forest. Soon, everyone had arrived, and the total number directly exceeded 1,000. Then, the crowd followed behind the two terror elephants and set off majestically towards the valley where Fuma Pass was located. On the other side, the few scouts who were galloping on their horses finally arrived at Fuma Pass before the enemy and met the calm and composed Chief Han Feng. Chief, besides the group of over 1,000 who just followed the tracks we left, we also just scouted a forest to the northwest of the valley. There's another group of cannibal tribe totem warriors there, numbering no less than 1,000. And we also saw giant red-furred apes in their ranks, about 30 of them. Also theirs. What else? Just say it. Han Feng couldn't help but raise an eyebrow at his words. More people wasn't a problem. An extra 1,000 or 2 wouldn't make a big difference. The presence of giant apes was also expected. He had thought of this situation long ago and had even specially prepared the newly made bed crossbows for those monsters. It could be said that he had given the enemy enough face. But now, the scouts were telling him there was another unexpected situation. How could this not be surprising? Chief, that group has 2 gray mountain-like long-nosed elephants, but they're much bigger than Gray Mountain. They look to be twice as tall as Gray Mountain. If those 2 elephants come to the city, our walls will be hard to defend. We might really lose. Those elephants are really too big. They're so tall, maybe if they stand on their 2 hind legs, their front legs could reach the top of the wall. The scout's voice grew quieter and quieter towards the end, and he couldn't help but sigh, feeling very pessimistic about the upcoming battle. Unexpectedly, at this moment, he suddenly heard the chief's rhetorical question. At that time, Han Feng had a smile on his lips, an expression of having everything under control. Then he gave a wicked smile. Who said we're going to defend the walls? We can just open the gate and wait for them to come in. Why should we let them attack the city? We just need to close the gate behind them in advance. The scout immediately understood. That's right. Wasn't that their original plan? I've opened the gate for you. You can't still attack the city, right? You'd definitely just come in. But just as he thought of this, he felt something was wrong again. Chief, if we let all the enemies in and close the gate, won't they just be attacking the city from the inside out? In the end, it's still a siege. Han Feng immediately cleared up his confusion. It's different. Look at our city gate, and then think about the 2 elephants you mentioned. If all the enemies come in, the elephants definitely won't be able to get in, right? So when they choose to enter the city, the 2 elephants will naturally be left outside. Without anyone to coordinate with them, what can 2 elephants do? We'll see how it goes. If they really cause trouble, we just need 1 round of bed crossbow fire, and even the biggest elephant will fall on the spot. Don't be afraid. So that's how it is. The chief is amazing to be able to calculate all this. The cavalry scout looked at the gate tunnel he had just passed through, then recalled the massive size of the 2 elephants he had seen. It was just as the chief had said, they couldn't possibly squeeze in. In that case, if the enemy was tricked into entering the city, leaving the terror elephants outside, then they really had nothing to fear. It was at this moment that everyone standing on the city wall felt a slight vibration. It wasn't the continuous shock of 10,000 horses galloping, but like a controlled explosion, each step could shake the earth beneath their feet. They were here. Their presence was felt before they were seen. The might of the 2 adult terror elephants was truly extraordinary. Standing on the city wall, Han Feng could see many of his tribesmen's legs trembling wherever he looked. Although they knew they had the advantage in weaponry, and that it would be difficult for the enemy to breach the walls, they couldn't help but tremble. These men had simply never experienced a battle of this scale. Before joining the Han tribe, their so-called conflicts were limited to hunts involving a few dozen people or brawls between 2 small tribes. A scene like this, with thousands of enemies attacking, was something they had never even witnessed. But when they saw the great Han banner flying above the gate tower and the young chief standing beneath it, their hearts began to steady. That's right. Their chief was so young and unafraid. What right did they have to be scared? Every man standing here was older than the chief. Where is Shwetu? Your subordinate is here. You will lead the men. Form a shield wall and a spear wall inside the city. When the enemy attacks, conduct a steady retreat. The rear gate must be ready to close at any moment. You must hold them back and not let the enemy break through. At the same time, you must lure all the enemies to the rear gate. Only then will we have a chance to trap them all inside. Yes, sir. Where is Yi? Your subordinate is here. Go and bring Huishan and Ro. Start from the east of Hanyang City, circle around along the river, and hide in the east to await my orders. Yes, sir. All soldiers, listen. Behind you are your women and children, your homes and your fields. We must not let the enemy escape this barbican. Everyone on the north wall, listen. The enemy is equipped with a small number of bows and arrows, but they all have bone arrowheads. Do not be afraid. In a moment, hold your shields tight to protect your bodies and try to crouch behind the crenellations. The rest of you elders operating the bed crossbows, after the enemy's first wave of attack, I want you to aim for those giant apes and hit them hard. Yes, sir. Han Feng's series of commands and pre-battle mobilization were met with a deafening response, a sign of the warriors' restored confidence. That's right. Just as the chief said, behind them were their families, their homes, and their fields. Whether they would live a stable and good life in the future or be captured by the enemy as prisoners depended on the outcome of today's battle. However, as the chief, Han Feng could still feel the tension in the warriors beside him. After all, whether you were afraid in your heart was one thing, but the body's reaction was the most honest. And so, Han Feng shouted to them again. Soldiers, do you see that empty land behind the wall? That is where you will build your houses in the future. Perhaps you think building houses and high city walls is hard work, that you have to carry bricks until the land to grow grain. Do you feel tired? But today I tell you, the opportunity has come. Do you want others to help you build your city and your houses? Do you want to raise your children and farm your land in peace? Then capture a few more enemies in a little while. The more people you capture, the more people there will be to carry bricks for you in the future. Do you all understand? Hearing the chief's self-posed questions and answers, the crowd on the wall burst into laughter, all clamoring to capture a few more alive so they could make the prisoners carry bricks every day until they dropped dead. It had to be said, Han Feng's questions had truly struck a chord with them. Especially with this spring's migration and relocation, many people were actually dissatisfied. Some were old residents of Hanyang City who had been living well, but were now being transferred to the barren lands outside to rebuild their homes, while the newcomers were moving into their old houses. There were also newcomers who thought that by joining the Han tribe, they would be directly assigned a house and food distributed by the tribe, but starting this spring, everything suddenly changed. Now, the Han tribe not only had to reclaim wasteland and grow their own crops, but they also had to hand over a portion of the grain to the tribe. This was a complete reversal of the original communal system. No one could accept such a sudden reform so quickly, and it was inevitable that everyone held some resentment. But Han Feng didn't mind. They hadn't seen the benefits yet. Once they saw the tangible profits, the objectors would naturally shut up. Just as Han Feng had soothed the crowd's anxiety, the enemy's attack arrived. The Eastern army of over 1,500 men, who had just crossed the river at night and were lured here at dawn by Han Feng's cavalry, plus the Western army of just over 1,000 hidden in the Duzhong forest, had successfully rendezvoused 10 li north of Fuma Pass after making contact. The two armies, totaling over 2,500 troops, plus 35 red-furred giant apes and 2 adult terror elephants, swaggered south from the north, meeting no resistance along the way. That was a given, of course. In the face of an enemy of this size, what small tribe of 100 or so would dare to provoke them? They would run at the sight of them, and those who couldn't outrun them would immediately surrender. Besides, there were no small tribes left in the vicinity. They had basically all been absorbed by the Han tribe. Such a large force of several thousand, even in modern times, would be a reinforced regiment. In this era, it was an invincible existence. Unfortunately for them, they once again encountered the Han tribe, encountered city walls, encountered Han Feng. On the other side, the cannibal totem warriors charging south from the north all raised their weapons and rushed forward. The 30-plus giant apes took the lead, running at the forefront. And it was at this moment that Han Feng finally learned for the first time what species the man-apes were. North of Fuma Pass was a large expanse of hilly grassland, the terrain quite similar to the Australian savanna. In such a treeless place, the man-apes could no longer swing through the trees as before. But they also didn't run upright on 2 legs like humans. Instead, they ran on all 4s like gorillas, loping forward at an angle. This was the first time Han Feng had seen the man-apes running posture. The first encounter was in the forest, and the second time they were directly killed by the city's defenders, so Han Feng hadn't seen it then. But now that he saw it, Han Feng felt that the name he had given this creature was not wrong at all. Because they were apes, a transitional species between gorillas and humans. The man-ape's hind limbs were already significantly longer than their forelimbs, which prevented them from running well on all 4s. So even when running on all 4s, they could only run at an angle, with most of the power coming from their hind legs and their forelimbs only serving to balance. Moreover, when not running, the man-apes also liked to walk upright. Although they didn't stand that straight, they were indeed standing on 2 legs. If one were to go by the murals in the stone slab prophecy, this race might really share a common ancestor with the humans here, but they had just taken different evolutionary paths. But what was the point of looking at this now? They were already charging right at them, but they didn't attack directly. It had to be said, Han Feng's tactic this time had the enemy completely baffled. They knew the Han tribe was skilled at building high walls and would dig a moat around them, keeping all 4 gates tightly shut when facing an enemy. leaving no openings for their opponents. Just like last time, they had already charged to the foot of the city, but looking at the Han tribe's high walls, they were completely helpless. This time, however, was different. To breach the Han tribe's city walls, they had even specially brought 2 adult terror elephants to assist in a direct assault. But when they arrived, they found that the Han tribe hadn't closed the gate this time. Instead, they had a few hundred warriors with shields blocking the entrance. Could it be that their gate wasn't finished yet? This was too ridiculous. Did they really think that with just those few hundred men at the gate, they could challenge the man-apes? They really didn't know how to write the word death, did they? TSK, 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 right? How do you write the word death? But Han Feng obviously wasn't going to give the enemy a chance to learn Han characters. The moment he saw the enemy charge to the city and hesitate, Han Feng had the drummer next to him start beating the great drum. The thundering sound of the drum echoed through the valley, instantly snapping the dazed enemies back to their senses. But when they raised their weapons again, they saw the men blocking the city gate suddenly make an even more astonishing move. Those warriors, holding shields high with long spears at their sides, were now retreating rapidly to the beat of the drum from the city wall. After leaving the gate's vicinity, the warriors who had just been in a shield formation now slung their shields onto their backs and took off running towards the rear, as if afraid of being caught by the enemy if they were a step too slow. As for the other half, the spearmen, they had no shields to protect their backs, so they had already run ahead of the shield bearers. Seeing this sudden turn of events, the cannibal totem warriors were instantly enraged. There wasn't even a damn gate, and you were still guarding it. Fine, if you're going to guard it well. We'd respect you as a man. But now, before a single blow has been struck, you immediately turn tail and run. This is too damn real. And so, looking at the wide-open North City gate, in an instant, countless totem warriors began to charge through the entrance. But how could their speed compare to the red-furred giant apes? They had just started, and they were already far behind the ordinary warriors. In a matter of seconds, the giant apes in front were 100 or 200 meters ahead of the warriors behind. But this mode of charging was exactly what Han Feng needed. The next moment, just as all the giant apes had just charged 100 meters inside the gate, and the totem warriors behind were still outside, from the north wall, where Han Feng was, hundreds of quicklime cloth bags flew out in an instant, covering all the giant apes' heads in a saturation strike. Giant apes were not yet human, so their senses were naturally much stronger than humans. For example, their hearing, sight, and smell had not yet completely degenerated and were still as keen as a wild beast's. At this moment, as the hundreds of lime bags descended upon them, they were detected while still in the air. The next moment, the giant apes, while chasing forward, suddenly stopped in their tracks, then leaped high into the air, and with a swing of their long arms, pop, 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 they instantly swatted and burst a dozen lime bags. As a result, the lime bags that were supposed to burst upon hitting the ground were swatted and burst in midair. Seeing this scene, the Han tribe members on the city wall almost squealed with laughter like pigs. They had been worried that the smoke released after the bags hit the ground wouldn't be high enough. Now it was perfect. They never expected the apes to come looking for trouble themselves, swatting the cloth bags in midair. The white powder smoke instantly spread in the air like a fuel-air explosive. The next second, the lime bags that fell naturally also burst, raising a large cloud of white dust from the ground. The full-space, low-altitude integrated strike instantly turned the 35 red-furred giant apes into white-furred snow monsters. Of course, this wasn't just a simple dye job. As the saying goes, you reap what you sow. The Han tribe's warriors had dyed their hair, so of course, they had to collect a fee. And that fee was their eyes. Just as Han Feng had expected, as soon as the white lime dust spread, dozens of painful howls and angry roars came from within the smoke. It worked. The chief is amazing. This move really works. Isn't that obvious? Who is our chief? If he wasn't amazing, could he lead us to defend the city walls? Besides, this isn't the first time the chief has used this method. We used this method to defeat those monsters in a similar place before. At that time, there were no city walls here, just a large area of small hills. The chief led us to lie in wait behind the 2 hills facing the valley. Hills? What happened to the hills? I see that the area in front of our city wall is all flat ground. Where are the small hills? A newcomer asked, confused. Are you stupid? Of course, the hills were all leveled. Otherwise, where do you think all the earth for the city wall we're standing on now came from? The old man who had spoken first immediately explained. But at this moment, the giant apes, driven mad by the pain, quickly rushed out of the dust cloud, charging forward blindly. However, the totem warriors who had just rushed into the city did not receive this lime baptism. This was mainly because lime is a dust, and unlike smoke, its suspension time is short. It quickly settled to the ground. When the 1,000+ people behind stepped on it, it only kicked up some white smoke from the ground, but the suspension height was very low and could not harm their eyes. Chief, why didn't we just shoot those red-furred monsters dead with the crossbows just now? Haven't you seen how slow it is to fire a round from the bed crossbows? In that fleeting opportunity just now, even if you could complete a volley, how many could you kill? Besides, if you reveal such a terrifyingly powerful weapon now, when the ordinary totem warriors behind see them die so miserably just after entering the city, will they still follow them in? Blinding them is enough for now. A group of blind giant apes has no combat effectiveness. Keeping them alive can also let them create chaos in the city. Why bother overdoing it? Stop thinking about these useless things. Everyone, get ready. When you hear my order, drop the main gate immediately. I'm going to trap them all in this jar and catch them like turtles in a jar. At the foot of Fuma Pass's walls, the north gate stood wide open. Countless enemies poured in behind the man-apes, frantically pursuing the several hundred fleeing Han tribe soldiers. At the giant ape's original speed, they might have actually been caught. But after the first wave of lime powder strikes, the apes, who should have been the fastest, ended up dragging down the main force. Having completely lost their sight, they madly attacked their own teammates, constantly creating chaos within the charging ranks. It was at this moment that Shue Tu and his men, who had been prepared to die to hold the enemy in the Barbican, managed to escape through the south gate during this period of enemy confusion. Seeing their own people finally rush out of the city, the guards at the south gate were overjoyed, shouting at the soldiers under their command to start closing the gate. Close the gate. The enemy is charging. Quick, quick, quick. Bar the gate. Put all 3 bars in place. And the sandbags. Quick, quick, quick. Pile them all behind the gate. A squad leader shouted loudly, his heart a mix of excitement and anxiety, terrified that he would fail his mission and cause the chief's entire plan to collapse. The 2 heavy, solid wood gates were finally closed. But just then, the totem warriors, their bodies covered in strange white patterns, also broke through the blockade of their allies and successfully arrived before the south gate of Fuma Pass. The first 50 or 60 who ran the fastest slammed directly into the gate, causing the thick doors to shudder, but that was all. What they didn't know was that on the other side of the gate, the several hundred men who had just run out had not left. They were packed one against the other behind the gate. At the same time, another team in charge of the gate's defense had worked together to place 3 solid wood bars, each as thick as an adult's thigh, onto the gate's crossbar. But that wasn't all. To be safe, several hundred men brought pre-prepared sandbags from both sides of the gate and piled them one by one behind the doors. With this, even if dozens of giant apes rammed the gate together, it would be impossible to open it. The south gate of Fuma Pass had just been successfully sealed, but the battle at the north gate was still raging. Although Han Feng's plan was simple, just trap all the enemies in the Barbican, reality was not so straightforward. The vanguard of man-apes had been taken out by the Han tribe's dirty trick before they could even be effective, losing their combat ability. Fortunately, the gate's defenses had been useless, as the Han tribe's warriors had been scared off, allowing more totem warriors to charge straight in, right to the Han tribe's doorstep. However, reality was a far cry from their imagination. The easy breakthrough and weak warriors they had envisioned did not appear. Instead, a scene from the past replayed itself. I'll just sit here and watch you attack, but you just can't hit me. The walls were higher than Hanyang cities, the gates thicker, leaving the countless charging totem warriors dumbfounded once again. Now what? How were they supposed to fight? Normally, in this situation, the Han tribe defenders on the wall would have unleashed a volley of arrows to inflict casualties, but they didn't. The Han tribe defenders were like players who had disconnected from a game. After going to the trouble of closing the gate, they made no further moves. This strange situation left the charging totem warriors bewildered. The gate wouldn't open, and the enemy wasn't attacking them. So what were they standing here for? Should they go back? And so, many of the totem warriors on the spot had the thought of retreating. They began to carefully back away, warily keeping an eye on the Han tribe defenders on the high walls. But just as they were about to retreat, the newcomers behind them were still charging forward with loud cries. One wave retreating, one wave charging, the two groups collided, causing considerable chaos. Those who wanted to retreat saw so many of their kin still running this way, so they decided not to run either. The group just gathered at the entrance of the south gate, discussing how to get over that wall. Meanwhile, outside the north gate of the Barbican, almost all the warriors had fled, leaving only 100 or so gathered around the two terror elephants, trying to attack the Han tribe defenders on the walls. First, they climbed onto the backs of the terror elephants and then shot arrows and threw stones at the wall. But the people on top were cowardly crouching behind the crenellations, protecting themselves tightly with wooden shields, giving them no opportunity at all. Seeing that this method didn't work, they then tried to use the terror elephants' massive bodies to climb directly onto the wall. The idea was good, but in reality, it was not as simple as it sounded. One terror elephant stood at the foot of the wall, while the other knelt beside the standing one, forming a living two-step ladder. But this tactic was actually only suitable for the giant apes. The height difference between the two terror elephants and between the elephants and the wall was several meters for each step. This was far beyond the reach of the totem warriors, who were on average only about 1.7 meters tall. How the hell were they supposed to climb this? What was the point of fighting? And those unlucky red-furred monsters. If they hadn't been blinded, they might have already stormed the walls and slaughtered the Han tribe defenders. Now, they had accomplished nothing and had been collectively eliminated by the Han tribe. A bunch of blind creatures, what could you expect them to do? And so, in the spirit of if one plan fails, try another, the totem warriors quickly came up with a second tactic. They had their tribe's beast whisperers, who controlled the terror elephants, cooperate, having the two elephants use their long trunks to pick up a person each and throw them directly onto the city wall. As the saying goes, if you're not tall enough, use your nose. The previously unreachable city wall was actually scaled by the totem warriors below in this bizarre way. Even Han Feng, who was watching the battle from the city wall, was stunned. He never thought there would be such a way to attack a city. But even if they got up this way, would it be useful? A playful smile touched his lips. He had his soldiers throw away their long spears and all switch to wooden clubs, then hide behind the crenellations, ready and waiting. Just then, the two terror elephants really did lift two people up with their trunks. But the moment they got up, the two began to regret it. They had discovered a very important problem. This method got them up, but only two of them got up, while there were over 800 defenders on the city wall. How the hell were they supposed to fight? What did we come up here for? Are we here to offer up our heads? Brothers, get them. Capture these two idiots alive. Ha ha ha. The next moment, before the two could react, they were surrounded from all sides. Dozens of wooden clubs rained down on them, quickly beating them half to death. Then they were tied up securely and thrown into a corner of the wall, left for dead. After this skirmish, the Han tribe defenders on the wall began to get excited. When it came to fighting, many might be afraid, but the thrill of bullying the few with the many, especially a group of people ganging up on two, was just too satisfying. Some newcomers who were originally reluctant to participate in the battle seemed to have found joy in this defense of the tribe. But everything that happened on top, due to the high-low perspective, the people below only heard the shouts but didn't know the actual situation. Therefore, seeing the two successfully reach the top, they saw the hope of victory. And so, the totem warriors below sent up two more people. As expected, the two who had just been sent up were once again submerged in the encirclement on the wall, not even having time to shout more than a few words. But the people below weren't fools either. Seeing that 4 people had been sent up, but there wasn't much of a reaction, they quickly realized something. Sending people up seems too slow. But too few people won't have any effect. They were at the foot of the wall and didn't know exactly how many people were on top, but they understood that sending too few was just sending them to their deaths. And so, they made another attempt. They moved to a different section of the wall and had the two terror elephants quickly throw warriors onto the wall. They could basically send up 7 or 8 in a minute. But this number was no problem for the defenders on the wall. Due to the height difference, the terror elephants couldn't actually see the situation on the wall. Some of the people sent up by these two big guys were rolled up horizontally. When they felt they were about at the top of the wall, they just released their trunks and dropped the person. Therefore, most of the warriors who were sent up were pressed to the ground before they could even get a firm footing. Then they were immediately tied up, and then, there was no then. But this tactic was also quickly declared a failure amidst shouts and cries. The totem warriors who had just landed without even getting a firm footing were pressed to the ground and tied up by dozens of strong men, their miserable howls echoing endlessly. And their shouts quickly told the people below to stop sending people up. There were too many people on top, and this method was simply not working. And so, after trying 3 different plans and sacrificing dozens of men, the group below finally got angry. It's just a damn wall, right? Fine, I won't go up. Let's see if I can just bring you guys down. The totem warriors below changed their tactics again, notifying the beast whisperers, who controlled the elephants, to have the 2 elephants ram the wall. The next moment, a rumbling tremor came from the city wall. Some of the Han tribe defenders on top lost their footing and fell right on their butts on the top of the wall. Thump, 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 thump. A continuous series of strong impacts came from below the city wall, making the defenders on the wall so scared they couldn't sit still. They were afraid that the next moment, this wall made of a pile of mud would collapse and bury them all. Before they died, they would even be trampled by the giant elephant below, who wouldn't be afraid. But there was someone who wasn't afraid. That person was, of course, the chief of the Han tribe, Han Feng. When Han Feng saw the 2 terror elephants below actually start ramming the wall, he frowned slightly, but was not afraid. One reason was that he trusted the strength of the city wall here. Although it was only rammed earth, a large amount of grass ash, lime, and charcoal had been added during its construction. Although there was no sticky rice soup, it could be considered a form of 3-in-1 soil. Its hardness was comparable to low-grade concrete and could not be broken through in a short time. Another important thing was that although it was dangerous for this to continue, and the wall really could collapse under such an impact, Han Feng had a way to stop the 2 terror elephants from continuing to ram it. Everyone, don't panic. Listen to me. Their elephants have never heard the sound of drums. Quick, have our drums start beating. It will definitely subdue those 2 elephants. The rest of you, find long bamboo poles, tie a few torches to them, dip them in oil and light them, to drive those 2 terror elephants away. Everyone, don't be afraid. As long as it's a wild beast, it's afraid of startling sounds and fire. Han Feng quickly issued 2 new orders to the panicked crowd. Hearing the chief's words, the others' eyes lit up. Most of them had been shocked by the massive size of the terror elephants, but they had forgotten that no matter how big they were, a wild beast was still a wild beast. If they were to fight so many enemies, they might not be able to do it. But if it was against wild beasts, everyone present had reason to be proud. Before joining the Han tribe, every one of them was a key member of their own tribe's hunting party. So they immediately understood after hearing the chief's idea. That's right. No matter how powerful those 2 terror elephants were, they were just 2 wild beasts. What was there to be afraid of? And so, the defenders on the city wall immediately mobilized. The drummers began to beat the cowhide drums with a thump, thump, thump. Others found torches, tied several of them to a bamboo pole, and then lit the extended torches and extended them towards the 2 terror elephants. 1, 2. More and more torches joined the array. The terror elephants below immediately felt the burning sensation on their skin and quickly dodged away in fear. No matter how the beast whisperers guided them, they were unwilling to get close to the city wall. Instead, they even trampled several of their own people while retreating. Chief, why don't we just shoot fire arrows at those 2 elephants? Wouldn't that kill them directly? A newcomer asked, unable to resist offering a suggestion after seeing the scene below the wall. Han Feng glanced at him expressionlessly, then said 4 words in a somewhat cold tone. I want them alive. On the other hand, with the defeat of the totem warrior's last resort, the 2 terror elephants, the area at the north gate of Fuma Pass finally quieted down. Basically, everyone who was going to come in had come in. Outside the city, there were only the 2 elephants and 60 or 70 totem warriors left. But this number no longer affected the overall situation. Han Feng immediately ordered the North City gate to be closed. As the winch and pulleys on the gate tower made a creaking sound, the large gate hanging vertically on the city wall was lowered. Then the gate bar was inserted from above, completely sealing all exits of the Barbican. At this moment, apart from the 500 or 600 who had either been smoked to death or were lost in the dark forest, and the 60 or 70 who had retreated with the 2 terror elephants, of the nearly 3,000 people the cannibal tribe had dispatched this time, over 2,000 had been trapped by Han Feng in this large jar. The fate that awaited them was perhaps the mines, perhaps road construction, or perhaps building cities. As the price for invading the Han tribe, They would have to labor for the Han tribe for half their lives to atone for their past mistakes. At the same time, as the situation at Fuma Pass was initially settled, two Azukar giant eagles also carried Han Feng's latest orders, flying respectively towards the Shu of Luoyang Commandery and Yu Yi, who was on standby on the upper reaches of the Rushui River. A few hours later, as the sun slanted towards the horizon, Shu and Yu Yi simultaneously received Han Feng's latest orders. Shu's task was to organize manpower to clear out the remaining cannibal tribe soldiers in the dark forest, bury any discovered bodies on the spot, and count the number of corpses and captives to prevent any from slipping through the net. Shu had no problem with this task. The dark forest had originally been the Shu tribe's territory. He couldn't be more familiar with it. Entrusting this matter to him was clearly the most appropriate choice. Yu Ye's task was to lead Ro and Hui Shan, along with 100 cavalry, to pursue the 70 or 80 fleeing totem warriors from the Rushui River towards the northeast. It didn't matter if they were dead or alive. As for the two adult terror elephants, they had to be captured alive. Upon receiving their orders, both men immediately dispatched their forces to carry out the tasks, striving to resolve the conflict in the shortest possible time. By dawn the next day, several more Eagle Post messages had rapidly arrived at various territories of the Han tribe. The main content was to report the victory, announcing the success of this tribal defense battle. The second was to lift the danger alert throughout the Han tribe's territory, urging the local officials to quickly settle the people down, reclaim wasteland, cultivate crops, and build cities and houses. However, while other places were fine, small-scale battles were still constantly breaking out inside the Barbican of Fuma Pass. But it wasn't a battle between the totem warriors and the Han tribe, but between the nearly 2,000 totem warriors and the 35 giant apes. Yesterday afternoon, as the north and south gates of the Fuma Pass Barbican were sealed, the trapped totem warriors finally realized something was wrong. The 600 to 700 meter wide canyon was flanked by steep cliffs, making it almost impossible to climb with bare hands. At both ends of this section of the canyon, two city walls over 10 meters high blocked the way. The canyon in between was very open and desolate, with only some wild grass on the ground. Forget food, there wasn't even water. Of course, if they knew how to dig a well, they might be able to find water. This threw the group into a panic. They suddenly understood why the Han tribe defenders on the city wall had put up no decent resistance during the attack and had just let them into the city. When they reached the second city wall, although they met resistance, the defenders on the wall only firmly blocked the gate and still did not launch any counterattack against them. This situation was not right. It was completely different from what the people who had escaped last time had said. What warriors with shields and great swords, wearing black scales? What sharp weapons that could chop off a head with one blow? And bows and arrows with a range 2 or 3 times greater than theirs. None of the rumors had appeared in this battle. Their real intention was to trap so many of them in this city and then watch them starve and thirst to death. It turned out that it seemed to be true. At this, the nearly 2,000 totem warriors immediately exploded. They were not afraid of battle, nor were they afraid of being killed, but they absolutely did not want to die so wretchedly of hunger and thirst. Besides, in a force known for cannibalism, would something like starving or thirsting to death happen? The answer was, of course, impossible. As the feeling of hunger crept into their hearts, countless people tightened their grip on their weapons. Their eyes grew greener and greener, truly reaching the point of devouring others. But they weren't stupid either. They knew that even if they killed the people around them, it might not be enough to fill their own stomachs. Rather than consuming their own strength through infighting, it was better to unite against an external enemy first and take out the giant apes, which ate a lot but were now useless. There were 35 of these giant apes, each massive in size, but now they were all blind. If they could kill them, the meat they would get would definitely allow them to live for a few more days. And so, a struggle from within the enemy's ranks, so full of contradiction yet so natural, occurred. And the culprit who had brought about this result, the chief of the Han tribe, Han Feng, was at this moment holding a hot meal, sitting with several hundred warriors on the city wall, watching with great interest. Go on, go on. Ah, a bunch of cowards. How were you so brave when you came to attack us? Now that you're up against those red-furred monsters, you've immediately chickened out. You chicken out too, underscore. Look, they're using javelins. Wow, it hit. They took one down. It can't get up. Wow, look over there. That red-furred monster has 2 spears in it and can still run so fast. My God. Oh, it just tore that person in half with its hands. How much strength does that take? I don't know why, but seeing that person die like that, I'm losing my appetite. Is it because I haven't hunted in a long time? Now that you mention it, I feel a bit nauseous too. Maybe it's because I've been eating too much rice. I haven't hunted in a long time. Sigh, are you guys disgusted or not? Look over there. Those 3 red-furred monsters know how to team up. They even grabbed a few corpses as weapons. The circle of people around them can't beat them. Hearing this, although the few people around said they were disgusted, being in the VIP seats for this drama, how could they not watch such an exciting show? In the direction the person had just pointed, 3 giant apes were already covered in blood, leaning back to back. A few short spears were stuck in their bodies, and they were holding 2 mangled corpses in their hands. At least 200 or 300 totem warriors surrounded them. The giant apes were panting continuously. Hearing the slightest sound from any direction, they would immediately swing the corpses in their hands like weapons in a wide arc, then return to their original position and continue to pant. The warriors around them weren't stupid either. Seeing that the giant apes were already heavily wounded, they simply surrounded them without attacking, wanting to wear them down, to outlast their injuries and blood loss, to exhaust the 3 giant apes to death. Some wanted to continue throwing javelins, but their supply of javelins was limited. In this perilous moment, no one dared to throw away the last weapon in their hands. It would be fine in normal times, but now, who knew if, without a weapon in hand, they would instantly become food for someone else to survive? And so, the scene fell into a stalemate. Although the giant apes' individual combat prowess was extremely high, from the moment they were tricked by the Han tribe's quicklime, their demise was already sealed. The giant apes, at the end of their strength, did not last long, nor did a miracle occur. Under the siege of nearly 2,000 people, they were soon all eliminated. With the death of the giant apes, the atmosphere on the scene became tense again. A few minutes later, it was unknown which hothead lit the fuse, but the totem warriors below once again fell into a battle for the purpose of snatching the giant ape corpses. Finally, after paying the price of nearly 120 deaths, the crowd, having obtained enough food, once again fell into a brief period of peace. And the next time a conflict would erupt would be the moment the food in their hands ran out. Han Feng, sitting on the city wall, also quickly discovered this serious problem. Sigh, this isn't right. Who the hell gave you permission to die? What I want are living captives. If you all kill each other, wasn't my plan that I prepared for so many days a complete waste? This is damn. Realizing this, Han Feng slapped his forehead, cursing himself for being a fool. He had actually forgotten the most important point of an encirclement battle. You can't completely cut off the enemy's hope. You have to give them the hope of getting out alive, which is what is often said in the art of war. Surround on 3 sides, leave one open. But leaving one side open was impossible in this terrain. However, Han Feng quickly thought of another method with a similar effect, which would be more conducive to the subsequent capture of prisoners. And so, a new battle plan was quickly spread throughout the city wall, making the several hundred defenders stationed on it quite excited. After all, no matter how good the show was, it got boring after a while. If the chief had a way to end the battle sooner, they were absolutely willing to do it. The method Han Feng came up with was to open a breach in the encirclement, giving the totem warriors a glimmer of hope for survival. Of course, this opening couldn't be too large. The number of people coming out at one time had to be controlled. They had to come out one by one, just like when the Han tribe first started, letting cattle out of a ditch. This meant that simply opening the city gate was not an option. The south gate was already completely blocked and would be difficult to open again. The north gate opened vertically. If it were raised just a crack, too many people would come out. So Han Feng's chosen method was to dig several tunnels under the city wall, allowing the people inside to crawl out. To control the number of people coming out, the tunnels would be dug with a small diameter, allowing only one person to pass through at a time. Moreover, a person who has just crawled out is unable to mount an effective counterattack immediately. Thus, by placing a few warriors at each tunnel exit, they could firmly guard the openings. Once the plan was finalized, Han Feng immediately sent some warriors down the city wall with ladders. The entrenching tools previously issued to them as temporary weapons now became their tools. Some dug at the front, while others used baskets to transport the earth from behind. Under the 600-meter-long North City Wall, 10 tunnels were being dug simultaneously. These tunnels didn't need to be very long, just over 10 meters would suffice. Since the base of the entire city wall was only 10 meters wide, A length of over 10 meters was enough to connect the inside and outside of the wall. As the soldiers began digging the tunnels, Han Feng issued a new task to Hanyang City. Prepare a large amount of rope for tying people. Prepare a large amount of medicine for external injuries for treating wounds. And then, the specialty brought by the Gu tribe back then, the blue poisonous mushrooms. Taken orally, they could cause hallucinations. Applied externally, they could numb the nerves, serving as a natural anesthetic for external injuries. The magistrate of Hanyang County who received the order was baffled. The first two were easy to understand. Hadn't a victory report been sent a few days ago? No need to ask. The ropes were definitely for tying up prisoners, and the trauma medicine was also understandable, as their own people would need treatment for injuries. But why did they need so much anesthetic? He couldn't quite figure it out. Even for treating injuries, they shouldn't need that much, right? But it was the chief's order. Even if he had questions, he had to get it done before asking. And even if he didn't ask, news would surely come back after the medicine was used. Unfortunately, the reality was not as the Hanyang magistrate thought. The things Han Feng wanted were not for his own people at all, but for the prisoners. A large number of prisoners were right before them. According to Han Feng's plan, they would definitely be captured. But how to tame these slaves after capture and make them work honestly for the Han tribe was a problem. For previous prisoners, Han Feng had used shackles to restrain their freedom. But now that the Han tribe had started casting bronze coins, making shackles was not only too costly, but it was also impractical to gather 2,000 pairs of shackles in a short time. Later, Han Feng had also used a method without shackles, but that involved starving the slaves half to death first, then dispersing them to various construction sites for batch management and sending people to guard them. But the risks of doing so were too great, and slave escapes often occurred later. In such cases, those who escaped and were recaptured were executed in front of the other slaves, and their bodies were hung as a warning. Gradually, the slaves accepted this fate. After all, it was just work, and the Han tribe didn't withhold food. They just had no freedom. However, the problem this time was caused by the sheer number of slaves, making the previous two methods unsuitable. Therefore, Han Feng came up with a new method, cutting off their toes. Fingers and toes are very important to everyone. This punishment of cutting off digits has been passed down through various dynasties, and Han Feng had, of course, heard of it. The most famous was during the shogunate period in Japan. At that time, the punishment for samurai in Japanese society was to cut off their little finger. The little finger might seem to have little use, but for a martial artist, without a little finger, the remaining four fingers couldn't even hold a samurai sword tightly. A single knock would send the sword flying. Therefore, a samurai who had his little finger cut off was basically saying goodbye to his samurai career forever. This was a punishment second only to seppuku. The thumb among the 5 fingers also has a great role. If the thumb is cut off, the remaining 4 fingers can no longer perform the action of gripping, which is even worse than cutting off the little finger. Of course, Han Feng was not going to cut the slaves' fingers, because no matter which one was cut, it would affect their future work for the Han tribe. So what Han Feng wanted to cut was actually their big toes. When a person walks and runs, the big toe also plays a very important role, because both walking and running require the ball of the foot for support and the toes to grip the ground. But cutting off the big toe would still allow them to walk. They just wouldn't be able to walk fast anymore, and they would never be able to run again. Han Feng's purpose in cutting off their big toes was to limit their walking speed. This way, any slave who had undergone this punishment would never be able to escape, even if they wanted to. After being recaptured, they could only come back to do even heavier work. As for how many people would survive this amputation surgery, Han Feng said he hadn't considered it at all. Slaves were not people. If they died, they died. They could only blame their bad luck for mistakenly joining the Han tribe's enemy camp. 3 days later, the things Han Feng had requested arrived at Fuma Pass one after another. And on this night, the 10 tunnels under the North City Wall were finally completed under the cover of darkness. Because the location of these tunnels was too close to the city wall, and they were specifically dug at night, the totem warriors in the city did not immediately notice anything unusual. This result was exactly what Han Feng wanted. The next morning, just as the totem warriors in the city were about to run out of food and their throats were parched, a thunderous drumming sound suddenly came from the top of the North City Wall, immediately attracting everyone's attention. Then they saw, at the foot of the high city wall, a few white sheep running around. The white figures were particularly conspicuous against the background of the yellow-brown city wall and the green grass, making them visible to everyone trapped in the city. In an instant, a question appeared in the minds of many totem warriors. They were not thinking about food and water, but where these few sheep had come from. In the past few days, they had not failed to look for an exit, but all their efforts were in vain. At this moment, seeing a few sheep that had appeared out of thin air, the thought that had been basically pushed to the back of their minds quickly occupied their brains again, to escape to freedom. The next moment, countless totem warriors who saw this scene propped up their weak bodies and ran towards the few sheep. The dark mass of people kicked up a cloud of dust. Many who were farther away and didn't see the sheep, seeing so many of their own kind suddenly running wildly towards the North City gate, thought the gate had been opened. Of course, this was their own assumption, but there was no other explanation. So, others also began to run towards the north, afraid that being a little slower would mean missing the chance to escape. Even if there was danger ahead, even if they might die, dying in battle against the enemy was much better than the cannibalism that would surely follow. So they charged towards the north gate without hesitation. By the time the first group of people reached the north city wall with ferocious expressions, the few sheep, perhaps frightened, began to run around wildly. However, there were one or two clever ones that remembered the path they had come from and actually dived into a hole at the base of the city wall, and then they never came out again. This did not disappoint the pursuing totem warriors. Instead, it made them even happier. The sheep seemed to have gone out through the hole in the ground. This was clearly incredibly good news. If the guards on the city wall had suddenly opened the gate, they might have been suspicious. Why would the enemy suddenly open the gate and let them out? Could it be a trap? But a hole in the ground was different. In their inherent way of thinking, who would dig a hole in the ground for no reason? So this definitely wasn't dug by the guards on the city wall. Besides, even if the guards on the city wall were to dig a hole, why would they dig it under the city wall? Wasn't that clearly letting them escape? Thinking of this, the totem warriors no longer hesitated. The person at the very front jumped into the hole first, then hunched over and felt his way forward. However, this tunnel was not straight. Its two ends were two vertical shafts, not deep, less than 2 meters, about the height of a person. After going down, one had to crouch and walk forward for 6 or 7 meters. Then there was a slanted turn. At this turn, the space ahead became even narrower, and one could only kneel on the ground and crawl forward. This section was also about 6 or 7 meters long. But what was even more heartening was that not far ahead, sunlight was shining down from above. Judging from the direction of the light, it was clearly another vertical shaft. Finally found the exit. Ha ha ha. The warrior in the lead became more and more excited. His exhausted body once again burst with infinite potential. He used both his hands and feet to crawl towards the vertical shaft. Finally, he reached the bottom of the shaft and stood up straight. However, unlike the entrance inside, this vertical shaft outside was deeper, about 2.5 to 2.5 meters. This way, a person standing at the bottom could not see the situation on the ground. And for someone who exercised regularly, this height only required a light jump to grab the edge of the shaft, so getting out was not difficult. The totem warrior below clearly thought so too. However, the opening was rather narrow. If he was holding a weapon, he wouldn't be able to get up. So he first threw his stone axe and short spear up, then raised both arms high, and with a leap, he grabbed the edge of the shaft. But having not had a drink of water for 2 or 3 days, he was a bit weak at this time. He had already consumed a lot of energy while running just now and crawling in the tunnel, so when it came to the final climb, he seemed to be lacking in strength. But just as he was about to fall again, 2 hands suddenly grabbed his 2 hands from above the shaft and pulled him up forcefully. The totem warrior who was pulled up was instantly moved to tears. My brother, isn't it? My family, isn't it? This is practically the grace of a second life. Which kind soul lent me a hand in my time of need. I'm so grateful. Say no more. When I get up, I'll definitely kowtow to you 18 times my ass. What the hell, who are you? What are you trying to do? Let go of me. MMPH, 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 MMPH. The Han tribe members, who had long been prepared at the entrance of the tunnel, saw 2 hands suddenly reach up from below and immediately chuckled to themselves. They knew the chief's idea had worked. Without another word, 2 people, one for each hand, pulled the guy below up. After pulling him up, without a word, they immediately twisted the man's hands behind his back and pressed him to the ground. Then, amidst a series of lewd chuckles, a scene of bondage play, gag play, and little fists hitting your pig head unfolded. The man who was pulled up wanted to shout, but his mouth was already stuffed with a ball of dry grass, and his hands and feet were tied. He could only lie on the ground and wriggle like a caterpillar, whimpering in despair. The flame of hope for survival had just ignited a faint spark, but before it could burn brightly, splat, it was extinguished again. And inside the city wall, seeing that the previous person had also disappeared like the sheep, a spark called hope ignited in their eyes. They all scrambled to jump down the hole. When the second person stretched out his hands from the vertical shaft outside the city, 2 more hands grabbed his. The second person thought it was the one who had gone out earlier pulling him, and shouted, "Thanks, brother." And then, he participated in a bondage play, except he was the one being tied up. Hands reached out from the tunnel one after another, and the people above pulled them up one by one. If you filtered out the tying up part at the end, the scene was as harmonious as it could be. Inside the city wall, seeing so many people escaping from the tunnel, the others who were still watching no longer had any doubts. They all urged the others to climb quickly to make way for them. But such a tunnel could only let out a limited number of people at a time, and did not allow 2 people to pass through at the same time. As time went on, more and more totem warriors gathered at the foot of the city wall. Soon, someone discovered the other 9 tunnels and immediately jumped down impatiently. But the result was obvious. Their final outcome was more or less the same. Everyone who jumped up to the entrance of the tunnel was pulled up by 2 friendly hands, and then became one of the Han tribe's slaves. Some people noticed that something was wrong up there, but there were still people behind them urging them to go up quickly. Helplessly, he also stretched out his hands and jumped up, and was successfully pulled up by the friends above. After getting up, he immediately understood that he no longer needed to ask. Han Feng's plan of surrounding on 3 sides and leaving one open was a great success, and he quickly captured all the totem warriors in the city. The tribesmen who participated in this plan were also very happy. Those who could count were counting heads. It was during this joyous post-war period that several loud elephant roars suddenly came from the north. Han Feng stood on the city wall and looked into the distance. It was Hui Shan and Ro Ro, who had lived up to his great trust and successfully brought back the 2 adult terror elephants. And the caterpillars on the ground who were participating in the tying up activity, hearing this familiar elephant roar, thought their friends had come back with reinforcements. The flame of hope that had just been extinguished in their eyes was rekindled again. Omega. Unfortunately, things were not as they imagined. Their terror elephants had indeed arrived, but they were accompanied by 2 of the Han tribe's little ones. Their companions had also arrived, but they were all trailing behind, tied together in a long string with hemp ropes. When they saw this scene, the small flame that had just been rekindled in their hearts was instantly extinguished, not even a speck of ash remaining. Yu Yi and his men, who had just arrived from the north, were also astonished. They stared in surprise at the scene of caterpillars covering the ground, silently marveling at the chief's efficiency. Their cavalry unit had just captured those few dozen men, and here, nearly 2,000 had already been taken. When the 2 groups successfully rendezvoused, the first to run over were the 2 little ones, Hui Shan and Ro Ro. They affectionately ran to Han Feng's side, acting spoiled, as if asking for praise. "See, we really did bring the 2 big guys back, didn't we? Praise me, praise me." As they were making a fuss, the 2 adult terror elephants slowly walked over and extended their long trunks to greet Han Feng. At this time, Ro Ro also ran over. Ro Ro, who was only as tall as their legs, circled the 2 big guys, occasionally tilting her head back and trumpeting a few times, seeming very happy. It must be said that elephants are extremely intelligent animals, with memories no worse than humans and relatively long lifespans. More importantly, elephants also possess emotions similar to humans. Seeing this scene, Han Feng secretly guessed that these 4, 2 large and 2 small, all came from the same group. Given the long lifespan of terror elephants, it was possible that Ro Ro and Hui Shan had met these 2 adults before, and their relationship was likely good. So, when they saw Ro Ro and Hui Shan acting spoiled and fawning over Han Feng, the 2 large terror elephants let down their guard, knowing that Han Feng had not abused them and was very friendly towards them. That's why they came over to greet him on their own initiative. After the 2 sides formally met, Yu Yi came over to report. The situation was not very complicated. Yu Yi had been ordered to lead 100 cavalry to pursue the remaining enemies. After being discovered by the enemy, that group of remnants had actually hidden themselves. They knew that with so few people left, they definitely couldn't win a fight, so they thought of this method, hoping to get away with it. However, what they didn't expect was that in this pursuit operation arranged by Han Feng, capturing this group of remnants was only the second priority. The primary mission was to capture the 2 adult terror elephants. The remnants, who thought they were well hidden, had overlooked the 2 big guys by their side. With bodies like 2-story buildings, they were just too damn conspicuous. More importantly, these 2 had left a scent trail along the way. And so, after Yu Ye's cavalry team lost their target, they had been following behind Hui Shan and Ro Ro and thus found this group of remnants again. One must know that an elephant's long trunk is not just for use as an arm. Their sense of smell is also very developed, and they are particularly sensitive to the scent of their own kind. Thus, the group, led by Hui Shan and Ro Ro, followed the scent all the way. When they got near their hiding place, Hui Shan let out a loud roar first, and immediately got a response from the 2 large terror elephants on the other side. The 2 big guys also trumpeted, and then actually broke away from the enemy's control and ran out on their own. Nonsense. Compared to a group of useless masters, of course meeting their own kind was more important. And the scent felt very familiar. It was at this moment that the appearance of the 2 terror elephants completely exposed the location of that group of remnants. Seeing the 2 large and 2 small terror elephants reminiscing there, Yu Yi knew he couldn't interfere, so he made a decisive decision and led the cavalry to charge. A few dozen barefoot remnants were naturally no match for the fully armed cavalry. They couldn't outrun them, and they couldn't win a fight. Surrounded by the horse team, after 2 of them were cut down, the rest all surrendered their weapons. At this point, apart from the news that had not yet come from Deshu in Luoyang Commandery, all other fronts could be said to have been victorious. To speed up the pace of a complete victory, Yu Yi and his men, who had just returned, were sent by Han Feng to Sitong County to assist Deshu in completing the clearing operation of the Dark Forest as soon as possible. The dozens of remnants and 2 adult terror elephants he brought back were directly handed over to Han Feng's side, to be dealt with along with the other prisoners. After the matter was concluded, Han Feng did not stay long at Fuma Pass. He tied the prisoners into a long line, and with the 2 newly subdued big guys, he led the way back to Hanyang City. Before leaving, he handed over the cleanup work at Fuma Pass to Xuetu and Ing Rue. Xuetu's main task was to block up the 10 tunnels under the North City Wall. Ing Rue was responsible for the implementation and supervision of policies, reporting the list of meritorious warriors in this operation, and then conferring titles according to merit and distributing the land they deserved. 2 days later, the procession escorting the prisoners returned to the outskirts of Hanyang City. The magistrate of Hanyang, having received Han Feng's order, had also built a simple prisoner-of-war camp made of a fence outside the city. The 2,000 prisoners who were escorted back were all locked inside, and a team of militia was sent to guard them. During this time, the leaders of the 2 tribal alliances who had just moved to Hanyang City, as well as Zhang Mao and his people from the newly joined Yin tribe, were all shocked by the great strength of the Han tribe. After all, Hanyang City was the Han tribe's earliest city. Although it was not very large, Han Feng had put a lot of effort into it. In terms of technology, policy, and people's livelihood, it could be said to be the bellwether of the entire Han tribe, the city that best reflected the Han tribe's strength. During their time living here, in every detail of their lives, they could feel the extraordinary aspects of the Han tribe. In February of spring, as the temperature gradually rose, the clothes made of animal skins became increasingly unbearable. At noon, it was so hot that they wished they could strip naked immediately. However, here in Hanyang City, the permanent residents had already changed into comfortable, single-layer linen clothes. To help these new people adapt to the life of the Han tribe more quickly, and to make them identify with the Han tribe, Han Feng certainly would not treat them differently. He had the Hanyang magistrate allocate a batch of linen cloth from the warehouse to them, and then organize the elderly living in the city to teach their women how to make clothes hand in hand. In these newly moved families, the men were also pulled by the elderly to do various kinds of labor together, cutting firewood in the surrounding mountains, queuing up at the alley entrance to fetch water, handing over the family's night soil to the manure collection cart at the door every morning, and then going out together to cultivate and weed their respective fields. Seeing the crops in the fields grow taller day by day, their hearts also filled with joy. After all, in this era, nothing was more important than a stable food supply. However, these newcomers heard that a large group of enemies had invaded from the north, and they were somewhat uneasy. But whenever they returned home and looked at the high city walls outside, a sense of comforting security would rise in their hearts. They were worried about the war on the front line, but it was not obvious. Because the elderly living next to them, even the children, were not afraid. They went about their daily business as usual. Mood is always influenced by the environment, and these new residents were no exception. Seeing the elderly like this, they were no longer worried. A few days later, good news indeed came from the front line, saying that the enemy had all been locked up. However, the new residents obviously did not understand what this locked up meant. But a few days later, when Han Feng returned with a dark mass of over 2,000 prisoners, they were truly shocked. Among them, Zhang Mao was the most deeply moved. When he had just come into contact with Han Feng had used his fleet to abduct all his people. He was still very unwilling in his heart, feeling that his tribe was, after all, a large tribe of over 1,000 people, with 200 or 300 adult men who could fight. Why should he willingly obey Han Feng's orders? But after coming to the Han tribe and seeing the Han tribe's miraculous windmills and water wheels, metallurgy, oil pressing, textiles, animal husbandry, and farming, and a series of cross-era black technologies, to be honest, he was convinced in his heart. However, seeing that the population of Hanyang City was not exaggeratedly large, and thinking that he had, after all, added over 1,000 people to the Han tribe, he thought he should be able to obtain a relatively ideal high position in the Han tribe. However, not long after, with Han Feng's spring population mobilization this year, tens of thousands of people passed through Hanyang City. After receiving daily necessities and various production and living tools, they moved to various places around. Only then did Zhang Mao completely deflate. It was from that moment that he clearly knew that the 1,000-plus tribesmen he had brought might be of some use to the Han tribe, but they could absolutely not become his capital for negotiating terms with Chief Han Feng. Today, seeing that Han Feng had actually escorted back over 2,000 prisoners, Zhang Mao was even more thoroughly convinced. Zhang Mao, who had once been the chief of a large tribe, knew very well what these 2,000 prisoners meant. First, these prisoners were all adult men, and the Nian tribe, with a population of over 1,000, had only 200 or 300 adult men who could fight. So, a tribe that could field an army of this size must have a total population at least 10 times that of the Nian tribe. But such an enemy was actually captured alive by Han Feng. This was even more difficult than directly killing all these enemies. Zhang Mao felt that if he were given the same number of people and equipped with the Han tribe's self-produced metal weapons, he would also be confident in winning this battle. But to capture them all alive, he could only give a bitter smile and a sigh in his heart. Si. One must know that to capture someone alive, whether by forcing the enemy to surrender or by suppressing them with pure military force and capturing them by force, a prerequisite must be met. To form an all-around suppression of the enemy, making the enemy feel despair and completely give up resistance. He was very puzzled in his heart. He heard that the number of warriors on the front line was not even as many as the enemy. How on earth did Han Feng manage to annihilate the entire enemy army and capture them all? This was really too fantastical. But of course, Han Feng had no need to explain all this to them. Don't know? Then continue not knowing. This could also enhance his image in the hearts of his tribesmen, increase his prestige in the tribe, and make it easier for him to rule the entire tribe. After all, humans are like this. They always hold a sense of awe for the unknown. Some things, once said, are not so magical anymore. A superior must maintain dignity and a sense of mystery, so that his subordinates cannot easily see through him. Only then can he maintain his lofty image in their hearts. After the prisoner of war camp was stabilized, Han Feng handed over the task of performing amputation surgery on the prisoners to the former chief of the Shi tribe. After all, when it came to how to use the herbs of this era, the Shi tribe, as the provider of the herbs, had the most say. However, after Han Feng went home and thought about it, he always felt that something was missing. Recalling the various measures taken against prisoners and slaves in history, Han Feng suddenly realized where the problem was: the number of prisoners. The number of slaves in the Han tribe was increasing. Including this batch, there were already more than 3,000. In the future, these people would be driven by the Han tribe to participate in engineering construction in various places. This was a considerable force, and they were all prisoners of war, the most unstable factor. Therefore, in the future, systematic management of slaves must be carried out. These slaves must be distinguished from the wild people who would appear in the future. Summarizing the experience of his predecessors in history, And according to the actual situation of the Han tribe, Han Feng issued 3 decrees concerning slaves. The first was to cut off their toes. There was nothing more to say about this. The second was to shave their heads, all of them bald. The purpose of this was, 1, for hygiene. After all, these slaves were all laborers. If they got sick and died from lice or something, it would be the Han tribe's loss. The legal citizens of the Han tribe kept their hair because they had the conditions to maintain a head of beautiful hair. But the slaves worked hard all day, and their living conditions were also worlds apart. They had neither the time nor the conditions, so it was better to shave it all off. Besides, in the past, the Han tribe had no scissors, nor did they have sharp steel that could be used as a razor. Now they had both of these things, so shaving their heads was no longer a difficult matter, and this order could be implemented. Another reason was, of course, to distinguish these slaves from ordinary citizens by their hairstyle, that is, their appearance. The last order was tattooing. All slaves were to have a black character for slave tattooed on their faces. This way, even if they wore shoes and covered their cut toes, and their hair grew back, because of the tattoo on their faces, they could not possibly impersonate a citizen of the Han tribe. One glance would still reveal that this person was a slave. As for the technical aspect, the Han tribe was not lacking in such talent. The Wun tribe, which had been absorbed by the Han tribe before, specialized in this. The people of their tribe loved to tattoo strange patterns on their bodies with strange pigments. Tattooing things on their faces was even more common. Han Feng had personally seen many such people. It was most appropriate to have the people of the Wun tribe do this. Of course, since the Wun tribe joined the Han tribe, this custom had already changed a lot under Han Feng's will. Although they still had the habit of tattooing, they no longer tattooed their faces. After all, although the chief had not explicitly forbidden it, his attitude was there. He did not like people with patterns tattooed on their faces, but preferred those with clean faces. As the saying goes, what the superior likes, the subordinate will emulate. Just like the king of Chu who liked slender waists, and many in the palace starved to death. Of course, Han Feng was not that perverted. He just didn't like patterns tattooed on the face. Moreover, after the Wun tribe joined, under Han Feng's deliberate guidance and cultivation, their natural talents had been guided elsewhere. For example, the 2 Wun tribe painters whom Han Feng had arranged for cripple, who were specially responsible for painting ceramic patterns. Since they liked painting so much, they could go and paint elsewhere. Therefore, now, wherever art and painting were needed in the Han tribe, one could basically see the figures of the Wun clan. They had been pulled by Han Feng onto the irreversible path of being painters, and they were going further and further. As time entered the 3rd month of spring, the first season of rice also entered its final ripening period. As the pilot county for the private ownership system, Hanyang City still had many preparations to make. The first was a large reserve of currency, and the second was the development of measuring tools. The Han tribe still did not have a single scale, which was a big problem. With the promotion of the private ownership system, various private free transactions were increasing, and the scale, this measuring tool, became even more important. Han Feng was therefore immersed in intense research and development work. To make a scale, one must first establish a standard of weight. The reason a standard set of weights hadn't been made before was the lack of a suitable material. But now, things were different. Han Feng had a bag of gold. That bag of gold sand had been collected by his tribesmen from a downstream riverbed during the late winter and early spring when Han Feng had led them to manage the waters of the Wu Gorge. He hadn't expected it to come in so handy now. The advantage of using gold to make standard weights was its resistance to wear and tear. Other metals, like bronze or iron, rusted easily, which would alter the weight over time. But gold was different. Among non-ferrous metals, gold was one of the most chemically stable. Contact with most substances would not cause a reaction. It was this property of gold that made Han Feng decide to use it for the standard weights. First, he built a simple balance scale. Then, using the Han tribe's standard of length, he made a graduated ceramic measuring cup to measure the volume of water. Finally, based on the volume-to-weight ratio of fresh water at room temperature, he determined the weight of different volumes of water. He would pour a specific weight of water onto one side of the balance scale and gradually add gold sand to the other side until they were balanced. Then, he would melt the corresponding amount of gold sand into a single gold block. And just like that, a set of standard weights was made. With this set of gold standard weights, he could now proceed to make scales for weighing things. The construction of the scales presented another problem. Modern scales could generally be divided into 2 categories: balance scales and pressure scales. The kind with a pan, a pointer, and a dial to show the weight was a pressure scale. It had many variations, and the common electronic scales of today were also a type of pressure scale. However, while pressure scales were easy to operate and read, their manufacturing cost was high. More importantly, Han Feng didn't know the technical principles behind them. He had never studied such things, so he could only try to make the most primitive type of balance scale, the old-fashioned steelyard balance that had been largely phased out. The technology behind this device was very simple. Anyone who had studied the principle of levers could basically understand it. The combination of the steelyard beam and the sliding weight utilized the principle that with a fixed fulcrum, a longer lever arm requires less force. As long as he understood this, it was not difficult to make one with the Han tribe's current level of technology. First was the solid wood beam of the scale. The harder the material, the better, as it needed to resist deformation. If it bent over time, it would become inaccurate. So, for the beam, he had to find a material that would rather break than bend. Of course, Han Feng had no experience himself. In the spirit of experimentation, he selected 3 materials: fir, oak, and the thorns of the man-eating tree. He made several beams from each. Which one they would use in the future would be decided after some comparative testing. He carved the beam into a suitable thin cylindrical shape, then drilled holes. The 2 ends of the beam were wrapped in copper sheeting to prevent cracking and wear. Then he installed bronze hooks and a square handle for carrying. He tied ropes to these parts for lifting, and then hung a 1-gene cast iron weight on it. With all that done, the most critical step was next, marking the gradations. But this was also simple. First, he placed a weight of equal mass on the hook or pan on the load-bearing end. Then, he moved the sliding weight on the right side of the beam until it balanced with the left side. He made a mark at this position. This was the 1-gene mark. Then, he increased the weight on the left pan to 20-gene and pulled the sliding weight on the right further out until they balanced again and made the 20-gene mark. After making these 2 marks, he used a compass and a ruler to divide the section of the beam between 1-gene and 20-gene into 19 equal parts, representing 1 to 20-gene. As for the distance from 1-gene back to 0, he simply measured the length per gene on the beam and extended it back by an equal distance. After marking the major gradations, he divided the distance between each gene into 10 equal parts, each representing 1 liang. For the system of units, Han Feng chose the familiar decimal system, which was also easier for calculations. 1 liang was 50 grams, 1 gene was 500 grams, and 1 kilogram was 1,000 grams. The same familiar formula, the same familiar feel. But it wasn't finished yet. Because the sliding weight had to be moved back and forth along the beam, the markings would wear out quickly. To prevent the markings from being worn away, the ancients had come up with the method of embedding copper pins into the beam to mark the gradations. Han Feng followed this method. The technology was readily available in the Han tribe, metal wire drawing. He had copper rods drawn into thin wires, not too thin, about 1 millimeter in diameter. Then, he used a small hand drill to drill holes at the gradations on the beam, dipped the copper wires in glue, inserted them, and then used a knife to cut off the excess. Finally, he used the back of the knife to flatten the copper wires. And so, a handheld steelyard balance with a minimum unit of 1 liang, 50 grams, and a maximum capacity of 10 kilograms, 20 gene, was completed. With the first scale made, he could now mass-produce new scales based on the standards of this prototype. However, such a thing was not of much use at the moment, as private transactions were still virtually non-existent. What the Han tribe really needed were large-capacity weighing instruments for public use. These were mainly for weighing things over 100 gene, for collecting taxes, or for inventory management in warehouses. But this was a minor issue. Large-capacity weighing instruments were needed, but they were not the most important thing. This was because the unit of measurement for collecting grain tax had to be volume, not weight. The purpose of this was to prevent people from cheating when paying taxes. Freshly harvested grain was wet, and at least twice as heavy as dried grain. If someone turned in their grain right after harvesting, without drying it, the weight would be greatly inflated by moisture. This was a very serious problem, not just a matter of tax evasion. Grain with too high a moisture content did not meet the standards for storage. If it was bagged and put into the warehouse without being dried, it would soon become moldy and spoil. Not only would it be ruined itself, but it would also contaminate the surrounding grain. If such a thing happened, it would be a tragedy for the Han tribe's grain reserves. Therefore, in the future, grain tax would be collected by volume. Regardless of whether the common people had dried it or not, the officials in charge of the granaries would have to dry it again to prevent the stored grain from spoiling. Correspondingly, the tools for measuring volume became the shung and the do. The unit of a shung was still 1,000 cubic centimeters, or 1 cubic decimeter. 1 do was equal to 125 shung, or 1/8 of a cubic meter. Han Feng designed the do to be shaped like a truncated pyramid, made of 4 trapezoidal wooden boards, wide at the top and narrow at the bottom. The small opening at the bottom had a sliding iron plate and was designed to be used with a wooden stand. To measure grain, one would first slide the iron plate at the bottom shut, then pour grain in from the top. Once it was full, one could simply place a bag underneath, pull out the iron plate, and the grain would automatically flow into the bag. So, this dough could also be seen as a funnel. Having solved the problems of weight and volume measurement, all that was left was the currency reserve and another, more critical issue, pricing. The determination of prices was a major societal issue. If not handled properly, it could affect future development. So, Han Feng did not dare to be careless. He began to rack his brains, thinking about how to set prices, the potential problems he might encounter in the future, and the corresponding solutions. 500 chapters. The book has reached 1.2 million words. Nub Omega. Happy confetti. The pricing of goods, that is, the purchasing power of the currency, must of course be determined according to productivity. Previously, Han Feng had considered a gold standard, a silver standard, and a copper standard. But after careful study, he found that such monetary systems were not suitable for the current Han tribe. In its current state, what the Han tribe needed most was a commodity standard. That is to say, the amount of currency issued should be based on the value of actual goods. This would also conform to the law that productivity equals currency value. Based on physical goods, a certain multiple of currency would be issued. For example, Han Feng was currently planning to exchange grain and cloth for an equivalent amount of money. The Han tribe did not yet have a circulating currency. So, how to promote the currency and get the tribesmen used to using it was a problem that had to be considered. Regarding the promotion of currency, Han Feng's plan was as follows. First, on the output side, there were 2 main channels. The first was to pay wages in currency, to replace the original distribution of grain, clothing, and other daily necessities. The second was to use currency to purchase a large amount of raw production materials, as well as grain and labor. It must be said that promoting currency seems like a difficult task, but for an emerging civilization like the Han tribe, it had a great advantage. The government monopolized all manufacturing. There were currently no private workshops. If the common people wanted to obtain various living materials, they could only get them from the government. With this prerequisite, the rest was easy. First, all workshops, from the previous tribal communal ownership, would all be transformed into state-owned enterprises. In modern terms, they would be state-owned enterprises. Currently, the Han tribe's state-owned enterprises mainly included a textile factory, a metallurgical plant, as well as ceramics, charcoal production, ink making, paper making, printing, animal husbandry, woodworking, oil pressing, salt mines, iron mines, and other metal mines. These workshops all had a large number of workers. In the past, their living expenses were all covered by tribal distribution. But now, things were different. After the privatization of property, for those working in the workshops, the tribe would no longer issue physical goods, but would start paying their wages in currency. These industries covered various aspects and had a large number of employees. So forcibly promoting the issuance of currency through wages was actually the fastest way to see results in a short period of time, and also the fastest way to spread the currency to every corner of the Han tribe in the shortest amount of time. Another promotion channel was the state-owned enterprises' purchase of raw materials. Mines were state-owned assets, so there was no need to pay for them. But in other areas, there were many raw materials that needed to be purchased. For example, the commodity with the largest consumption in the Han tribe currently was woodwork. This woodwork included many products, from tools to furniture to vehicles and ships, and even military equipment. But their raw material was only one, wood. In the past, the source of wood for the woodworking workshop was from the tribe organizing people to go to the mountains to cut it. Apart from distributing living materials, the tribe did not get any other benefits. The reason people were willing to do it was simply because they were part of the tribe, and working for the collective was just an obligation they should fulfill, because if they didn't obey orders, they wouldn't be given food. But now it was different. All sources of wood, unless the state-owned enterprises used slaves to cut it, could only be purchased from private individuals. And the original logging teams were now transformed from working for the tribe to working for themselves. After finishing their own farm work, they would go to the mountains to cut trees in their spare time, and then sell them to the woodworking factory to earn some wealth. There were also others, like the oil pressing industry. The Han tribe mainly produced soybean oil, peanut oil, and tung oil. Now there was also a new type of lacquer seed oil, mainly used to make printing ink. The raw materials for these oils were previously planted or collected by people arranged by the tribe. It was also a task assigned by the tribe, and the common people performed obligatory labor to obtain the distribution of living materials and food. But now, with the privatization of land, the government no longer directly participated in the planting of agricultural products. So in the future, if they wanted to press oil, apart from the small amount of agricultural product taxes, they could only buy it from private individuals. For example, the beans planted in one's own auxiliary field this year. If the family couldn't eat them all, apart from paying a portion of the agricultural tax, the rest could be sold to the state-owned oil pressing enterprise. Then, after the oil was pressed, they could use money to buy it back. But things like tung oil seeds were collected by the common people themselves, and then purchased by the state-owned enterprises. There was also the textile industry. Currently, the Han tribe mainly produced woolen cloth and linen cloth. Silk was still in its initial stage and had not yet been popularized. Among them, the raw material for woolen cloth, wool, was mainly obtained through foreign trade channels. But the hemp fiber used for linen cloth could only be purchased from private individuals in the future. And the soon-to-be popularized silk would also have to be obtained from the women's auxiliary fields. Similarly, the paper pulp used for papermaking had now also become a model of private collection and state-owned enterprise purchase. The last type was the purchase of labor. This labor did not refer to the workers in the various state-owned enterprise factories, but the temporary workers who served various public projects. This was mainly linked to the corvée labor policy. The initial form of taxation in the Han tribe was mainly of two types. One was the grain tax, as well as the poll tax, and the commercial tax for various industries. This type of tax was collectively called the money tax, because what was collected was either money or physical goods, things that could be seen and touched and had a specific value. The other was to perform corvée labor, which was to conscript labor from each family to work for the tribe for free twice a year during the slack farming season. However, Han Feng did not intend to do that. First, because the enthusiasm of the people for assigned labor tasks was not high. They were generally in a state of just coping with official tasks, and their work efficiency was low. The second reason was that the actual situation of each family was different, and it was impossible for every family to be able to spare manpower to perform corvée labor. If performing corvée labor caused a family to be broken up, it would be too unworthy, and doing so could easily arouse public anger, which was not worth the loss. So Han Feng decided that in the future, whenever there was a public project construction, corvée labor would be exempted. For families that really could not spare anyone, they could directly use money to offset the corvée labor. The same applied to others. Then, when workers were needed, the government would openly recruit them. During the construction period, all recruited workers would be paid wages, which was actually the portion of the tax they had paid to offset the corvée labor. Although it was just a trick of moving something from the left hand to the right hand, the nature of it had changed. One was working for the public for free, and the other was working for the public for pay, and in the end, one got paid. That is to say, working for the public could make money. This way, it not only took care of those families who could not spare the time, but also solved the serious problem of the common people's negative work attitude and low work efficiency when performing corvée labor. Han Feng was very confident about this. As long as the people below could seriously implement these policies at the local level, then the day when everyone in the Han tribe had currency would be just around the corner. With the promotion channels in place, there must also be recovery channels. Because currency only has value when it circulates, and only then can a market be formed. And as the largest factory owner in the Han tribe, Han Feng said he was not at all afraid that the common people would not spend money. Unless they ate their own grain and had no other needs, they would definitely buy the manufactured products.